for tonight's incredible live stream. Not just a live stream, but a incredible live stream. All right. Let me figure out what's going on in here. Y'all got a table up? Let me move. I gotta move this for a second. That stuff on the table? Okay. All right, there's Jack. There's Hayden. The gang's all here. And I think Paul and Laura's in the back. Jack, Jake, Hayden, Paul, Laura. All right. We can deal with that. Okay. What we're going to do is while they're over here working, I'm going to be very loud and obnoxious. Selling records. So they have more work to do. And welcome to Collectible. Let's knock out the rush. Mitch T is already on the edge of his seat. You're going to have to wait a few more. You have to wait a few seconds. Maybe a few, more than a few seconds. Let me pour this drink out right quick. I'd like to welcome y'all to Collectible. That's the first time the mic's been in the bathroom. Don't worry, I was just using a sink. Okay, here we go. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. Boom, 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 boom. Bright light, feeling the time. No, you're nobody's fool. Well, to the machine. Bright light, feeling the time. You know you're nobody's fool. So welcome to the machine. What is all this they've put behind me? Whatever it is, we might have to move it. What is this? Oh no. Okay, we gotta move some stuff. I literally, we're in a logistical bind once again. Our space hasn't been managed the best. I don't like the when that happens either. All right. Let's see here. I'll keep those right there for right now. Saturday night means we're going to get a good purge going. Okay. See here. Do this. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Has everybody hit the lock button? That's one of the first important steps to your daily activities here. It's one, have I hit the lock button? Yes, I have. Okay. No, I haven't. Okay, then how do I hit the lock button? You press the button that looks like a thumbs up. You get that done, you're on your first step to becoming a great Collectible customer buyer. If you haven't hit any lock button, then I'm sad. Now, you can't do that over on Twitch. Fortunately, they have no such feature. With that being said, we should reach out to Twitch and say, y'all should have a lock button. We'll see what they say. Everybody wants to know what the market's going to do tomorrow night when it opens back up. If you could predict that, you wouldn't be worried about the market opening up. Because you could buy 10,000 million shares of something and be a trillionaire. Okay. So, I'm almost got the table cleared off so we can get started on auctions. Has everybody hit the lock button? Oh, I already said that. Let's ask it again. Has everybody hit the lock button? Okay, good. Hit it again. Let's do a little bit of condensing here. Move some stuff around. There's that Miles Davis box again. I'm going to put that right there. Okay. We're going to go through some of those now. These will be a little bit later now that I have a spot to put them. I'll put them right here. Okay. All right. Making progress. I just need some sort of container to put all these in. I'll use this. Is this kind of empty? This is kind of empty. We'll kind of use this. Yeah, good enough. I got my Sunday project picked out. Gonna take about 9 hours to straighten this place up. But it's fun. A lot of work. Kind of distracted by it right now. But we just got to keep selling. The week's almost over. We'll keep selling until I can't get it. All right. So we're ready to start going through crates, start putting up auctions, and the show has officially begun. Sorry, it looked like a bomb had went off back here, mostly because the last 2 nights I didn't really completely tidy up like I do. So it's accumulated. And then we've had a crate delivery. The crate deliveries really put a cramp on my space back here. I'm going to have to figure out where to stack these things. I think I'm going to go high with them, like somewhere else, because they're in the way until they can do something else with them. So, is there a chance a Faith No More light can be made? Yes, there will be. Got my Van Halen light. Great, I have one in stock if anybody wants one. And can I get the 3LP cream Royal Albert Hall? I'm pretty sure I can. If you want me to check and you for sure want one, we can look into it and then we can get you a price. Our first 2 auctions are going to be singles. Every Rose Has Its Thorn by Poison. And this is with the picture sleeve. And Poison's a $7 start. And Robert Plant, In the Mood for a Melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. $7 start. And then there's Poison, Every Rose Has Its Thorn. So those are $7 starts. Those are auctions. Robert Plant and Poison. I'm going to try to go through most of these over here in the first part of this show while we're putting up other auctions, because that was the only 45s left out of 2 entire boxes. And honestly, that's not that many. And then I have a handful over here I pulled the auction for tonight. So let's get started. The only thing I got to do is go grab one of those first crates. And one of those first crates are going to be from this morning's video. There's a lot of it. Of course, y'all know we don't get new vinyl deliveries on Saturday, so it's probably a good thing we have 4 crates to recap. And with that being said, that's what we're going to do. And let me jump over here and grab that crate right up front. And we got a full-length show, so I plan on going through. John's marked another 5 crates. We got Laura and Paul here marking stuff. And we got plenty of auctions, including cleaning up the last of the bonus auctions and cleaning up the last of the Japanese stuff. So I think that's it. And then we'll sell everything, and then we'll invoice on Monday. And then tomorrow, I may or may not have a coin sale. It depends on 2 things, what I got going on and honestly what the market does. I like selling when the market's up. But no, I really don't have that much left. There's, I think I counted 45 ounces of bars, and then I got halves and all the Morgans. And then we don't have much collectible stuff. We've sold most of that too. So I might use my time to work on stuff for next week and sort through our books and autographs and all that kind of stuff. So, all right. B-side to Every Rose Has Its Thorn. Give me 1 second. I got to do one more thing over here. Over here. Be around tomorrow after round. Yeah, I should be. For sure. Let me go over here. Oh, I need to do one thing before I forget. Okay, almost done. Okay. All right, so the last bid on Poison that came in was David Tate at $11. Robert Plant only had one bid with Matt Nichols. Matt, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $7. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's sold you for $7. Dukes of Hazzard, Waylon, just them good old boys. This has the picture sleeve with it. This is a $7 start. Waylon Jennings, the Dukes of Hazzard. That's now up for bid for a $7 start. And then the last bid on Poison, just in case you missed it, Brooks Valder was at 10. David Tate 11. Brooks, it goes back to you. Just FYI, did I give you the B-side on that one? I don't know if I ever gave her the B-side on that one. The B-side on that one was Living for the Minute. Living for the Minute. Sorry about that. Living for the Minute on that one. That was the B-side of that one. And Waylon has a bid for 7. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to take care of one important thing over here. So when I get rolling, I won't have to look at this again. Okay, let me not worry about that then. Okay. Oh, well, I'll do that later then. Okay. And then, wow, 40 comments. That's a lot. Okay, so I'm looking for the following. I'm looking for Elvis, Clutch, Clutch, Disturbed, Crocus, Art Blakey, Sister Rosetta Tharpe, Temple of the Dog, Ace Frehley, Metal Church, Led Zeppelin, Gore, Linda Ronstadt, Creed, Psycho, Howard Jones' Sister, Alice in Chains, Beatles, Kaya, Cycle Circus, Clutch, Gore, Gojira, M.M., Iron Maiden, Gene Simmons, Disturbed, Rolling Stones, King Crimson, Gojira, Gore, Sonny Boy Williamson, Alice in Chains, Iron Maiden Down, Iron Maiden, Trivium, Dream Theater, Clutch, Gene Simmons, Iron Maiden, Elvis, Michael Jackson, Slipknot. Wow. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So Poison's at $17. Waylon Jennings has a bid for 10 with Michelle, which means David Tate's out. And then I think we are caught up, okay? So first thing we're going to do is, as I'm showing stuff in here, I'm going to be showing a recap of these 45s. And y'all missed some incredible ones. We went through like an entire 80s picture sleeve collection. There's more where that came from tonight. The advertised stuff, I'll start here in a second. David Tate has Poison for 17, and that's sold. He also just bid 11 on Waylon. The next one is Def Leppard, Pour Some Sugar on Me. And the B-side is Ring of Fire. That's a $7 start. Alice in Chains Dirt. This is a 2LP remaster. Alice in Chains is $36.99. We had some Alice in Chains claims, but not for Dirt. We had some claims for Three-Legged Dog. Alice in Chains is $36.99. So that's still available. That's the last one in the store. It's a 2LP. And we have Black Label Society Doom Crew. Black Label Society is a 2LP clear and black ice colored vinyl. That is $38.99. And I think after all those claims, I don't think I saw any Black Label Society. So any of the Black Label Societies you see in these upcoming crates, they will be available. Black Label Society is $38.99. Waylon's 11. Chad used to use Square payment method, another payment method. Square. We have Def Leppard is 7. The answer to that question is Square. Def Leppard 7, Def Leppard 7, Def Leppard 10. And then Waylon's at 11. Who was before him? The person before him was Michelle. And then we have Warren Haynes. And I know I saw a claim for this. Warren Haynes is a 2LP. This is $44.99 for Warren Hayes. That's $44.99. And I thought I saw a claim for this. Maybe I didn't. There's a good chance I didn't, so that's still available. Tales of Ordinary Madness, Warren Haynes is $44.99. That's a Gatefold 2LP. And then Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. That has the original brown paper bag, just like the original. It's a remaster. It is $33.99. And this is Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, $33.99 on that one. Also, Disturbed, 10,000 Fist. Disturbed is a 2LP. That is $44.99. That's a 2LP on yellow vinyl. $44.99 for Disturbed, $44.99 for Disturbed. That is 10,000 Fist, okay? Next over here, we have Waylon Jennings. That is officially sold to David Tate for $11. The Def Leppard's at $15 right now. Let me show a few handfuls of 45s. These are all $6.99. Huey Lewis and the News, the Heart and Soul EP, a 4-track EP. Heart, Who Will You Run To? Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion. Chicago, Hard Habit to Break. We have My Love for You, Glenn Medeiros, Julian Lennon, Stick Around, and Alabama Roll On 18-Wheeler. Those are all $6.99 each. If anybody wants any of those, just let me know. Also, we have Led Zeppelin 3, and that's $29.99 for Led Zeppelin 3. $29.99 for that. Mark Morris wants Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. Def Leppard's now at $20 with Sarah Weiberdink. Our next single is Keith Whitley, I've Got the Heart for You. And that's a double-sided promo. Keith Whitley's a $7 start. Over here in the stack of singles, Kelly Wlodarczyk got the Kylie Minogue, Locomotion. And then David Howard on the Huey Lewis for $6.99. That left Alabama, Julian Lennon, Chicago, Heart. And this was Nothing's Gonna Change My Love for You, Glenn Medeiros. I think I said his name right. Also, we have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Demos Volume 7, limited edition splatter vinyl. That's $46.99 for King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. I've got 2 of those. And we have the new reissue of Bruce Springsteen Wrecking Ball, which has been long out of print. Springsteen is $36.99. Robert Barnett wants Glenn. That's $6.99. Mike Codrini on Heart. That's sold to Mike Codrini for $6.99. And we also have in here Linda Ronstadt, The Early Years. That's sold to Mark Barbosa. Thank you, Mark Barbosa. That's so to you. That's a Gatefold 2LP, originally a Record Store Day release compilation, now back in print. Def Leppard's at $25. David Tate, You're Out. And then over here, we have Alice in Chains Facelift. Now, I know we have some claims for a 3-legged dog coming up, but I think the other facelifts are available, $38.99. Keith Whitley, 7.8. Solarplex on Disturbed. I'm assuming that was for 10,000 Fist. So thank you. That's so to you. And Chad, also, if you saw my message last night, you pulled me NWA and the Posse. I should have been on a wait list for NWA 100 Miles and Running the NWA and Posse already. I can send the message page. Okay, so whenever we get to Troy Robinson, NWA and the Posse, he already has one, and he needs to not have that, and he needs to be on the wait list for 100 Miles and Running. Okay, so we'll make sure. Probably best thing to do, I'll make a note. Maybe they can pull it for whoever's watching this tomorrow. Maybe they can make a note to pull it before invoicing go out, and then we'll make sure you're on the wait list for the other. So whatever Troy just said there, let's transcribe that and make sure that gets done. The Def Leppard is a 7-inch single of Pour Some Sugar on Me, and that right now is at $25. It's up to David Tate on that one. Keith Whitley's at $11. Here's some more singles. Tom Jones, Can't Stop Loving You. Air Supply, Even the Nights Are Better. Styx, Music Time. Air Supply, The One That You Love. This is Pops and Timmer. That's Tell Me Something Slick from Blue City. Billy Ocean, There'll Be Sad Songs. And Chicago, If She Would Have Been Faithful. We'll pause right there with Webb Pierce, There Stands the Glass. All these singles are $6.99. And then David Sosby wants Silverchair from last night. David Sosby on Silverchair from last night. I can pull that for you. That was the 2LP. That was this one right here. This is so to David Sosby, Silverchair. This is a limited edition 7,500 yellow and green marble vinyl. That's so to David Sosby, okay? Thank you on that one. Heath Norman wants Webb Pierce. Def Leppard is Pour Some Sugar on Me. And that is a picture sleeve original. New bid is $26. Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti is sold to Monica Malley. Thank you, Monica. Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl is $36.99. And then Creed, My Own Prison. Creed is $33.99. That's sold to Joe Steels. Thank you, Joe Steels. That's sold to you. Slipknot, The Subliminal Verses. This is $38.99. Now, somebody said something about Slipknot. They said, I will take Slipknot Anniversary Vinyl if you can verify that Purity is on the song title listing. I'm sorry to be a pain. He wants to know if he's talking about the first album. I'll have to go back and check on that. So this Slipknot's still available. I push my eyes in. The never ending. That's Slipknot, $38.99. That's volume 3, the Subliminal Verses. And we do have in stock. It feels like I keep finding these laying around, probably because I ordered so many extras after that 200. Alice in Chains, Three-Legged Dog is $39.99. $39.99 for a Three-Legged Dog. And it looks like Bill Samus got one. There's one for Bill Samus. And then over here we have, I have one correction. Who got the Disturbed Live? Solarplex, somebody was ahead of you on a Disturbed 10,000 Fist. This goes to Cynthia Herdron. I'll have to put Solarplex Studios on a wait list. This goes to this goes to Cynthia Herdron. Put Solarplex Studios down on a waiting list, okay? Cynthia was ahead of you by 11 hours, okay? Cynthia was ahead of you by 11 hours. We'll have to give that one to Cynthia. And then over here, Craig Proper got an Alice in Chains. I'm sure some of these people probably already pre-ordered. And I have 2, 3, 4. I have 4 left in stock right now, believe it or not. All right, let's go back down to the bottom and see what happened. Def Leppard 26, Def Leppard 30, and then over here we have Def Leppard 31, 36, and then Def Leppard 38, Def Leppard 40. Okay, next thing over here, here's some more singles for $6.99. We got Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace, Elton John, Crocodile Rock. We have Rumble Seat, John Cougar Mellencamp, America, You Can Do Magic, ZZ Top, Rough Boy, Billy Joe, Modern Woman, and Bruce Springsteen, One Step Up. Those are all $6.99. Chris Meisner said he'll take an Alice in Chains. That's sold to Chris Meisner. And then we have Def Leppard at 40. Amenities is out. The last bid that came in on Keith Whitley was Calvin Ward at 11. That's sold to Calvin for $11. That is sold. And then our next single is going to go up right now. This is What Does It Take to Win Your Love, Buddy Miles and the California Raisins on purple vinyl. That is going to go up for a $7 start on that one. First thing we had over here in the singles for $6.99 are the following. Calvin Ward on ZZ Top, Melanie Jennings on Crocodile Rock, and then David Tate next on ZZ Top. Amenities first on America. We have out on Def Leppard. This is sold to Sarah Weiberdink for $40. That left Bruce Springsteen, Billy Joe, John Cougar Mellencamp, and Paul McCartney right there. Those are all $6.99. The California Raisins is now up for bid. I need to go ahead and sell Molson 1972 and Alice in Chains. Are you a first-time buyer? If you're a first-time buyer, then thank you and welcome to Collectco. Welcome to Collectco, and just say yes or no, Chad. I'm a regular that's on a different. I'm on a different handle. Just FYI. Okay. Let me jump over here right quick. And we did an auction. Here we go. First auction of the night is a 1973 Best Way OG of David Bowie Images. And David Bowie Images is a 2 LP compilation, EX condition, gatefold jacket. That is a $45 start on that. $45 start on that. Okay. Now, is this what you send all the way to New something in the Pacific? Okay, not understanding the question, but if you will clarify, I'll be glad to answer. We have Mark Olson. Okay, Mark Olson on Alice in Chains. He's on a different account there. So we still are looking for Elvis, Clutch, Disturb, Believe, Crocus, Art Blakey, Sister, Temple, Ace, Zeppelin, Gwar. Just make sure I didn't miss anything in here. Psycho, Sister Rosetta, Caius, Psycho, Clutch, and then Sorry I Only Want Robot Hive, Exodus. Okay. All right, so we can go ahead and hit those. Gorgira, Gwar, MM. Michael Snare put MM. Michael, are you on the feed? Just so it gives me a heads up so I don't have to be figuring out what MM means. let me know on that one, okay? And if anybody else wants anything in here, I still got the following. Allison Chains Dirt, $36.99. Black Label Society, $38.99. Warren Haynes, $44.99. Couple of those left. Led Zeppelin 3 for $29. King Giz and the Lizard Wizard, $46. Bruce Springsteen, $36. Linda Ronstadt, $39. Allison Chains, $38. Led Zeppelin, $36. Slipknot, $38. And we have 2 Allison Chains left, okay? Now, we have over here some more singles before I step up front to swap out crates. Over here, we have John Cougar Mellencamp. This is Tootie Toot Toot. We have John Cougar Mellencamp, Check It Out. We have Peter Cetera, The Next Time I Fall. Mike and the Mechanics, Silent Running. Toto, I'll Be Over You. Eddie Grant, Romancing the Stone. The Association, Cherish. $6.99. Okay, if anybody wants the California Raisins, it's also $7. Okay, I'll give up my tripod. No reason to. We have 2 extras still in stock. Okay, David Bowie has 1 bid with Kelly Vlodacek for $45. And we have the Raisins for $6.99 to Scott Oman. And then Heath Norman wants Silent Running. Silent Running. That's a great one from Mike and the Mechanics. That's sold for $6.99. And David Tate also wants a California Raisins. Good news. I have another one. $6.99. Then Victor Garrett was next, and then Toto goes to Amenities. David Howard wants Romance in the Stone. Those are all sold. And when I come back, I'll have a fresh new crate of vinyl to flip through. I'm very excited about tonight because we were showing new vintage arrivals at 1 a.m. last night. Never had really done anything like that before. We went through 2 new crates of vintage between 12:45 and 1:15. Also, while we were showing 45s, and I was like, guys, this is something we just don't do because usually I'm showing new stuff like at 7 or 8 o'clock to make sure everybody's watching that can see it. But I went ahead and got through it all because we need plenty of vintage, and we'll do them for best offer tonight. Plus, he's marked 6 more crates. Plus, it looks like Paul's marked some crates. Plus, Laura's marking crates. Plus, Jake is marking crates. Plus, Chad's marking crates. Plus, Otis is marking crates. Plus, Hayden is marking crates. Plus, John's marking crates. Okay, now, we over here. We have, do you still have any Pink Floyd Piper at the Gates of Dawn? I do not currently. Kelly Vlodacek gets David Bowie for $45. That was easy, Kelly. Thank you. That's so due for $45. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is, looks like, is these some of the auctions from last night? Okay, good. She got some of these ready. This is the Beatles Revolver. This is a 1978, Paul, purple capo label. This is the Beatles Revolver, 1978 purple capo label. This is a 78 U.S. Winchester, EX edition, a $25 start. Let's grab another singles. All in all, you're just another brick in the wall. $6.99 for Pink Floyd. Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. RFTW, Love You Down. Expressway to Your Heart, a classic from the Soul Survivors. Diana Ross, Chain Reaction, and Heart Alone. I bet probably all of those will sell. Those are all $6.99. The Beatles is now up for bid. First thing I have here is Trivium, The Sin and the Sentence. We did sell a Trivium to somebody. Trivium, The Sin in the Sentence, $39.99. No sneezing, please. $39.99. Trivium, Sin in the Sentence. If you got to sneeze, please go outside. That is Tim Floyd on Trivium. Thank you, Tim Floyd on Trivium. Mortgage Guy Rob got Pink Floyd. Fox Digital got Heart. William was next on Pink Floyd. Did I get the Dead Picture Disc Hotel last night? Yes, you did. Chris Meisner next on Pink Floyd. Amenities next on Pink Floyd. Chad Smith next on Pink Floyd. And we still got Diana Ross, Soul Survivor, RFTW, and Lionel Richie, if anybody wants those. The Beatles over here is a 78 U.S. Winchester reissue, EX edition. That's a $25 start, purple capo label. Also, we have Gwar, Scum Dogs Live. There were several Gwar comments. Gwar was $29.99. Let me figure out. We sold the Blood of the Gods. That one's going to be sold whenever we get to that one. The other Gwars that was sold was the Return of, and then the other Gwar we sold was Blood of Gods. So this one's still available. It is $29.99, and it's called Gwar Scumdogs XXX Live, $29. Put down Jamie Butler for Waitlist, Piper at the Gates of Dawn in mono. Piper at the Gates of Dawn in mono. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Stevie Ray Vaughan live alive. We'll get to Rush in 1 second. 1986 U.S. Carrollton OG VG Plus condition. OG live alive, a $25 star. That's now up for bid. So that Gore is available for $29. Kiss Creatures of the Night. This is $39.99 for Kiss Creatures of the Night. $39.99, and it's a half-speed master. It is still available, just FYI. And this is Disturbed, and this is Down with the Sickness. It's called The Sickness. And this Disturbed is still available, $33.99. So Revolver has a bid for $25. So does Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let's read through some more singles. $6.99. Johnny Cougar, I Need a Lover. Eric Carmen, Make You Lose Control. Howard Jones, No One Is to Blame. Huey Lewis, Jacob's Ladder, and Glass Tiger, Someday. Those are all $6.99. We have Trouble, Psalm 9. Trouble is $29.99 for Psalm number 9. Trouble, $29.99 on that one. Also, we have Tom P. and the Heartbreakers' Greatest Hits. Don't Come Around Here No More. $44.99. Prince, The Versace Experience. $29.99 for Prince. And Michael Jackson Thriller. $24.99. David Howard got Howard Jones for $6.99. Looks like we're about to sell the Beatles for $25 and Stevie Ray Vaughan for $25. Slipknot, $29.99. Someone wanted to know, did it have Purity on it? It does not. So this is $29.99. It's still available. Next thing is Jamie Butler on Trouble. Jamie Butler on Trouble. That's So Do You. And then over here, Amenities on Glass Tiger for $6.99 sold. David Sosby, You Were Second on Trouble. And then we have Troy Robinson next on Glass Tiger. So I still got Huey Lewis, Eric Carmen, and Johnny Cougar left in that stack. We have details on Beatles Revolver, a 1978 Winchester Purple Capo label. 1978 Winchester Purple Capo label. It is at $25, and so is Stevie Ray Vaughan. They're tied, though. Joe DeGatto bid $25, and Back to the Turntable bid $25. David Sosby, I can put you on a wait list for Trouble. I want to make sure, Jamie Butler, I didn't have you already down for one. I don't think you were. Somebody was on a wait list for a Trouble that came in this week, though. I'm trying to remember who that was. And then we have over here Heath Norman getting that Huey Lewis for $6.99. All right, that's awesome. Moving on is Pearl Jam 10, $24.99 for Pearl Jam. And then Queen's Greatest Hits is $39.99. And we have Trivium. That's What Dead Men Say. Trivium is still available, $34.99. And then here's Gwar, The Blood of the Gods. And I think both of these sold. Matt Shiker got one. There's one to Matt Shiker. There's going to be one left, $39.99. The other Gwar is the one that two other people have claimed, $29.99. And then we have Iron Maiden Flight 666, okay? So there's a lot of claims on this one. Let's go to the bottom. The first person on Iron Maiden Flight 666 at $46.99 was the following. Iron Maiden, the first person on this one is, give me a second, it is David Campbell. He sent a screenshot of the item in the comments. And then we have on a waiting list. On a wait list for Iron Maiden is Tim Floyd, and then Sarah Morgan as well. So Tim Floyd and Sarah Morgan, and then John LaBadie. Okay, so 3 people on a wait list for this from the video. 3 people on a wait list for this one on the video, okay? I got Bloods of the Gods also, okay? And Matt Nichols also on this Gwar. He put Blood of Gods, okay? That's also so to Matt Nichols. Thank you on that one. So Beatles has a new bid for $27. Whoever bid first, you're out. Stevie Ray Vaughan is now at $30. And then over here, let's grab another handful of singles right quick. These are $6.99. Sheena Easton, Magic Love. Billy Joel, Tell Her About It. The Records, that's a 4-track. Mr. Is It Love? And Glass Tiger, Far Away From Here. Those are all $6.99, including Glass Tiger. We have Down, Nola, and I know one of these did sell. Down is a 2LP, $49.99. One is sold to Sarah L. Morgan, and she's on a wait list for Iron Maiden, so make sure we mark her down for that. But Down is sold for $49.99. And then there's the Rolling Stone Steel Wheels, which is that 4LP, orange and blue vinyl, Axl Rose, Izzy Stradlin, Clapton, John Lee Hooker, $69.99 on that. We have Alfredo Fuentes, Amenities wants Glass Tiger for $6.99. Pam Murray on Sheena Easton for $6.99. And Paula says, I Need a Lover. That was for a young Johnny Cougar there. That sold to her for $6.99, okay? Next thing was King Crimson, The Reconstruction of Light. This was sold to Rob Fordham. Thank you, Rob Fordham. That's sold to you. Stephen A. Young got a Rolling Stones. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. And then the Gospel of Sister Rosetta Tharpe, and this one was sold to Mike Vandergits, okay? That's sold to Mike Vandergits, Sister Rosetta Tharpe. Thank you on that one. Mike Quadrini gets the Mr. single for $6.99. And we have Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness, $39.99. There's 2 of those left. It's a gatefold jacket on white vinyl. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $37. Who was that first bidder on the Beatles? I've got to go ahead and sell this. It is Angela Moore. I'm going to go ahead and say that's pending. 28. I'm going to give it like 5 seconds. And then Bob Marley, a half-speed master, $36.99 for that. And then Art Blake and the Jazz Messengers. And this was sold to Mike Vandergits as well. Okay, Joe Castillo, you get the Beatles for $28. Thank you. Let's put that away. And then over here, Paula, you were second on Mr. The Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $37. We got some awesome auctions tonight. I got the Beatles, Midnight Oil, Towns Van Zandt, Mad Season. I have Fleetwood Mac, Cheap Trick. We have Temple the Dog, The Cult, Fishbone, Peter Gabriel, Duran, New Order. This is Pet Shop Boys, New Order, Sade, Oingo Boingo, Plush. We also have Velvet Underground, Linkin Park, Alice in Chains, Janis Joplin, Lumineers, Grateful Dead, Pink Floyd, Bush, Toad the Wet Sprocket. That looks like Evanescence, Dazed and Confused, Pearl Jam, Black Crowes, Live, The Doors, Melancholy, and here's Rush. Here we go. Rush is a 2019 U.S. Euro reissue, first and only time ever on vinyl. Sealed, a $95 start. A 4LP Rush Time Machine. $95 start. Angela said I bid 25. Somebody bid 28, and I called your name about 7 times seeing if I could get another bid out of you. But yeah, somebody already bid 28, and I sold it to them. I lost you there for about 5 or 6 minutes. We have a DMX Exodus. DMX is $19.99. King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King. And King Crimson is $34.99. You might as well go ahead and buy both of them so I don't put them in the back wall where it's staring at you all night. King Crimson is $34.99. I've got 2 of those in stock at the moment. And then over here we have NWA and the Posse. Both of these are still available, $29.99, okay? Aaron Civic requested Plush. We got Kelly Gabney on Morbid Angel. Rush has a bid for $95. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, Back to the Turntable, has it for $40, okay? Let's lay down another handful of singles. These are $6.99. $6.99. We have Huey Lewis, The Heart of Rock and Roll. Who You Gonna Call? Ghostbusters, Ray Parker Jr. Aretha Franklin, Freeway of Love. Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Wanna Have Fun. Bobby McFerrin, Don't Worry, Be Happy. New Shoes, Point of No Return. Let's pause right there. All those I just laid down are $6.99. King Crimson Beat is $34.99. And we have Crocus, Long Stick Goes Boom. And Crocus is a 2LP purple vinyl, $39.99. And Paul, this is sold to Mike Vandergits. What was that? $39.99. That's sold to Mike Vandergits. That was Crocus. And then Minutemen, double nickels on the dime. Minutemen is $38.99. Bobby McFerrin is sold to David Howard. Thank you, David Howard. That's sold to you for $6.99. So I still got New Shoes, Cyndi Lauper, Aretha Franklin, Who You Gonna Call, Ghostbusters, and Huey Lewis, The Heart of Rock and Roll, and If This Is It. Looks like Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids at $50. There's only one bid on Rush, which is at $95 with amenities, and TSO Houston on King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King. Nice. So here's all what's left in here. Very quickly, let me breeze through these. I've got Gwar, Scumdogs XXX Live, $29.99 for Gwar. Kiss was $39, Disturbed $33, Tom Petty $44, Prince $29, Thriller $24, Slipknot $29, Pearl Jam $24, Queen's Greatest Hits was $39, Paul, and then Trivium was $34, Paul, and then Down Nola was Paul, $49.99, Paul. Thank you, Paul. I have not sold those. Hand me one. Okay. We have, well, this is KMFDM, which stands for Kernels Made from Doom Mayonnaise. This is a 2008 white vinyl remaster of KMFDM, More and Faster. $45 start. That's what I say when I'm at the Chinese buffet. More and Faster. 2008 white vinyl. This is a remaster. $45 start on that. That's now up for bid, okay? Rush is sealed. It has one bid for $95. First is David Howard on Huey for $6.99. Paula was second. Rush is sealed. Matt Nichols on Pearl Jam 10. That's sold to Matt Nichols. And then KMFDM 45 has a bid for $45. And then we have Rolling Stones for $69. I got Morbid Angel for $39. Bob Marley Half Speed Master for $36. DMX is $19. King Crimson $34. NWA 29, NWA 29, King Crimson 34, King Crimson 34, and Minutemen 38. And TSO Houston, I was assuming you did want In the Court of the Crimson King and not Beat. But if you want the other ones, let me know. So right now this has one bid with Shannon for $45. Nikki just put the letters, no technically a bid. So make sure if you're bidding, you put a number. And then Derek Cesaro on DMX, okay? Thank you on that one. Now, when I come back, if there's not a bid on Rush, I'm selling it for $95, a steal to Amenities for $95, okay? And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, the last bid that came in on Stevie Ray Vaughan was back to the turntable at $50. And I'm assuming everybody's done, okay? So Rush is the 4 LP set, sealed Time Machine 2011 live in Cleveland. Okay, and now we're sold out of DMX. We'll have to put VW Vonda on a waiting list if that's okay. So TSO Houston, I got you down for In the Court. Let me know if you want Beat as well. And let me go ahead and swap out crates. And what we're going to do is those 2 full crates of vinyl have now turned into 1. We've already almost got a full crate. I got one more thing up here to breeze through. Let me jump up here and get it. Is this love? I got a white snake stuck in my head tonight, or this morning. It's this morning for me. I woke up, I set my alarm for 5:30. Most of y'all probably are winding your day down. I set my alarm to wake up at 5:30. I was awake until 12:30 today. So I said, hey Siri, set an alarm for 5:30. And that was like at 12:36 when I told my phone that. So I was up way too late. He wants just In the Court. Okay, you got one then. All right, Rush has a new bid for 100. Amenities, you've been outbid. Rush has a bid for 100. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 55, and he said out. So let's sell Stevie Ray Vaughan for $55. The KMFDM is about to sell to Shannon for $50. I'm assuming Nikki Payne doesn't want to bid again. Shannon has it for $50. That's a final call on that one. Now Rush is at 110. I have Metal Church. This is $39.99. This is sold to Mike Vandergits. Thank you, Mike. He got Metal Church for $39.99. Gorgira the Link. Gorgira is $39.99. This is Gorgira the Link. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you on that one. And then Dream Theater, Images and Words. Dream Theater, Images and Words was new and sealed on clear vinyl. And this is $29.99. $29.99. And this is Dream Theater. And the reason I'm saying this is because I know there's a claim. There it is, Brian Stern. Thank you, Brian Stern. That's so to you. And then here is that new Rolling Stones, the Rock and Roots of the Rolling Stones. These are $29.99. I've still got all 5 of those. KMFDM, I have lost Nikki Payne on this one. So this is sold to Shannon Mashaka for $50. Rush is at 130 with Amenities. Mike Pierce, you're out. And then Gorgira, this is called Fortitude. Gorgira is $34.99. Let's put down Paula on a waiting list for Dream Theater, okay? And then we have over here some more singles. Paula's on a wait list for Dream Theater. UB40 with Chrissy Hine, Breakfast in Bed. USA for Africa, We Are the World. Glass Tiger, Someday. Huey Lewis, Perfect World. Eddie Money, I Want to Go Back. And Jeffrey Osborne, You Should Be Mine. All those are $6.99. Let's go ahead and add another auction. Don't worry, though. I have another KMFDM to put up. Here's another KFMDM to put up. This is a 2008 black vinyl remaster, VG Plus, a $30 star for Kickin' ASS and Itchy. What? Boy, they've got some nasty titles. That's a $30 star for KMFDM. That's now up for bid, okay? These right here are $6.99 each. And then Will Smithson on Glass Tiger for $6.99. Pam Murray on Chrissy Hine for $6.99. Michael Drini on Eddie Money for $6.99. Alfredo was next on Glass. USA sold to Chad Smith for $6.99. That leaves Jeffrey Osborne and Huey Lewis. Those are $6.99. Ace Frehley now playing. Ace is $24.99. Ace Frehley now playing $24.99. $24.99 on Ace Frehley now playing. Also have Caius. Welcome to Sky Valley. I know there was a claim for Caius, and this is $29.99. So I'm still looking for Elvis on stage, Clutch, Disturbed. I'm still looking for Temple the Dog, Ace Frehley solo album, Psycho, Howard Jones Live. Sister Rosetta is already sold out. Dakota Dotson got Caius. Thank you, Dakota Dotson. Caius was sold to you. Caius was sold to you. We also have Black Label Siding Mafia. That's a 2LP red vinyl 38. And Quiet Riot Metal Health $29.99. Paula over here wants Huey Lewis. That's sold to Paula for $6.99. And folks, if you want to see something rare, I've got it right here. It starts with fish and it ends in bone. This is called Fishbone. This is, boy, rare beyond rare. Some of the most desirable, rank it in the top 10 most desirable records of all time. A 1988 USOG in Shrink and Hype with the original on her sleeve. Truth and Soul. Fishbone has the original on her sleeve. A $25 star. Did I get Stevie Ray Vaughan? Yes, Stevie Ray Vaughan was sold to you for $55. Back to the turntable. $55 back to you. Fishbone is a $25 start. Has anybody bid on KMFDM? It's a final chance for a $30 start. The last bid on Rush that came in, the last bid on Rush was Amenities at $140, and Mike Pierce is out. We're about to sell that then. Fishbone has bids for $25, $25, $25, $25. Put down Matt Nichols on a wait list for Caius. Welcome to Sky Valley. Boy, do we have a lot of great stuff tonight. Paula on Quiet Riot, and we're just getting started. We're just doing recaps right now. Gorgira Magma. Hot Liquid Magma. This is sold to Rob Fordham, and he also got Fortitude. So both Gorgiras right there sold to Rob Fordham. And then Clutch, Robot Hive Exodus. Man, these clutches are awesome. They come in clutch. They are awesome because we have sold them, keep selling them, and keep selling them. This one goes to Gen Cast. You can count on Clutch coming in clutch. $59.99. This one sold to Gen Cast, and then there's several people on a waiting list. I know Gen Cast is going to get one. And then the next person that's going to get one is Scott Dwallow on a waiting list. Scott Dwallow on a waiting list. And then the next person that's going to get one is Tim Floyd on a waiting list. Okay, so Tim Floyd, and those are done. Two people on a wait list for Robot Hive Exodus. I got Howard Jones Live, which is a new release that came out yesterday on yellow vinyl. And I saw a claim for this, sold to Kelly Gabney. Thank you, Kelly, on that one. Paula, I've already got you down for Huey. And then let's update Rush, which is sold to Amenities. This is sold to Amenities for $140. Thank you on that, Amenities. That's sold to you for $140. Then we sold a bunch of singles. Fishbone, 25, 25, 25, 30, 35, 35, 35, 40. And right now, this is at 40. This is a 1988 USOG. The cover's nice and shrink, and the vinyl's VG+. Matt Nichols also wants on the Clutch Robot Hive waiting list. Jason Howard wants on the Jason Fornerat wants on the Howard Jones waiting list. Nobody bid on this single, so that's a buy it now for $30. KMFDM. That's a no bid for a $30 buy it now. And then Alanis Morissette is $29.99. Jagged Little Peel Master Moss 66666 gets this one right here. And then over here, we have Mike Owen also on that Howard Jones wait list. And now Fishbone 42, now Fishbone 45. And we have Elvis on stage February 1970. And this is sold to Scott Corcoran. That was my last copy of that one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon is $36.99. Let's lay down some more singles right quick. These are $6.99. Huey Lewis in the News, Bad is Bad. We have Heart, Never. Carly Simon coming around again. Billy Joe, Baby Grand. The Outfield, No Surrender. Steve Winwood, Don't You Know What the Night Can Do. And The Cars, Whoa, It's Magic. Those are $6.99. I'm getting that song confused with the song from Pilot. Or, Whoa, 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 It's Magic. Okay, over here, David Johnson's already having a conniption fit. He's like, are we out of Japanese tonight? Why hasn't any Japanese been sold? Are you not going to sell any Japanese tonight? Chad May, I ask you, where's all the Japanese pressings at? We have KMFDM, Don't Blow Your Top, another KMFDM single. This is a 2008 white vinyl remaster, a $65 start on that one. That's now up for bid, a $65 start on that one. $65 start on that one. So we had a waiting list going for Clutch, Matt Nichols, Howard Jones for Jason Fornerat, waiting list. And then put down Dwayne Caldwell for Sister Rosetta Tharpe, sure thing. Dwayne Caldwell on Sister Rosetta Tharpe, waiting list. Mike Owens on Howard Jones, waiting list. Fishbone 42, Fishbone 45, Fishbone out. And then Fox Digital on Heart. This is sold for $6.99. Fishbone Heart is Fishbone Heart. Fox Digital gets Heart for $6.99. James Rayner gets Huey for $6.99. Fishbone 50. Kelly Vladerchek on CS for Carly Simon. Mellon and Jennings next on Huey. Fredo wants the outfield and Steve. Those are both sold to Amenities. That single just got a bid for $65 with Shannon. Chad couldn't put me down for Elvis on stage, the one he just showed, and bill me next week. Put down Levi Hilton on a waiting list for this. Put down Levi Hilton for Elvis on stage. Fishbone 46, Fishbone 51. That leaves the Cars Magic and I Refuse from Heartbeat City. And Billy Joel, Baby Grand with Ray Charles. Those are $6.99. Next is Black Label Society 1919 Eternal, $38.99. And then here's another Elvis back in Memphis, which is limited edition 1500 on green vinyl, $39.99 for Elvis. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. One of my favorites, In Your Eyes. This is Peter Gabriel. So, Peter Gabriel's an 86 U.S. Specialty OG and Shrink and Hype EX edition with the original on her sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $35 star. Also, KMFDM has one bid with Shannon Mashaka for $65. The Monkeys, the A's and B's. The Monkeys is that 2LP collection, $38.99. And then Pantera, official live Pantera 101 proof. Pantera is $49.99. AC/DC's The Razor's Edge is $29.99. That's AC/DC's The Razor's Edge. Also put Daryl Johnson down for that Elvis Live. He was on the video. That's a wait list for Daryl Johnson. Okay, we'll take care of him on that. Thank you for that waiting list. Moving on, Michael Snared, are you on the chat? I'm still trying to remember if somebody can figure it out before I can. Michael Snared put MM, and whenever we get to something called MM, that's sold to Michael Snared. Here's the other Gwar, which was sold to Cynthia Herdron, I'm pretty sure. The return of, yep, this is sold to Cynthia Herdron. That Gwar is done. And then over here, we got two copies of Temple the Dog. I'm Going Hungry. Yeah, this is sold to Mike Vandergits. Thank you, Mike Vandergits. That's sold to you. And then we have one extra copy. I still have Bush Razor Blade Suitcase for $36.99. Okay, last bid on Fishbone was Mega Blast 51. Jamie Sotar bid 53. Peter Gabriel 30, 35, 40, 42, and then Fishbone 54. Shannon Mashaka gets KMFDM for $65. Let's go ahead and show some more singles for $6.99. Got some good ones here. These are $6.99. Hooters Satellite, Billy Ocean, Love Is Forever. Hank Williams Jr., Young Country, Taylor Dane, Don't Rush Me, and Cool and the Gang, Stone Love. Those are all $6.99. Derek Cesaro on Bush, Razor Blade Suitcase. Thank you on that. And then we had that set of Tedeschi trucks. So these comes in 4 volumes. Volume 1, 2, 3, 4. Volume 4 is called Farewell. Volume 3 is The Fall. Volume 2, Ascension, and Volume 1, Crescent. And those are $29.99 each. We got Shannon Mashaka over here on Taylor Dane. She was first on that for $6.99. David Tate got Hank Jr. for $6.99. Pam next on Taylor. And that left Cool and the Gang, Billy Ocean, and Hooters. Those are all $6.99. Peter Gabriel's a nice copy. Shrink and Hype. The Hype has a little bit of discoloration, but the cover and everything is nice, and the vinyl's nice. EX. Red Rain. Fishbone got a new bid for $55. Peter Gabriel's now at $46. So the only thing still left in here is those Tedeschi Trucks records. One Temple the Dog for $33. I'm Going Hungry. AC/DC $29. Pantera $49. The Monkees $38. Elvis is $39. Black Label Society $38. Pink Floyd $36. Alanis Morissette $29. Black Label Society $38. Ace Frehley now playing blue vinyl $24. And the Rockin' Roots of the Rolling Stones is $29. Last bid on Fishbone was Jamie Sotar $55. That's a final call. Michelle Clements wants Temple the Dog. And let's go ahead and lay down some more singles while I swap out crates up front. Over here, we have Phil Collins, A Groovy Kind of Love. Anita Baker, Giving You the Best That I Got. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule. Huey Lewis, I Know What I Like. And Billy Joel, A Matter of Trust. Those are all $6. Hooters is called Satellite, $6.99. Any news on new Megadeth? No new news on Megadeth. We're waiting for them to essentially press more. Here's another KMFDM, more and faster. And that's just like the one we had earlier. That is a white vinyl remaster for a $45 start, right? Yeah, $45 start on KMFDM. That's another one. We just sold one just like it a moment ago, right back here. Right back here, yeah, 2008 white vinyl remaster. Whoever missed out on that one, there's another chance. $45 start on that one, okay? Now, first thing we have is, before I step away, Michelle got Temple of the Dogs. Phil Collins is sold right here to James Rayner for $6.99. Peter Gabriel, $48. Mary Miles wants one each of the Tedeschi trucks. So there's a Volume 4, a Volume 3, a Volume 2, and a Volume 1 for Mary. Thank you. She gets that whole set. So to Mary Miles. I was waiting for somebody to do that. Now there's one more set left right now in stock if anybody wants any. And then next was Pam Murray on Tina Turner for $6.99. Amenities was second on Phil Collins. Peter Gabriel, $49. Peter Gabriel, $50. Peter Gabriel, $51. KMFDM has a bid for $45, okay? Now we have Anita Baker, Billy Joe, and Huey Lewis left if anybody wants those for $6.99, okay? Sungi Him on Pantera. Thank you on that. Official Live 101 proof. Let's put that away right there. All right, now my crate's really full. Let me swap these out right quick. I don't know where to start stacking the new stuff. I guess I'll put it right here temporarily. I'm going to steal Jake's crate. Stealing Jake's crate. Sorry, Jake. Just stole your crate. That's a great... my rhymes are insane. Somebody commented the other night, they was like, Chad, I don't know if you know this, but for some reason, if you ever want to stop selling records, you could start writing Dr. Seuss books. And I was like, books? That's not a good way to get off the hook, to write a book. I'm going to go here and rest in my nook. Shucks. Because I'm a rocket man, burning down this fuse half as long. Dun, 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 dun. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. This is sold to Jamie Sutar for a winning bid of $55. Oh no, oh no. This is sold to Jamie. Okay, then KMFDM. This is sold to Nikki Payne for $45. And then the last bid on Peter Gabriel is Mike Purtle at $51. Mike Cadrini's out. That's a final call. All right. Does Chad need a monster? I actually have not had one yet. I'm about to open it up right now. I haven't had any sugar. This is just natural energy right here. What y'all are hearing is all natural energy. Hear that sound? That's the sound of a monster. So, Jake, I stole your crate, and then I made a rhyme about it. And then the crowd went wild. Mark V says, I've had Peter Gabriel for $51. He said, Chad, I don't know what you're talking about. I've had Peter Gabriel for $51. He's right. Let me scroll back up and look at that again. Peter Gabriel is tied. Mike Purtle, Mark V's already bid $51, so you're tied with him, okay? And I haven't had my Little Debbie yet, which is coming soon. Over here, we're going to put up another auction. And this is Alice in Chains Unplugged. It's an unofficial on orange vinyl. No excuses. The Complete Show, Wood, Rooster. This is a 2LP. It's on orange vinyl. It is an unofficial. A $55 start on that. Let's lay down some more singles for $6.99. We have We Built This City for $6.99. Robert Tepper, No Easy Way Out. Whitney Houston, How Will I Know? And John Cougar Mellencamp, Ray Vaughn from the Cocktail soundtrack. I got 2 copies of Jar of Flies. Alice in Chains is $24.99. That's Jar of Flies, AIC. Also, we have Thelonious Monk, the London Collection Volume 1, $33.99 for Monk. Clutch, Slow Hold to China. That's on orange vinyl. Clutch is $29.99. Prince, Hit and Run Phase 1, $29.99. Prince, Hit and Run Phase 2, $34.99. Also, we have Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill, white and sandblasted orange vinyl. Pantera is $29.99. And the Psycho soundtrack is sold to Master Ma 666, Sean Lee Hooker, Sean Fairweather, Master Ma. That is sold to him. That is sold, the Psycho soundtrack. Over here, we have Joe DeGato, We Built This City. That's $6.99. That was Starship. The cocktail single is sold to Karen Robbins. And then Paula wants Jar of Flies. That is sold over here. Clay was second on that. Sungi Him on Pantera. And that left the following here. Whitney Houston and Robert Tepper. No Easy Way Out. Those are $6.99. What is going on in here? Stay. Okay. Next is Anthrax for All Kings. Anthrax is $33.99. That's Anthrax for All Kings. That's a 2LP, $33.99. Also, we have Slayer, Diabolus and Musica for $34. Disturb Believe, that was sold to James Young. Thank you. If anybody wants on any of these, I'm selling out of, let me know. Hanoi Rocks, Two Steps from the Move. Hanoi Rocks is $38. Another Pantera, Reinvented the Steel, $29. And Led Zeppelin, the Live EP. This is sold to Monica Malley, okay? Next is Tepper over here. And that was from Rocky IV, by the way. I forgot to mention that. That's sold to Mike Quadrini. What happened on Peter Gabriel and Alice in Chains? So Peter Gabriel, 52. Alice in Chains, 70. Alice in Chains, 55. Peter Gabriel, 55. So Mike Purtle, you're out on Peter Gabriel, just FYI. The last bid on Alice in Chains, that's the highest bid, was Derek DeZarro at 70. Then we sold Jar of Flies. Then we sold Pantera. And then we sold the Led Zeppelin. Then we sold Tepper. Alfredo said, what monk? It's the one you already bought last night. And then Derek Cesaro on Hanoi. And then Kelly Vladarchuk wants on the waiting list for Disturb Believe. Put down Kelly for waiting list for Disturb Believe. Next is the Gene Simmons solo album, which I think there was multiple claims for. The first person on the Gene Simmons solo album was Sarah Waberdink. Thank you, Sarah Waberdink. That's so to you. And then we have the Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds records, which was new for yesterday. That one is sold to Clifford Umstead. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Matt Nichols is on the waiting list for the Gene Simmons, okay? Matt Nichols on the wait list for Gene Simmons. And then we have Ace Frehley, which is $34.99. The Ace Frehley solo album is officially sold to Mike Vandergits. Thank you, Mike. That's so to you. That was the Ace Frehley solo album. I still got one more in stock for $34. Michael Jackson Bad was sold up here to Greg Preston. He got Michael Jackson Bad. And we also have Paul McCartney Ram for $34.99, Pink Floyd Metal for $33, and Garth Brooks No Fences for $19. The Ramones is $29. Rob Zombie on the Glow in the Dark vinyl was $36. Also Dream Theater $44, and the Ian Anderson Jethro Tull Thick as a Brick $46.99. That's Thick as a Brick too. Okay, let's show some more singles right quick. Almost done with this entire recap. And we have Little Feat, Hate to Lose Your Lovin', $6.99. These are all $6.99. Benjamin Orr from the Cars, Stay the Night. Steve Winwood, Holding On. This was Life and Times by Breathe, Chicago, Look Away, and John Cougar Mellencamp, Check It Out. Those are all $6.99. What's the high bid on Peter Gabriel? The high bid on Peter Gabriel is Mike Quadrini at $55. Alice in Chains did not get another bid since he bid $70 until right now. Paula just bid $71 on Alice in Chains. And then Paula also put PM, and I think that was for Paul McCartney, okay? This is the Ramones self-titled, their debut $29.99, okay? So I'm over here from the video. Mike Vandergis got Crocus, Art Blakey, Sister Rosetta, Temple of the Dog, Ace Frehley, and Metal Church, okay? I think you got all that, I hope. Now, the first wait list from the video is Dwayne Caldwell on Sister Rosetta, and I think we took down his name live already. So that's sold to Dwayne Caldwell on a wait list. And then Scott Dwallow on the wait list for Clutch. And then we're going to put him down on a wait list for Clutch. We've already made a note of that. That's the Robot Hive Exodus. I still didn't know what Michael Snared meant by MM. Michael, are you on the chat now? There was 5 crates of vinyl. I'm not for sure what MM was. Maybe you can help me out on MM. And if anybody else maybe has a clue, let me know. And then Tim Floyd on wait list for Clutch Robot Hive. Matt Nichols on the Gene Simmons solo album waiting list. And then we had John LaBadie on the Iron Maiden Flight 666 waiting list. And then that took care of everybody, okay? So there's that. And let's go back over here to the top. First thing is Paula got Paul McCartney Ram. And then Alfredo on CH and CH was probably for Chicago for $6.99. Paula put BO for Benjamin Orr for $6.99. Allison Chain 75, Peter Gabriel 56, Peter Gabriel 57. So we got John Cougar, Breathe, Steve Winwood, and Little Feet still left, okay? And next is Peter Gabriel is at 57. Mike Pirtle, you're out. Allison Chains at 75. Paula, just so you know, you've been outbid. Here was what was left in this crate very quickly. We had Allison Chains Jar Flies for 24. Thelonious Monk 33. We had Clutch for 29. Prince was 29. Prince again for 34. Anthrax was 33. Slayer was 34. Pantera 29. Sonny Boy Williams and the Yardbirds 33. Ace Frehley $34.99. And then Pink Floyd Metal for 33. Garth Brooks 19. Rob Zombie 36. Dream Theater 44. Jethro Tull, Ian Anderson 46. And the Ramones 29. Okay, Steve Winwood just sold to Mike Codrini, and then somebody asked what it was. Mike just claimed it, and it was for Minutemen. There we go. I know what it was now. It was for Minutemen. Sold to Michael Snared. Minutemen. Yes, help me. On the videos, it helps if you got, I promise you have plenty of time to type it out. So it helps on the videos because in the moment, I'm not watching that live, so it's not like I'm on there when your comment comes in and I know exactly what your eyeballs were on. So that's sold to Michael Snare. Thank you on that one. Out on Peter Gabriel. This is sold to Mike Quadrini. This is sold to Mark Weiss, excuse me. Mark Weiss has this for $57. Clutch Elephant Riders. That sold 3 nights ago, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that sold 3 nights ago. And then over here, this is Allison Chains. And Allison Chains is moving to a final call. Paula's out. This is sold to Derek Cesaro for $75. Which clutch? One you've already bought this week. A clutch you have already bought this week. I've saved some of y'all already tonight 3 or 4 times from buying the same multiple record. Y'all better be glad I have a good memory or y'all would have ended up buying the same record 3, 4, and some of y'all 5 and 6 times. I've caught some of y'all buying the same record almost 6 times before in one night. And I'm like, golly, let's not have that many extras on your invoice. Ed's going to be like, is there a reason this person's bought this same record 6 times this week? I'm like, yeah, they like it. Every time it shows up, they buy it. They see it, they buy it. It pops up, they're like, I'll take it. Kiss, I'll take it. If it has anything with the word Kiss on it, Jake, there's a couple people that said, I'll take it. I don't care if I have it already. I don't care if I have 7 copies. If it says the word Kiss on it, sign me up. You could write it on a rock, a sock. Doesn't matter. Pink Floyd, the Division Bell, a 25th anniversary. This is a 2019 25th anniversary limited edition blue vinyl. This is an official release, and this is sealed a $95 start. Sealed a $95 start. Sealed a $95 start on Pink Floyd. That's now up for bid, okay? This was a record out of the new arrivals last night. Brothers Unlimited, Who's for the Young, $149.99 on that one, okay? All right. I've already bought Silver LP twice. I know. I've called some of y'all amenities. Some of y'all have been billed in the last 30 days, bought some of the same albums 5 and 6 times. And my thought process is, heck, just keep showing it. They must want multiple copies. I mean, I know for sure this Allison Chains record, some of y'all have already bought it 4 or 5 times this week. I'm like, heck, keep selling it to them. They want it. They just ring it up. They want 7 copies. Nothing wrong with that. We don't have any spending limits here. You can keep buying till your eyeballs fall out. We have the Beatles White Album. This is a UK Flag Series, number 10. It is near mint minus and pristine, and it has all the goodies with it. And the Beatles is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start on the Beatles, okay? $55 start. We're almost done recapping the singles, and then we're going to auction all the extras, okay? Dublé, The Captain of Her Heart. Paul Carrick, Button Off My Shirt. We have Steve Winwood, The Finer Things. John Cougar Mellencamp, Lonely All Night. John Cougar Mellencamp, Cherry Bomb. And the Jets, You Got It All. Those are $6.99, okay? Now, my biggest decision right now is what crate to show first. What crate to show first. That's one of my biggest decisions right now to do. How about, you know what, let's show a crate we did at like 1 a.m. last night, and let's do it for best offer, okay? Because it's right here next to me. I think it'll be pretty cool to go ahead and knock it out and do it for buy it now best offer. Is that Jake or Hayden? That's Jake. Okay, I just saw peripheral vision there. Little Debbie fudge round. Here we go. UK Flag Series number 10. Yep. All right, these are buy it now best offer. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic. All right, here we go. The show is about to kick into high gear if it hadn't already. So we introduced Pink Floyd, which is already at $96. Amenities bid $95. Fox Digital bid $96. Angela Moore bid $55 on the Beatles. David Howard wants both Mellencamp's for $6.99, $6.99. And then over here we have Sarah Woberdink wants third one from the second left. She wants the third one from the second left. I'll pass, but thank you. And then Pink Floyd 98. And then Pink Floyd 100. And then we have the Modern Jazz Quartet Echoes together again. $19.99 on the Pablo label. $19.99 on Modern Jazz Quartet. We have Tom T. Hall About Love. Tom T. Hall is $9.99. Oregon, Moon and Mine. Oregon is $14.99. These are all best offer or buy it now, also known as buy it now or best offer. Shotgun 4 is $14.99. And this is Skeeter Davis, a Japanese pressing. I'll sing a song and harmonize too, $24.99. So my question to Fox Digital and Ethan D. LaRoche is, do you want to bid more than 100 on Pink Floyd? Because that's the new high bid. And then over here, the Beatles is at $60 with DK Evans. Here comes some more singles for $6.99. We're almost done with the recap. The outfield, Every Time You Cry, Hooters, Where Did the Children Go, Born in USA, Bruce, Glenn Fry, True Love, and Lionel. Love Will Conquer All, Lionel Richie. Those are all $6.99. Mega Blast gets Tom T. Hall for $6. Thank you. And then David Howard on the outfield for $6.99. Thank you, David Howard. And then we have Love Can Make You Happy. That's by Mercy, $14.99. Mark Fallon on Born in USA for $6.99. Also, we have Deja Vu, Get It Up for Love. Deja Vu is $9.99. Pink Floyd, let's look at it again. It is sealed, yeah. A 2019 25th anniversary on blue vinyl. Of course, the OG pressings were on blue vinyl. And other than bootlegs, to my knowledge, this is the only time it's ever been pressed on blue vinyl, the 25th anniversary edition. It is sealed, and it's at $100 right now. This is a minty, beautiful Japanese pressing of the White Album, UK Flag Series number 10. It's numbered. It's got the poster, the insert, and the photos with it. Next is Shotgun has a bid, an offer for 11. That's sold to Paula, $29.08. Lionel, Glenn Fry, and Hooters are still available. Let's jump over here to the Cars Panorama. The Cars is $24.99. And James Brown, I'm Real. James Brown, $19.99. Mark Fallon wants to know, what was the first record you bought from Collectible? That was Henry Mancini Sings the World of the Disney. Bob Dylan, Desire, $24.99. Also, we have Big Trouble. That was a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, $14.99. And this is called The Heart and Soul of Rock and Roll, which is a Reader's Digest box set of music. The box has some damage. What's going on exactly in here with this thing? Golly. It looks like it is 7 records. 7 records. Chuck Berry, the Fleetwoods, the Shirelles, the Five Satins, etc., etc. This is The Heart and Soul of Rock and Roll. Did I say 7 LPs? $34. The Beatles is $79. And then James Brown has an offer for $15. That is sold to Paul over here. We're done on Pink Floyd. The last bid on Pink Floyd was amenities at 100, right? He still has it for 100, and it's moving to a final call. The Beatles are still getting bids. Here's more singles for $6.99. We have the Jets Private Number. We have Huey Lewis, Working for a Living, Rick Springfield, Jesse's Girl, Bruce Hornsby in the Range, Look Out Any Window, Eric Carmen, Hungry Eyes, and Peter Cetera, The Glory of Love from Karate Kid Part 2. Those are all $6.99. Herman's Hold On, $9.99. The very first record Mark Fallon bought from Collectible was a sealed OG 1994 Division Bell, which I'm assuming you're still having. I'm assuming you still have it, and one day you're going to send it back to me so we can frame it and hang it on the wall. Mark Fallon got Jesse's Girl for $6.99. We have RS, and RS was for Rick Springfield, so Calvin, you were second. Kelly got Karate Kid, Peter Cetera. David Howard third, and Paula wants Huey. You got Huey, but you were second on Rick. So that left Eric Carmen, Bruce Hornsby, and the Jets, okay? Moving on, we got Early Cream of Clapton, Bruce, and Baker. $19.99 on that. The Very Best of the Classics 4, $9.99. And Supergirls, that's a 3 LP, $24.99 on that. And the Hollies' Greatest Hits. Look through any window, yeah. What do you see? $19.99 on the Hollies. $19.99. Supergirls is a 3 LP compilation. And the best of the Guess Who, $19.99. These Eyes, dun, 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 dun. American Woman, $19.99. No Time Left for You on My... Okay, and amenities. You get the Beatles, or you get Pink Floyd for $100. That's so to amenities. The Beatles is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of The Beatles. It's called The Beatles. It's self-titled. Most people call it The White Album. It is near mint minus and pristine, and the high bid is $89. Condition of Guess Who, very nice. Nice jacket and vinyl, $19.99 on this black RCA label. The Canadians, Guess Who. Over here, we have Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. We have Heart, I Want You So Bad, and Sheriff, When I'm With You. Those are the last three before I get into new ones for $6.99. But what we're going to do is what's not claimed, we're going to go ahead and put up for auction, okay? But wait, there's more. I have a OG Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. And this is a beautiful U.S. original press of Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. I mean, it looks like it was just made. Beautiful jacket. And that's going to go up for a $45 start. That's a U.S. OG of In Step. Those three singles still left, Sheriff, Hart, and Lionel Richie. I'm going to put those right over here. Next thing is Nielsen, a little touch of Schmilson in the Night. This is $19.99 for Schmilson. And Super Pop, Rock, and Soul, another compilation box set, $29.99. And the Early Beatles, a 1976 orange. This is $34.99. $34.99, okay? John McPatriot wants to Guess Who if Mike Pierce doesn't. Mike Pierce, let me know if you want the Guess Who. If not, John McPatriot says he'll take it. The Beatles is not sealed. Most Japanese pressings did not come sealed. Actually, very few did. This is a final call for $89 to Jason Fornerat. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a $45 star, USOG, okay? And then we have Pop History, the fabulous 60s and 70s, Beat Pop Flower Power, a 1990 German 5-track 60s classic compilation for $39.99. John McPatriot, you do get the Guess Who. Paula on Schmilson, Harry Nielsen for $15. That is sold, and let's go ahead and see. We got a Billy Joel bundle. If you buy all the Billy Joels that's left, I'll sell them to you for $5 a piece. Just $5 a piece. I'll say all of them that's left. With that being said, here's the first stack of Soul 45s for tonight. That's incredible. Let me set those right here on the table. So John marked 5 crates of new vintage tonight. We had 6 last night, and 3 of them we didn't go through until later. Paul's bringing crate number 3. Good luck if you can get over here to it. My Sunday work is cut out for me.
Sort these a little bit. Get all the check condition stuff in one thing.
Sweet. We love Paul's check condition. I even have a tattoo that says that. It says, I love Paul's check condition. And then people's like, what does that tattoo mean? And I'm like, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. All right. My bid is for the starting price of Stevie Ray Vaughan. So there's 2 $45 bids. One from Mark Fallon and one from James Goggin. So Stevie Ray Vaughan is tied at 45. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a new sleeve too right here. All right. Here we go. Anybody else? Now, we're about to do a bundle lot of all the unsold 45s through the last night. That way, when we get into a fresh box, we don't have any leftovers. And I'm going to make it worth your while, okay? But first of all, as I'm counting these, I'm going to pull out the Billy Joels. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. There's 51 singles here, Paul. A $50 start. $50 start. Have not shown those yet. No. Or those Black Crow CDs.
I guess you don't want to sell them.
Yeah, I'm going to get to them, I promise. I'm going to get to them, I promise, okay? So, James Goggin, you're out on Stevie Ray Vaughan. The Beatles is a final call for 99. And this entire single over here, all those are being sold together for a $50 start. Paul has it for $60. 4 Billy Joel sold for $20. And those are sold for $20 to Master Moss 666 Sean Lee Hooker. Okay? There was a Bruce in there, but it is unfortunately now part of the bundle. Okay. Now, I'm about to bundle the rest of the Bruce Springsteen stuff that I have. Hope T.O. Review is watching. La Grande del Rock, Birth of the Beatles, 1999. The Beatles' first live recordings, 1999. The Beatles' Abbey Road, a 69 Los Angeles press, clean. A real 69 Los Angeles press, $49.99. Mark Fallon. Paul, stop right there. If I mention your name, he absolutely freaks out. And he said, Chad, please, for the love of all things good and holy, please say hello to Paul for me. Mark Fallon, you're Paul's #2 fan. He said, what's up? Mark, exhale. Paul has been acknowledged of your presence. We have something new by the Beatles, an Apple press, $35.99. The Beatles, first movement, this is $19.99. The Beatles featuring Tony Sheridan, $19.99. The Beatles Talk for $19.99. The Beatles Talk Down Under, sealed, $24.99. The Beatles Hey Jude, $39.99. The Beatles Yesterday and Today, $34.99. Vern Godson is $14.99. There is a season. Kathy Mattea was sealed, $19.99. Barrel House Blues is $24.99. And Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, $34.99. Mark Fallon, you've been outbid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. The new high bid is $50. The Beatles is officially sold to Jason Forterat for $99. Right now, we got a bundle 45. That was 51 singles. They have a bid right now of $60. $60 with Paul Brothers. All these right here, 51 singles, all in company sleeves or in picture sleeves. And right now, Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 50. Now it's at 51. And then Kelly Vlodarchek on Kathy Mattea. And then Michael Butler on Barrel House. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and go right into another crate then. If you need a price on anything, let me know. Warren Zevon, Vern Godson, the Beatles, 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 Pop History, the Beatles, Super Pop Rock and Soul, the Hollies, Supergirls, Classic 4, Cream, Herman's Hermits, the Heart and Soul of Rock and Roll, 7 LP box, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Big Trouble, Bob Dylan, The Cars, Deja Vu, Love, Mercy. We have Skeeter Davis, Organ, and Modern Jazz Quartet. Let's put up another auction right quick. And this is, we had one the other night. I found another one. This is Eric Carr, Rockology with the Liquid Field vinyl. Eric Carr, Rockology with the Liquid Field vinyl. And this is going to go up for a $100 start. Look at that. Eric Carr, Rockology, Record Store Day, Black Friday, Collector's Edition, 3,000 made and numbered on the back. Eric Carr is a $100 start, okay? $100 start. First thing is this. We have Barrel House. We have somebody offered for Mike Torrey's wanted to know how much for the Beatles bundle. Mike Torrey's, and then somebody made an offer. Well, he's ahead of you on all of them right now. Let me see what I can do over here. Now, Mike, if you think about it this way, if I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. If I gave you $55 off, that would be $5 off per record. I'll put that out there first. If you want me to add them up, I'll do that. Paul's heading out. I'll see you at 6 a.m. in the morning. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Oh my gosh.
I thought it said concerts.
Wow. Okay, Paul's got us enough stuff here to keep us all fat and giggly.
And like 3 or 4 boxes.
I got them right there behind you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's more from that promotional collection, right?
Yeah, it's like.
We found more CDs. We love it. We want some more of it. Okay, can you still add up? Thank you, Paul. Yeah, so this would be 30, and 30 and 35 is 65, and 20 is 85, and 15 is 90, 100, and 115, and 130, and we'll just call that one 30, so 160, and 160 and 45 is 205, and then 210, 220, and then 235, and 265, $265 Beetle bundle. 265 Beetle bundle. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. 265 Beetle bundle. Then Joseph was next. Then Stevie Ray Vaughan 52, Eric Carr 100. Black Crows is not sold. And then Eric Carr is 119, Eric Carr 105. All right, and then all these 45s are sold to Paul Brothers for $60. Thank you on that, Paul. Let's get those off the table. And we are officially cooking with bacon grease. Bacon. Tell me somebody who doesn't like bacon. I'll say, you're lying. Okay. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $52. Have not heard back from Mark Fowle until right now. He bid $53. James Goggin, you're out. Eric Carr is at 119 with amenities. David Tate and Fred Cardinal, you're out. Next auction's going up right now. We got to get back into these crates. Golly, we got so much to go through. Golly, here we go. Let's go ahead and put up another one. What do we have here? Smashing Pumpkins. This is Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. This is an unofficial 2017 UK limited edition red vinyl 3LP sealed, $125 start. So this is a unofficial 2017 red vinyl Melancholy Infinite Sadness, $125 start. Okay, I can't even remember what this bundle price added up to be, but if you want to make an offer, let me know. Or if you want me to pull the Abbey Road out of here, if you want to let me sell that to him, and if we take that out, however you want to do it, because I'm probably going to go ahead and sell him that. Or if you want to make an offer, I'd love to do a deal right now. That'd be a good way to get started early tonight with a great Beatles bundle. And let's go ahead and slide this right over here, okay? Let's go through another crate. So I'm going to officially put these over here. This stack, that means that I have gone through them best offer. That way I can start using those for discount crates, etc. Let's go through. I was at 265, okay? So here's what I'll do, Mike. If I sell him this Abbey Road, I'll sell him this Abbey Road for $35. Do you want this for $35, Joseph Clark? I'll sell that to you for $35, and then that means, David, the stuff that's left, I'll do $200 on it. So I'll sell him that for $35 if he wants to do it, and then I'll sell you the rest of them for $200, if that works for you. That'll be another $65 off, but the Abbey Road's coming out of the bundle. Let's go through this crate here. It's going to be a best offer crate. It is new arrivals, but I'm going to go ahead and do them best offer. For those interested in 45s, I still got like 3. We only went through 2 boxes last night, and nothing is left. All of them have sold, and we got 3 more, and then Paul has found me 4 more. Paul has found me 4 more boxes of CDs. I'll try to get to those tonight. We'll see what's going on later, okay? So this sold to Joseph Clark for $35. Smashing Pumpkins is a $125 start. No bid on that yet. I think we're done on Eric Carr. The only person I haven't heard back from is Fred Cardinale. Amenities has that for $119. Fred, you're out. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan was up to James Goggin. The last bid that came in on this, state, James Goggin out, that's sold to Mark Fallon for $53, okay? Mark Fallon, there's that, okay? There we do that. Let's do this. First thing I have is Art Blake and the Jazz Messengers, Roots and Herbs. That's a 1977 press for $34.99. And we have over here Conway Twitty, Lend on My Mind, $9.99. And everybody's Grandpa Jones, $9.99. And Lynn's Farn, Roll On Ruby. Lynn's Farn is $14.99. And Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. Neil Young is $34.99. You sell an album out of the bunch, but no single. Trying to figure out what happened here. We have Conway Twitty for $7. That's Lend on My Mind. And then Final Call on Smashing Pumpkins. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the 45 bundle from earlier, because of the Bruce Springsteen. Yes, but as soon as, right before you asked, Paul Brothers had already placed a bid. Now, if Paul wants to delinquish that Bruce Springsteen out of there, I will gladly show it to you and see if he wants to delinquish it to you. But don't worry, because I think that same single right here, Carol, in this Bruce lot I'm about to do, okay? I've got a ton over here I'm about to auction in a Bruce lot. I have, this entire thing is full of Bruce Springsteen singles, okay? Conway Twitty was sold to Mega Blast. So let me pull a handful out of here, and let's see what we can do with these, okay? Let's get started. So we have Brilliant Disguise. We have Shut Out the Light and Born in the USA. There is the sleeve for Born in the USA, so we'll count that as 2. We have Empty Sleeve for Hungry Heart. Badlands. And then we have Bruce Springsteen Sealed, A Record Store Day, What Can Love Do, I'm on Fire, Glory Days, Fade Away's a sleeve only, Cover Me a sleeve only, Leave My Love, War with a promo stamp, and My Hometown with a promo stamp. This is a Bruce Springsteen 45 lot. 1, 2, 3. Well, there's some empty sleeves in there too, but we'll say a $20 start on that. $20 start, we're going to sell all those together, okay? Back to the best offer stuff. Spyro Gyra Breakout. Spyro Gyra is $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, To the Beat of a Different Drum, $9.99. Also over here, we have Sgt. Pepper's Winchester Green Target label, $49.99. That is Sgt. Pepper's on this green Target capo label, $49.99. The best of the spinners, unfortunately from the dreaded Dick Connery collection. That's $9.99 for the best of the spinners. And Neil Young, Old Ways, $39.99. That's in shrink and hop. Nobody bid on the Melancholy Unofficial, so that's a bot now for $125. The Eric Carr is sold over here. Eric Carr is sold, and Eric Carr is sold to Amenities for $119. Let's put that away. We might need to wrap that up carefully, whoever's tagging, so that doesn't get broken. Bruce Springsteen bundles at $20, and then Adam Bernardi on Linda Ronstadt for $7. That's sold. And then Matt Nichols on SP for the Smashing Pumpkins. Congratulations on that, $125. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss Mike Torrey's anything on the Beatles over here. Okay, Mike, the bundle still remains for $200 if you decide you want it. I'm going to go ahead and put it back over here so they don't fall off. And then let's keep rolling with some more auctions. Don't forget, we got incredible auctions tonight. We're just kind of getting started. I got Japanese stuff to do. I have, let's see, somebody asked for the Black Crows a moment ago. This is the Black Crows. This is, of course, never been officially reissued on vinyl. We've only ever had one, and it was extremely rare that night. We sold it. Extremely rare pressing, but this is unopened and unofficial on blue vinyl. It does have a seam crackle, $50 on the Black Crows. That's a starting bid. Next is Spyro Gyra, sold for $7 to Troy Robinson. Paula, if you want the spinners, it will be sticker price. If not, we're going to sell it to Scott Yoakumstaller. And then the Bruce Springsteen is about to sell all these to Glenn over on Twitch for $20. He's about to get that entire lot for $20. Next is Tom T. Hall's Greatest Hits. That's How I Got to Memphis. That's How I Got to Memphis. Boy, that's a good one. $9.99 on that one. We have the Velvet Underground, a collection of previously unreleased recordings, an 85 Hot Pog press, $59.99 for the Velvet Underground, $59.99. These are all best offer. Spyro Gyra, Morning Dance, that's a good one, $9.99. And Dwight Twilley Band, Sincerely, Dwight Twilley, $9.99. Spinners, the Soda Paula at sticker price. Glenn over on Twitch got all these Bruce for $20. Mega Blast just bid $21. Holy moly. That's already sold to Glenn for $20. And then we have Black Crows at $50, and then over here, that has a bid. Craig just shared the track listing. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Temple the Dog Demos. Temple the Dog Demos, an unofficial Germany press, unknown year. It's on marble vinyl. It's a demo compilation from that one and only album from Temple the Dog. $35 start on that one. Next is Alfredo, Amenities first on Spyro. That's sold. $80 silver. No, but I've got some for $115. I've got some for $115. I got one person I think I'm about to price a bunch to before the market opens tomorrow night. I've been reading on Twitter, X, people like I'm pulling an all-nighter to, or I'm going to be watching the market tomorrow night like it's breaking news to see what happens when it opens. If it's in the green, everybody's going to be like, whew. We have David Friesen, John Stowall, Through the Listening Glass, $14.99, and Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. That is $34.99. And Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Neil Young is $34.99, okay? We have Temple the Dog 35, Temple the Dog 35, Temple the Dog 45. The Black Crows just has one bid with James Goggin, and he's about to get it for $50. We have Sonny Stitt, Bud Powell, and J.J. Johnson. This is $39.99 original jazz classics. Introducing the Bo Brummels and Shrink. That's Laugh Laugh, $26.99. And Pearl Harbor, Don't Follow Me, I'm Lost Too. That's $9.99. Paula says, I'll take it, no problem. Okay, that was the spinners. We already took care of that. Here is another, let's see, right over here. Here's another lot of Bruce Springsteen. Bruce Springsteen, I'm Going Down. Bruce Springsteen, Dance in the Dark. Bruce Springsteen, My Hometown. Bruce Springsteen, One Step Up. That was the one that was in the lot earlier. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Born in the USA. Hungry Heart, Sleeve Only. Fire. Glory Days. Shut Out the Light. All these Bruce Springsteen singles, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $20 start on the Bruce Springsteen lot. $20 start on the Bruce Springsteen lot. Next thing I have over here is Allman Brothers, one of my favorites, Eat a Peach. This is a Polydor reissue. Yeah, it's not a gatefold, single pocket, 2 LP though, $34.99. Sweet Melissa, Temple the Dog 46, and Black Crows 51. And BS 25. And yeah, for the silver buyers, what I found out as they're reading, looking, I think a lot of the dump the other day was on paper, is all the paper trade. So there's still a huge shortage of physical silver. And I think, I mean, I'm no financial advisor, but I mean, I think the shortage is still real. And next week we'll see, you know, the correction of that going back up to the positive. But I mean, I think everything that was dumped was just paper transactions. You can't move that much. I mean, there was like $6 trillion in silver move. That would be like what, football field? I mean, it's still a shortage. So I'll have some over here for sale if anybody wants to buy any. Trust me. I'm an investor too. So Black Crows $51. We have John McPatriot on the Allman Brothers. Temple the Dog 50. Allen 25. What was Allen? Allen? Maybe that was for Allman. I've already sold it. Black Crows 53. And then over here, Sean, did I get my text? No, I haven't. Let me open this up over here. Let me see what I got going on. Sean. Let's see here. I see it right now, 9:02 a.m. I was awake. How did I not see that? I was probably watching a video or filming a video. Okay, I'll text you back on that tonight. When I say tonight, I mean like 4 a.m., okay? When I say 4 a.m., when I say tonight, I mean about 4 a.m. I'll get back with you. Sonny Stitt and Blakely, $50. That was, let me find those right quick. That was Sonny Stitt and Blakely. Sell those for $50 to Adam Bernardi. Let's just put them in for $25 and $25. Neil Young Reactor, $19.99. And then Starfighters, $16.99. What a cool cover. Starfighter, $16.99, gold stamp promo. And Steel Groove and Augie Myers with Doug Sam, that is $19.99. Okay, let's look at the Black Crows again. The Black Crows is By Your Side. It's an unofficial on blue vinyl. It's an unofficial on blue vinyl, a 2020 unofficial blue vinyl, and the Black Crows is at 55 with Paula. Another unofficial is this Temple the Dog, and Temple the Dog is demos. And the last bid on this was Derek Cesaro at 50. James Rayner has the Bruce Springsteen box for 25. He has the Bruce Springsteen box for 25. And then we sold Allman Brothers. We sold Stitt and Blakely. And then we have Star for 13. Steve Mason was first. Let's go ahead and sell that for 13. Duke Ellington, Blues in Orbit. Duke Ellington's $9.99. And then Three Dog Night Around the World with Three Dog Night, $29.99. Okay, let's jump over here and let's go ahead and sell these Bruce records to James Rayner for $25. And this is stuff from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. We're still selling, and I can probably ask Laura in the back. I still think we have Bruce Springsteen bootlegs lingering around the back as well. Here she comes right now delivering a Laura crate. Oh gosh, and the crowd goes wild. The crowd goes wild. We have some more here. Dancing in the Dark, a white label promo. Hungry Heart, sleeve only. Tunnel of Love, a white label promo. Cover Me, white label promo. One Step Up, white label promo. Cover Me. Did we already have that one? Hold on a second. I'm trying not to put in duplicates. Okay, that's the first one. We already had a Tunnel of Love. Secret Garden, War, Clarence Clemens single, and I'm Going Down. And we have, let's just pause right there. I bet that's pretty close to 10 for a $20 start, right? I bet that's pretty close to 10 for a $20 start. A lot of these were promos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, including the empty sleeves. So let me add one more to it for a $20 start. Let me try to find someone different. We just got a few left. There's a promo stamp, Born in the USA. So there's that, $20 start, okay? $20 start on those last or the second to last bundle of Bruce. A lot of promos in there. Next over here was Duke is sold to Joe Delgado, and then Bernie Johnson was next, and then Boulder was $9.99. Roberta Flack First Take, $19.99. And the Hollies Right On. I don't think I've ever seen that before. There is noticeable cover damage at the top. It's a UK copy. That's why. $12.99. Okay, so Temple the Dog did not get another bid. This is officially sold then. The Derek Cesaro for 50. And we're done on Black Crows, right? Paula had it for 55. That was a final call. It's an unofficial sealed. It is an unofficial seal. Let's get back over here to our auctions. And I have, let me see what's been requested or remember what's been requested. Beatles, Midnight Oil, Towns Van Zandt, Mad Season, Fleetwood Mac, The Cult, Duran, New Order, Pet Shop Boys. Oingo Boingo, here we go. Good for your soul. Oingo Boingo is a 1983 US EMW OG EX edition in shrink, a $30 start on that. $30 start. Is there a Dancing in the Dark? I think there was in the last lot. There's one right in here. Yes, a white label promo. This is about 10 or 11 pieces looking for a $20 start. As of right now, there's no bid. Plush, I'll get that one on deck. G-Mac on RB. RB was for, G-Mac put RB. RB for G-Mac was for, I don't know. I don't see an RB, but I do see the Sherbs, Define Gravity, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Genesis 3 Sides Live, promo sticker, Gold Stamp promo. Does have a stain right there, $32.99 on that one. And Uriah Heep. Uriah Heep is $39.99. Red Mercury label, really cool cover on that one. Now Bruce has bids for 20, 20, and 21. Oingo Boingo is an 83 US EMW EX condition. That just got up for bid. Nobody else bid on Black Crows. So that is sold for $55 to Paula. She got the Black Crows unofficial. Now we have Genesis sold to Matt Nichols for 28. G-Mac got Roberta Flack. And then Edwin Revere on Uriah Heep, okay? We have The Clash, and this is Market Clash. The Clash is VG Plus, $26.99 for The Clash. And then Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo. Let's see here. I've forgot again. We have an 83 US EX. Somebody just asked what's the starting bid. 35. Let's say $35 start on that. The Bruce lot's at 24. We'll get another one going as soon as I show you Isaac Hayes live at the Sahara Tahoe. This one has that interactive flip open cover. Does have some damage right in here. $44.99. That's always been a tougher one to get. And then this is Steve Goodman, Words We Can Dance To, $9.99. Okay. First thing was the Bruce lot, got a bid for $24. We have a request for Japanese. We have a request for another Japanese. Somebody said, do you have any more Japanese auctions? Matt Nichols gets the Clash for $22. Let me put that in a new sleeve to make that a little bit better. Makes these a lot easier to, there we go. That is sold to Matt Nichols for $22, Bruce Springsteen $30, and then Will bid $20 on the Clash. Already sold it for $22. Next auction, that was Plush right here. Plush is the 2021 USOG limited 500 copies sealed, and that's a $35 start. I'm probably going to do the Alice in Chains box next. Oh boy, Alice in Chains box coming next. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers is $24.99. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, $24.99. That is available, and so is the Langer Sisters on the air, $9.99. The Langer Sisters on the air. Buddies, that is Buddy Spicer and Buddy Emmons, $14.99. Okay. Master Moss 666 on Art Blakey. Plush has a bid for $35. Amenities next on Art, and then let's go ahead and sell the Bruce Springsteen lot. I think we were done on that at $30 with 007 Platinum, okay? That is sold. Brandon bid Bruce 31, Bruce 32. I just sold these to 007 Platinum for $30. Dang it. These are sold for $30. Art Blakey's already sold and Plush is at $37. Oingo Boingo did not get a bid. This is a buy now for $35. $35. Looks like Brandon Johnson had a connection error, and he's probably pounding on his keyboard like, you got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Now, and then 007 still bidding, okay? Now, we have Plush. That's still getting bids over here. Oingo Boingo was a no bid, and that's sold to Steve Mason for $35, and then Kevin Huffman was second. We had a couple snipers up in the window waiting for that one. Next is this Atrocity. This is an Atrocity and a Monstrosity. This is the, oh my gosh, this is the Alice in Chains Jar of Flies box set with the actual jar of flies. That's a legit jar full of flies. This is a 2024 U.S. Alice in Chains web store exclusive. A 30th anniversary edition on purple, yellow, and orange tricolor split vinyl. It has the book, the poster, and a jar of flies. The jar of flies has a touch-activated light in the lid, but tab pressing the battery has not been pulled. Once you're the new owner, pull the tab from the battery. It should start working. She also left the battery instruction sheet in here. So there's a battery pull tab. You know, like when you pull it, it activates the battery and the jar lights up. So that is a $350 start. That's now up for bid. A jar of flies with the jar of flies. $350 on that one, okay? Plush is at 40, Plush is at 41, and Plush is at 45. I thought you was about to ask me something significant. We have Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo. Wow, look at the shrink and hop stickers. Look at the stickers on that one. I've never seen that before. Ted Nugent, $34.99. It's got a Gonzaltalatus Terminitus hop sticker on it. And then the track listing, $34.99 on that. Plush 45, Plush 45. And we have Jar of Flies with two $350 bids. Derek, you came in second. Stevens came in first. Bruce Springsteen Live, 1975, 1985. That's an 86 promo from that box set sampler. $29.99 on that. Plush is at 50 with Jeff Brindley. And we have Dweezil Zappa, Having a Bad Day. Dweezil Zappa is $19.99 for Dweezil. Okay, and now here's the last of the Bruce Springsteen stuff. So we have My Hometown. We have I'm Going Down with promo stamp. Dancing in the Dark. Born to Run. And the flip is Spirit in the Night. Cover Me. Born to Run. Jersey Girl and Cover Me. Dancing in the Dark. And Tunnel of Love. Bruce Springsteen, a $10 start. The rest of these right here, a $10 start on Bruce Springsteen. Okay? We have Plush at 50. Alice in Chains, $375. Plush at 50. Plush at 51, Alice in Chains at $380. Okay, next thing is Alice Cooper Billion Dollar Babies, 1975 press with the $1 billion bill, $44.99. It does have the photos, which have not been punched out. It does have the $1 billion bill, and Alice Cooper is $44.99. Okay, moving on. We had Plush at $50, Allison Chains at $380. Plush at $50 again. So Jeff Brindley bid $50. Ron Duffield bid $50. Pam bid $51. Can I see the track listing on Ted Nugent? Double Live Gonzo. Where is the track listing? I don't even see. Is there one here on the back? Give me 1 second. Maybe we can call in our friend Craig. What's his name out there? Craig. Allison Chains $395. Jay Beach on BS for $13. This right here, what was BS? Maybe he bid on this lot for $13. And then Plush $55. Allison Chains $400. Alice $40. And then Black Crow's gone, Plush out, Bruce 10. Okay, a lot to decipher there. So I'm going to go ahead and make it even more complicated. And I'm going to show you Buck Owens, Tall Dog Stranger for $9.99. And then the sports, suddenly, this is $9.99 for the sports, okay? So let me pause right there. The first question is, who has the high bid on Plush? It looks like Jeff Brindley does for $55. It looks like Jeff Brindley does for $55. And it looks like everybody's out, okay? The first offer on Alice Cooper was D. Kong for $40, and he gets it for $40, okay? Nice. Now, right over here, we have a Jar of Flies box set. It just got a bid for $450. Plush is still getting bids. And then Jay Beach was bidding on the Bruce lot. So the first bid on this was $13. That means Brandon Johnson, you're out. The very first bid was $13 on that one, okay? Plush 46, or Plush 56. Jeff Brindley, you've been outbid. And we got several people bidding on the Allison Chains Jar of Flies Super Deluxe box set. Jar of Flies Super Deluxe box set. Let me lay it like this. Maybe if I go to the top cam, it'll look even cooler. Yeah, there you go. Maybe, sort of. There you go. So 3 live auctions right now. Plush is still getting bids. Bruce, and the Uriah Heep was called Uriah Heep. The Uriah Heep you got was called Uriah Heep. Okay? Next is Oak Ridge Boys Greatest Hits, $9.99. And the best of Bob Wills, Volume 2, $14.99. We have 21 hits from 20 years at Motown. That's a 1980 Japanese press, $34.99. And the Beatles Love Songs, 2 LP, $34. This is an amazing Motown comp. 20 years and 20 #1 hits. Allison Chains has hit $500. Here we go. Let's read the details. This is a 2024 U.S. Allison Chains web store exclusive 30th anniversary. It is on purple, yellow, and orange tricolor split vinyl. It has a book, a poster, and the Jar of Flies, which is a battery-operated device that lights up. It has a pull plug on it, and it lights up, activated by a touch tab. That is now at $500, now $525. Over here, Plush is at $65. Scott Leach said the AIC came from his collection. It probably did. And he said he never took it out of the box. It was brand new. So this is a like new box. Yeah, everything's minty on it. It is all like new condition, okay? So we have $525 with Stephen Parton. Plush is at $65. And then Adam Bernardi offered $25 for 2020. That's sold. The Foo Fighters is new and sealed. Greatest hits, $38.99. Pam has Plush for $66. Let me make sure that Brandon Johnson, you know that you've been outbid on Bruce Springsteen. That's now at $16 for that lot, okay? That was the first crate of new stuff from the 5 crates that John marked. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say that Paul's marked 3 wonderful crates here. Laura's already marked a crate, and we got 4 more crates that John's marked for tonight. Plenty of stuff to auction. I do have more Japanese. I do have more 45s. I do have more randomness. And we'll get to all that throughout the night. So hopefully you have your Saturday night planned out here with Collectco, and you don't plan on going anywhere. James Goggins says he'll take the Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. Thank you. Does anybody else want anything? Just let me know. He's out on Bruce. Let's go ahead and sell Bruce then. Bruce is sold to Jay Beach for $16. That is done. And here's what's left in here if you need a price. Grandpa Jones, Lynn Farn, Neil Young, The Beatles, Neil Young, Tom T. Hall, Velvet Underground, Dwight Twilley, David Friesen, Joe Cocker, Neil Young, Bo Brummels, Pearl Harbor, Augie Myers, Neil Young, Three Dog Night, Boulder, Hollies, Sherbs, Isaac Hayes. This one was Steve Goodman, the Langer Sisters, Buddies, Bruce Springsteen, Dweezil Zappa, Ted Nugent. Now, did we get a track listing for somebody? This was a beautiful copy. Shrink at Hop, $34.99. If I still need to do that, let me know. And then we have Buck Owens. We have the Sports, the Oak Ridge Boys, Bob Wills, and the Beatles love songs, okay? Now, let's go over here and sell plush. Plush is sold to Pam Murray for $66. And the air horn is coming out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Stephen Parton. This is sold to him, the Allison Chains Deluxe box set, $525. The air horn's coming out. Go ahead and adjust your volume accordingly. 5, 4, 3, fair warning, 2, 1. Awesome. That's done. Let's put this right over here. Thank you, Stephen. Hopefully that didn't scare anybody. I'm all out of breath. Hayden's looking at me like this guy is off the hook. Okay, plus 66. Foo Fighters sold. Emore KFNDM. No. Grandpa Jones. Oh, Grandpa was $9.99. The Neil Young titles. The first one was Old Way, Shrink and Hop, $39.99, and then American Stars and Bars for $34. The Beatles price, Love Songs, was a 2 LP, $34.99. What was the Pearl Harbor? The Pearl Harbor was right here. Pearl Harbor, Don't Follow Me, I'm Too Lost, $9.99. Back to the turntable, got the Sgt. Pepper's, which was right in here. That was sold the back to the turntable. David Doyle on Dweezil Zappa, sold to David Doyle. And then price on Sgt. Pepper's. That was a price inquiry. That was $49.99, a Winchester pressing. There is some writing on the cover, $49.99. Grandpa Jones is sold for $7. That is sold to Mega Blast, okay? Now, here we go. Everybody ready? I'm ready. Hopefully you're ready. I'm ready for more auctions. I don't know if you're ready, but I'm ready. Hopefully you're ready. And let's go ahead and run a Grateful Dead auction. Grateful Dead is going to go up. This is a 2022 US Euro reissue, Record Store Day. First time this was on vinyl. This is the Grateful Dead at Wembley Empire Pool, 1972, Record Store Day. There is a tear in the shrink, and that's going to go up for a $95 start. $95 start, okay? Back to the turntable. Yes, sorry, I jumped too soon. You got to be careful there. I'll say something faster, and you can blink your left eye at the same time as your right. Whew, that takes a lot of talent. Blinking your left eye at the same time you can blink your right eye without closing them. Whew. I've only ever seen a couple people be able to do that. Lincoln Park Meteora. This is on aqua blue colored vinyl. Lincoln Park is a 2021 U.S. Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 8,500 copies on aqua blue vinyl in the U.S. 20,500 were pressed, but only 8,500 were allocated for the U.S. How to tell this is a U.S. copy. Only the U.S. copies have the silver foil Record Store Day sticker. The barcode sticker has rounded corners instead of square corners. Wow, a lot of information on this one. $55 start for Lincoln Park. That's now up for bid. Okay, we have not sold a Depeche Mode. Amenity says he's ready to go to sleep. Not so fast, my friend. Sounds like you need a good old-fashioned Monster. Somebody get this man a Monster. Y'all need to be cracking those open like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Y'all know who Stone Cold Steve Austin is? You should be cracking those open and pouring them all over your face and going, ah, I am alive, Chad. Ah, I am here to purchase records. We have Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, a Japanese pressing. David Johnson just lost his mind. He said, everybody be quiet. He's putting up a Japanese pressing. This is Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. It's a $25 start. Near Mint Minus and Pristine with Obi. Maggie May. There we have it. From Monster to Bucked Up. Somebody told me there was a drink called LFG. Let's effing go. And somebody said, Chad, when you drink that, you'll feel like you got bugs crawling out of your skin. Not on your skin, but in your skin. I'm like, sign me up. Okay, energy junkie. That's why I go skydiving 3 times a year. Oh, gosh, here we go. Let's see what Paul's marked over here. And there's a Laura crate. Uh-oh. A Laura crate. Don't tell my mom I'm going skydiving. All right. Oh, boy. Okay. All I did was wreck my bed. Let's go ahead and knock this one out right quick. I have become so numb. One thing, I don't know why. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, does anybody have a bid on Grateful Dead? This is a final call. Grateful Dead. This is a final call for a $95 star. There is a tear in the shrink over here and over here. That is a $95 star. Lincoln Park, 57. And then Rod Stewart's at 27. Here we go. Lincoln Park, 58. Here we go. I love Jerry Seinfeld's skit about a helmet on skydiving. He's like, why do you need the helmet? Can you almost make it? We have Trombone, Schumann, Trombone, 1956 USOG, VG Plus, $14.99. We have Godfrey Holder Steel Band. Godfrey Holder, a 1958 USOG EX, $9.99. Ruby Braff Octet with Pee Wee Russell and Bobby Henderson at Newport, 58 USOG VG Plus, $9.99. Jerry Seinfeld and those funny observations. What's the deal with airplane peanuts? We got James Taylor, One Man Dog and Shrink and Hop, VG, $14.99. The Sidewalk Hot Jazz Orchestra, a 1969 German with insert, and it looks like a stop sign, VG Plus, $29.99. And Horace Silver, Silver and Percussion, a 78 US EX, $17.99. We have Lincoln Park at 57, Lincoln Park at 58, Lincoln Park at 58, Rod Stewart at 28, Lincoln Park at 60, Lincoln Park at 65, Rod Stewart at 28, Lincoln Park at 65. Ivan was first on RB, and RB was RB. He put RB for Ruby Broth Octet. That's so to Ivan R. Alfredo Menites on trombone. These are all sticker price on all these. OD, Al Gray, Jimmy Forrest out there. 1980 US Soul Jazz Swing, EX, $12.99. And then, yeah, these are sticker price. So, Adam, if you want silver, let me know. And then Christine McVie, Shrink and Hype, EX, $17.99. And Thin Lizzy, Live and Dangerous, VG, $19.99 for Thin Lizzy. Okay, Grateful Dead is a buy it now. And that's a buy it now for $95 if anybody wants it. It is available. Everything in here is sticker price. Lincoln Park just got a new bid for $66. Rod Stewart just got a new bid for $29. How much was Jeffrey? The Jeffrey Holder was EX, $9.99. Scully Mack on Thin Lizzy. Pretty good mix here of some jazz and rock in this crate so far. Jeffrey Holder, Kristen McVie, Al Gray, Jimmy Forrest still available. So is Horace Silver, the Sidewalk Hot Jazz Orchestra, and James Taylor. Next is Gary Moore, Victims of the Future. Gary Moore is in VG Plus, $14.99. And King Crimson Discipline. This is VG Plus, $24.99. Adam Bernardi does want Horace Silver. That's so to Adam Bernardi. Was OD, $999. $999. It was EX, $12.99. EX, $12.99. Sold. He was in Live and Let Die. Oh, is that who that is? Is that the, yeah, that's the guy that, the voodoo guy. Wow. Dang it. How did you catch that before me? Shoot. That's pretty cool. I know that now. Yeah, he's the voodoo guy. How did you catch that before me? We have GM. That was for Gary Moore. That's so to James Rayner. Calvin Ward was second, and Joe Delgado passed. Let's go ahead and get another auction. I'm going to put the Grateful Dead back here so everybody can see it. That's the only no bid tonight. $95 on the Grateful Dead, okay? Y'all can look at that crow for the rest of the night till somebody buys it. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and put up Bush. And Bush, 16 Stone, is a 1996 US. And this is the first time it was ever on vinyl. 96 US, first time ever on vinyl, limited edition with insert. EX, 175. So essentially, the OG pressing of Bush 16 Stone. It does have a little bit of a crack up here. Very desirable. $175 start on that one. Also, we have Kansas, 2 for the show. Kansas is VG Plus, $14.99. And Waiting Game, Zoot Sims. Waiting Game, Zoot Sims, and that's VG minus $9.99. An early U.S. stereo pressing defect. It does have a pressing defect. Zoot Sims. Let me see what Paul's talking about here. It's got some of those bubbles, yeah. Those usually don't really affect playback too much. Bush has a bid for 175, now 185. Lincoln Park, the last bid on that was Jason Thomas at 70. The last bid on Rod Stewart was 30. Will Smithson, just so you know, you're out on the Rod Stewart. It's currently at $30, okay? All right, and now let's go right back over here. Bush is at 186. We have Horace Silver, Silver and Voices. Horace Silver is EX $12.99. And Popeye, that's a soundtrack. Harry Nilsson doing some of the music on here. Robin Williams, EX edition, $17.99. And we have George Freeman, New Improved Funk. That's a 1974 US. It's VG Plus. Paul says it plays great. They did play test it. $12.99. Another Horace Silver sold out of Bernardi. Rod Stewart has a new bid for $32. That means there's a new bid on Rod Stewart for $32. Bush is at $190. I'm going to show two more records, and I'm selling Lincoln Park. Oscar Peterson, a Royal Wedding Suite. Oscar Peterson's EX $12.99. And one of my favorites, the Moody Blues, Days of Future Past. Nights in white satin, never reaching the end. Letters are written. We have Lincoln Park officially sold to Jason Thomas. And I love you. We have Adam Bernardi on Oscar Peterson. Rod Stewart is going to go right over here, and that is at $32 now. Bush is at $215. We got three active people fighting currently. Mr. Drums, Buddy Rich, a MoFi pressing. Wow. A 1986 3LP MoFi, the only time it's ever been released. EX edition, 44. Days of Future Past was VG, $9.99. All right, coming from the Japanese bin, we have the Kinks. And this is Give the People What They Want. A Japanese pressing from the Kinks. There is cover discoloration pretty heavy at the top. Some of those humidity spots. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, though. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Really clean. There's the Japanese inner sleeve. There's the Japanese insert. There's another insert. And we're going to start the Kinks at just $15. That is to give the people what they want. $15 start on that one. Also, we have Art Farmer and Jimmy Hall, Big Blues, a 79 US, EX $17.99. And we have Pal Martino, Joyous Lake, a 77 US Fusion, EX $12.99, and Guitar, John Fahey, Volume 4. This is EX edition, $22.99. So just so y'all know, right now on deck, I have a lower crate I'm going to run next. There's 4 more crates that John's marked. Paul's marked 2 more crates after this one. And then, of course, last night we went through quite a bit of stuff late. Paul's also marked some miscellaneous stuff here for buy now that he found in this new collection and new collections. And let's go ahead and show this right now. This is sealed, just $14.99. It's a buy it now. It's Van Halen, live without a net, sealed hop sticker DVD, $14.99 for Van Halen. That's available for a buy it now, okay? Moving on, we have Enoch Light Spectras. This is a 1970 white label promo, which is not listed on Discogs. VG Plus, $14.99. The last bid on Bush was $240. Rod Stewart is officially sold to Will Smithson. That is sold to Will Smithson for $32. Let's put that away. We got all kinds of stuff. I mean, we got all kinds of stuff. I was hoping, I went through a cassette collection the other night, and I was like, okay, I can't find this cassette, but I'm curious what this would sell for at auction. So we're going to have some fun. I have a Badlands cassette with no cassette. Now, somebody might want this just to hold, just to look at it, just to wish, okay? Just to wish. I mean, somebody's going to be like, Chad, I need that just to put that in my dash. I'm going to super glue that to my dash in my truck just to look at it. You know, just to remind me every day that I don't have that in my collection. This is an empty cassette case for Badlands. Folks, we're going to put this up and we're going to see how bad somebody needs that. A $1 start for an empty Badlands cassette case. Just a $1 start. An empty Badlands cassette case. Good luck, and may the force be with you. Next thing over here is Bush at $230, Bush at $230, Bush at $240, Bush at $235. We've already sold the Black Crows. Michelle got the Van Halen DVD. She's also out on Rod Stewart. I've already sold it. Jamie next on Van Halen. Greg was third on Van Halen. Is Bush OG, Bush 245. John Barry on Enoch Light. That is sold. And over here, we have Louis Belson Breakthrough. This is a VG Plus, $9.99, a 68 white label promo. The Kinks has a bid for $15. Buddy Rich, which was the, you're referring to the MoFi pressing, right? That's sold to Adam Bernardi. My crate's almost full. And Pit Stop, Widener College Jazz Ensemble, a 79 US, EX 22.99. And we have Stitt Plays Bird. And this is a 1978 US reissue, VG Plus, $14.99. Was Buddy Rich? It was EX, yes. Okay, let's introduce Bush. Okay, here's Bush, 16 stone. Bush. This came out in 1996. The album originally came out in 1994, but this was the first time it was ever pressed on vinyl. So yes, it is an OG pressing, essentially, of Bush, 1996. Shannon Mashaka has it for $245. It's EX limited edition with the insert, $245. The Kinks has one bid for $15 with Steve Mason, and Badlands has one bid for $10, final call. There goes Mark on Louis Belson. Now my crate is full, and let me swap out crates, and Badlands is a final call for how much? One doll hair. Not $1, that's one doll hair. Big difference. Huge difference. Especially if you're at a doll collecting, convention. You gotta be careful what you say. You'll say, how much for that? You'll say 5 doll hairs. Bush, $255, $250. And then we have Harry Jazz. Harry Jazz. Shel Silverstein and the Red Onions. Wow, Shel Silverstein. VG Plus, $59.99. That's a 1959 US Deep Groove Mono OG. VG Plus, $59.99. And Don Shirley, piano arrangements of famous spirituals. 62 US Mono, VG Plus, $9.99. Badlands is sold to for $1 to John Durden. Congratulations. And the Kinks is sold to Steve Mason for $15. Yeah, you got to be careful of those doll conventions. You'll walk up to somebody's booth, and they'll say, how much is this? And they'll say, 5 doll hairs. And you'll be like, what? $5? Doll hairs. Okay, that's sold. And then Bush over here, Shannon Mashaka has it for $260. We still got some people at war over that one. Okay, Toad the Wet Sprocket. I still got the Beatles, Midnight Oil, Mad Season, Towns Van Zandt, Fleetwood Mac, Cheap Trick, The Cult, Duran Duran, New Order, Depeche Mode, Pet Shop Boys, Sade, White Light, White Heat, Janis Joplin, Lumineers, Grateful Dead, Toad the Wet Sprocket. Here we go. We have a 2013 USOG, the first and only time ever on vinyl, Fishbone. This is EX, a $95 start. Toad the Wet Sprocket, New Constellation, a $95 start. This is O.C. Johnson, A Bit of the Blues, a 1985 Spanish reissue, EX $12.99. Artie Shaw, as featured in Seinfeld. Artie Shaw's RCA Victor. You heading out? You have keys? Okay, EX $17.99. Artie Shaw's a 1954 US Mono. 1954. Wow, EX $17.99 for Artie Shaw. Honeysuckle Jump. We have Frank Sinatra, a 3LP French import mono with booklet. EX $17.99. Toad's at 100 and Bush is at 270. There we have it. Next auction is going to go up when? Right now. From where? The Japanese pressing crate. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not. And this is Kenny Rogers' greatest hits. You got to know when to hold them. Know when to eat more Oreos. That didn't rhyme. I'm sorry. Sorry, Kenny. That was bad. This is Kenny Rogers, the Gambler. Greatest hits. $15 start. That's now up for bid. Reuben James. $15 start on that one, okay? Toad's at 100. Spin Cycle Vinyl on Artie Shaw. Thank you, Tracy. That's so to you. We got a request for Joplin Big Brother. And then we have Toad at 110. And we have Ella Fitzgerald sings More Cole Porter. That's a U.S. Mono. EX condition, $12.99 for Ella. And then we have Antonio Carlos Joe Beam, A Certain Mr. Joe Beam. That's a 67 U.S. Stereo OG. EX $17.99. And we have Jazz for a Sunday Afternoon, Pepper Adams, Chick Corea, Dizzy Gillespie, and this is EX $9.99. We have Toad 110, Toad 125, Kenny Rogers 15, Kenny Rogers 15, Toad 135, Rogers 18. What about Bush? Derek out. We have Bush, Shannon Mashaka, 270. Shannon's hard to beat. She has a 270. She's hard to beat, 270 on that one. We got Mortgage Guy Rob on Jazz for a Sunday afternoon. Before that, topographic on Kansas, Price, and Condition. I can't believe no one got the Shell Silverstein. That's kind of the surprise. Kansas 2 for a show, which is a double live. VG Plus, $14.99 for that one, topographic. VG Plus, $14.99 on that one. Alfredo was second on Sunday. Mortgage Guy Rob was first on that. Toad, 145. Kenny, 20. Toad, 155. Kenny, 25. Kenny, 25. Baby Breeze by Chet Baker. 65 US stereo. VG Plus, $59.99. You know what I was doing? You know, I told y'all I didn't go to sleep probably to 12:30 today. I was reading about jazz. I was just thinking about how much more I need to learn because I know we got this collection. And I was reading about just different jazz people. And then I got on YouTube and I started watching a John Coltrane concert because I was like, man, I don't know if I've ever seen even much footage of these guys playing live. And I was watching a John Coltrane concert. And I was reading about him and then Charlie Parker. And that's the last thing I know. Then I woke up and my alarm was going off at 5:30. We have Kansas sold to topographic, Toad at 175, Kenny 28, amenities on the Chet Baker. And let's go ahead and sell Bush, and then I'll tell you about Toad the Wet Sprocket. Shannon Mashaka, thank you. This has always been tough to get. This is sold to Shannon for $270. Thank you on that, $270. That's sold to That's sold to her. And then over here, we have New Constellation, Toad the Wet Sprocket. A 2013 USOG, first and only time ever on vinyl. EX condition. First and every time ever on vinyl. EX condition. And the last bid on Toad was 175. Kenny Rogers at 28 with Cody Wright. Cody Wright, 28. I didn't say where I was watching. John Coltrane from. We have Wayman Reed. That's not Raymond. That's Wayman. Wayman Reed. That's how I would say it anyways. 79 U.S. Post Bop. VG Plus, $11.99. I didn't realize Charlie Parker. Some of these guys died really young. Some of these guys, I mean, I couldn't believe it. John Coltrane really didn't live to be that old. Charlie Parker died really young, and the amount of music that they were able to put out, incredible. We have Janis Joplin with a Big Brother and the Holden Company live at Winterland 68. This is a 2015 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 4,000 copies sealed, and this is a $55 start. Janis Joplin with Big Brother and the Holden Company, $55 start on that. Next is Motion. Wow, lenticular cover. What year is this from? A 1960 USOG with a lenticular cover. Wow. 1960 with a moving cover. That's incredible. VG Plus, $9.99. Also, we have Future Sound Shock, a 73 US Quad Space Age, EX $17.99. And Montreux Ella, this is EX $17.99. So last bid on Toad the Wet Sprocket was Derek Cesaro out. Michael Bohannon, 175. We're about to sell it. Kenny still at 28. We're about to sell that. And Janis Joplin's at 55, okay? And then we have Michael Butler on Motion with the moving lenticular cover. There's that. All right. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Here we go. JJ60, Ivan R. J, just a bit, and then Space Info. Future Shock, Montreux, Space. That must be something in here. Space? Possibly? I don't see anything space. Montreux Jazz, Future Shock, Enoch Light, Wayman Reed, Joe Beam, Ella Fitzgerald. Let me know exactly which one that is. Okay, but first we can go ahead and sell these. I'm ready for new auctions before I do anything else. This is officially sold to Michael Bohannon for $175. Kenny is sold for $28, and that is sold to Cody. Yeah, Cody Wright for $28. All right. Let's do that. Okay, new auctions going up right now. Hey, till tomorrow. let's go ahead and put up another buy it now that Paul marked. Here is something else, some kind of miscellaneous item. Nice. This is $129.99. It's the Beatles Complete Compact Disc EP Collection. It's a 1992 complete CD EP collection, $129.99. $129.99. Nice box. $129.99 on the Beatles for all those people that want to buy all the Beatles boxes that were ever made. Okay, and then we got to put up Depeche Mode. I hadn't been ignoring those reclaims. I'm just forgetful when it comes over here to pull a record. So let me find that. Give me 1 second. Beatles, Midnight Oil, Townes Van Zandt, Mad Season, Tusk, Cole. Okay, there's, who was that right there? Here's Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode, Enjoy the Silence. Nice. 1990 USOG, Still in Shrink with Hype, VG Plus condition. Depeche Mode is a $30 start. Hold on a minute. I'm stretching. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is oh, I thought that was another Laura crate. It's CDs. Is that Marilyn Manson? Wow. Okay, $30 start on Depeche Mode. Enjoy the Silence. Okay. Space, Future Sound Shock, Enoch Light was a 73 US, that was Space Age music. That's where you heard that. Sorry, Bob and Osniak. Space Age music, Quad EX 1799. And then Montreux Jazz, Ella Fitzgerald, was a 75 US EX condition, 1799 on Montreux Jazz, Ella Fitzgerald, okay? Now, let's move over here. Janis Joplin's at 65 with James Goggin. Depeche Mode's already at 45. And Duran Duran, yes. And then Frank Sinatra, 3 records. It is EX 1799, a 3 LP set. From the Bottom of My Heart, Blue Skies, My Romance, Close to You, I Should Care, Body and Soul, Nevertheless, Love Me, My Blue Heaven, Why Remind Me, Sunshine Cake, If You Stub Your Toe on the Moon, Something Old, Something New, One Love, It's the Same Old Dream. It's a French pressing in mono with booklet. Frank Sinatra's EX 1799. Sid Blair asked about it. Okay? And then let's go ahead and add another Japanese pressing. I have the Eagles, the long run. In the CD. This cover is probably VG, even by Japanese standards, because I used to see these kind of just absolutely pristine. The Obi is stuck kind of on the middle. I don't know why that's not sliding. There we go. There we go. The Eagles. So this one has some of that discoloration on the cover. It's black. It's kind of camouflage. I have a feeling the vinyl is pristine. It is. That's what I would expect from this guy's collection. And the Eagles is a $15 start, okay? Just a $15 start on the Eagles. The cover, I mean, it's nice. It just has some of those humidity spots, and thankfully it's a black cover. You can't see them too much. If it was white, it wouldn't look too nice. $15 start on that one. Depeche Mode is a U.S. original single. Janis Joplin at 65. Ivan R., that means you're out, just FYI, okay? If anybody wants a price, let me know. Frank Sinatra, James Taylor, the Sidewalk Hot Jazz Orchestra, Christine McVie, King Crimson, O.D., Al Gray and Jimmy Forrest, Out Deer, Waiting Game, Zoot Sims, Popeye soundtrack, George Freeman, New Improved Funk, Days of Future Past, The Moody Blues, Art Farmer, Jim Hall, Big Blues, Pat Martino. Talk about a grail for me. I have still never found a U.S. mono pressing of this. Y'all think about how long I've been a Moody Blues fan and collector. I've been waiting to get one in a collection. Millions of records. Never seen a U.S. mono copy of this. Never seen one. They exist. Never still have seen one. I've got one from a different country Paul bought for me at a record record convention. Still have never seen a U.S. mono. This is VG 999, sold to Steve Mason. That's a stereo. I've still never found a U.S. mono copy. I'm sure I could go get one right now. I'm like, at this point, I want to wait and find one in a collection. Still haven't found one yet. Guitar, John Fahey. Pit Stop, Wilder College Jazz Ensemble. Sonny Stitt plays Bird. Shel Silverstein and the Red Onions. Harry Jazz, VG Plus, $59.99. We have Don Shirley piano arrangements, VG Plus $9.99 on that. A bit of the blues. Ella Fitzgerald sings more Cole Porter. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Wayman Reed, Future Sound Shock, Space Age Jazz, and Montreux Ella EX 1799. So Janis Joplin, Ivan R's out. So this is sold to James Goggin for $65. Thank you on that one. Depeche Mode is at 48 with Alfredo Fuentes. And then we have Depeche Mode at 55 and the Eagles at 24. John Barry wants Enoch Glott. I'm assuming that Bob Panozniak was passing on this. So this is sold over here to John Barry. All right, let's go through a crate. Let's see. So we've done a John crate. We've done a Paul crate. That leaves one person, Laura. Let's do what she's marked next. And then we'll probably stick with that rotation. I'll go back over here to a John crate, and then I'll go through another Paul crate. And we'll see if Laura has another one marked, okay? So over here, Antonio Villanueva on silver. I bet this crate's going to be sweet, and I hope everybody's ready. Silver. Everybody keeps saying silver, and I'm like, how many ounces do you want? But I forget there's like horse silver in these crates over here, or somebody named Silver. Who was silver that was left in here? Was there a horse silver left? Are you sure? Silver? Or are you asking for silver the metal? Are you asking for the periodic symbol AG? You know, it's on the periodic table. AG. AU is gold. I'm getting confused because we're going through this over here. I keep saying silver. I'm like, do you want a 10-ounce bar, a 5-ounce bar, or a silver round? I got to go get some more ice right quick. I know nobody's leaving because the lower crate just got set down. Everybody's like, holy crap, Chad. Holy crap, Chad. Dang it, what time is it? I was supposed to order food. Maybe it won't be too late. I bet it is, though. I bet it is. I'm spilling ice everywhere. Hopefully it didn't fall on that copy of Detective 27 I just bought. I wish. Golly. Why does rare and highly desirable comic books have to be $500,000? Frustrating. Why does signed Beatles albums have to be $1 million? Frustrating. 917. Let me see if I happen. Let's see if I. Oh, Silverstein. Got it. DoorDash. I bet it's too late. I think they stopped at 8:45. Yeah, they're not on the list. They're probably done. All right, we still got some stuff selling. Shoot. Yeah, closed. All right, what does that leave me? I'm not even really hungry, honestly. I will be in 7 hours, though. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. I'll eat soup or something. Yeah, I'm not gonna order anything. I went 2 weeks without DoorDash. I don't know how, but I've went 2 weeks without DoorDash. Shel Silverstein and let's go ahead and pull that. Shel Silverstein and Popeye. There we go. All right, a couple more sold out there. Awesome first crate from Paul, and there's 2 more like that. So Antonio Villanueva on Shel Silverstein, and then Popeye. Popeye is sold to Travis Woods. Thank you on that one, okay? All right, so the last bit on the Depeche Mode was 65 with amenities, and then the Eagles over here is sold to Greg Preston for $25, all right? We're ready for new auctions. This crate is sticker price, new arrivals here. I'm going to be trying to go through my bins tonight. There's no telling what randomness I might run into. All kinds of cool stuff as we get low on auctions. I've got bonus stuff and other stuff I'll be getting to, okay? All right. Unfortunate smelting accident. Okay, Depeche Mode and final call on that one. All right, here we go. I have Shinedown Amaryllis. Shinedown's a 2LP, $34.99. $34.99 on Shinedown. And over here, Shinedown is Beastie Boys Ill Communication, a 2009 sealed, $29.99 on that. Next auction is Pet Shop Boys. Pet Shop Boys is a 1987 U.S. Allied OG. Pet Shop Boys is in EX condition, a $20 start on that. Mike Quadrini on Shinedown, that means the Depeche Mode is sold, and Depeche Mode is sold to Amenities for $65. There's Pet Shop Boys, it's now up for bid, and then Beastie Boys is sold to Red Betty, then G-Mac. We have Joan Jett Greatest Hits on red vinyl, which is a Walmart exclusive, $24.99. Next Japanese pressing is Little River Band Greatest Hits. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Little River Band Greatest Hits, a $15 start, cover and obi. There's Joan Jett. Also, we have I Am Dynamite. This is Wasa Tusa. That is alternate rock, $9.99. And Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, Mono, the classic album remastered, sealed, record store day exclusive, $49.99. Brian Call has Pet Shop Boys for $21. $21 on Pet Shop Boys from Brian Call. There's Little River Band, just a $15 start on that. And we got Pearl Jam, 5 Alive. Pearl Jam is a live unofficial white vinyl. This is Pearl Jam live at the Riverside Club in Newcastle, UK. Pearl Jam is unopened, a $50 start on Pearl Jam. We also have over here Goo Goo Dolls, and that is sealed for $29.99. Pet Shop Boys is at $21. We have Little River Band at $20, Little River Band at $20, and Pearl Jam just went up for bid, okay? Victor Guerra says, I'll take the alt rock, and that was this one right here. Sold to Victor Guerra for $9.99. Stephen Parton on Goo Goo Dolls. Kelly Vlodarchek second on Goo Goo Dolls. Mammoth 2, Wolfgang Van Halen. Yellow vinyl sealed for $29.99. And we have Lockdown 2020 with Jason Bonham, Michael Anthony, Sammy Hagar, and Vic Johnson. That is $19.99. Over here was Pet Shop Boys, and that was called Is It a Sin? And that is a 12-inch single, 1987 U.S. Allied original. Brian Call has that at $21. Amenities, Alfredo just bid $23. Little River Band still tied at $20. So, Angela, your bid came in second. David's bid of $20 came in first. And then Derek Cesaro has Pearl Jam $60. The Dynamite just got sold by Victor Guerra. He just claimed that one. We have Our Lady Peace, Naive, or Naveed. $22.99 on Our Lady Peace. Our Lady Peace. Now, the other night when I had that, it almost caused World War III. I said Our Lady Peace, and war almost broke out. So let's be careful. Let's tread easily, lightly on this one, okay? Let's show another miscellaneous item that Paul's marked over here. The only thing that hadn't sold so far is the Pink Floyd box. This is Roxy Music, sealed, $49.99. The thrill of it all. Roxy Music is a 1992 UK sealed 4-disc CD box set with 72-page book. Roxy Music is sealed, $49.99. Roxy Music on that one, okay? First thing we have is Greg Preston put lock for lockdown. That's sold to Greg Preston. Little River Band got a new bid for $26. Our Lady Peace is sold to Stephen Parton. Brian Call's done on Pet Shop Boys. That's after Amenities bid $23. Michael Wood second on Sammy Hagar. Derek Cesaro second on Our Lady Peace. Little River Band got a new bid for $30. And Michael Butler on the Roxy Music set for sealed $49.99. Thank you on that. Okay, also we had High on Fire, Blessed Black Wings. High on Fire's colored vinyl, $34.99. That means, does anybody else want to bid on Pearl Jam? Jason Fornerat, Derek Cesaro has this for $60. It's a final call. We're about to sell Pet Shop Boys for $23, and Little River Band just got a new bid for $30. Counting Crows, somewhere under Wonderland. Counting Crows is $24.99. And we have Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. This does not have a price on it. I'm going to say $29.99. I bet I'm pretty close on that one. $29.99 on that one. Laura's like, that's Seth's fault. Right, Laura? That is Seth's fault. Okay, next, this is $19.99. This is Harley Davidson motorcycles, 2 CDs with a leather wallet. That's a big wallet. It is a 2-disc compilation of classic rock music. George Thorogood, Jimi Hendrix, Ted Nugent, Styx, Deep Purple. It's a promo. There is damage to the box, a gigantic Harley Davidson wallet, and 2-disc CD. That's sealed for $19.99. There is damage on the box, okay? Speaking of Matchbox box, that just got a bid. Stephen Parton on CC for Counting Crows sold. Matchbox, put this in for $29.99. $29.99 for Kelly Vlodarchek. And then Mortgage Guy Rob next on Counting Crows. Jason's going to see if he has the Pearl Jam. Derek Cesaro third on Counting Crows. Mike Quadrini second on Matchbox. Derek Cesaro third on Matchbox. Jeff fourth on Matchbox. Bob fifth on Matchbox. Will sixth on Matchbox. And then John McPatriot gets the Harley Davidson item for $19.99. Okay, that's a big wallet. Pet Shop Boys over here. This is sold for $23. $23 on Pet Shop Boys. That was sold to Amenities. Little River Band. This is now officially sold to David Johnson for $30. Let's put that away. $30 on that. And we have new auctions. We have a final call on Pearl Jam. Derek Cesaro 60. Jason Fornerat is checking his collection. He's checking. And next record in here is Prince, The Gold Experience. Record Store Day sealed. $29.99 for Prince. And The Knack live at the House of Blues. The Knack is 2001, September 25th. Record Store Day exclusive on baby blue vinyl. $24.99 on that one. Pearl Jam is sold to Derek Cesaro for $60. That's sold to Derek Cesaro for $60. And guess what? This auction block is cleared. Tim Rory on Prince. G-Mac was second. We're ready for new auctions. And that next one is going to go up right now. Evanescence. This is called the Open Door. Evanescence is a 2021 Record Store Day, limited to 5,000 on gray marble vinyl, sealed. Evanescence, a $75 start. And then over here we have the Beatles White Album. The Beatles White Album is a 76 Winchester press, which is not bad whatsoever. Very clean and very nice. It has the poster and all 4 photos. Not a bad copy. $35 start on the White Album. $35 on the White Album. Adam Minardi on the Knack. That is sold. And before I move this stack of miscellaneous, let's see what else Paul's marked over here. Let's see what else he's marked over here. How many are there? Are there 2 of these? There are, in fact, 2 of these, okay? There's, in fact, 2 of these. Wow. We got 2 of them. One is less because there's box damage. The Beatles and Mono CD box. $199.99. And then we got one with some box damage for $169. Okay? 2 different Beatles Mono CD box sets. $199 and $169. Okay? Knack is sold. Did I miss Plush? Yes, it's sold. Shinedown. This one's called Planet Zero. Shinedown is sealed on white vinyl for $29.99. Evanescence, $75 start. Make sure if you've been on the Beatles, Angela, never mind, she's already done it. $35 on that. And we have Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti. That's a 2022 reissue, remaster, sealed for $29.99. And the Goo Goo Dolls, Dizzy Up the Girl. The Goo Goo Dolls is sealed, $29.99 on that. And Outlaws, Dixie Highway. Outlaws is on colored vinyl, $24.99. Goo Goo Dolls is sold to Stephen Parton. Evanescence, we're looking for a $75 start. It's a 2021 U.S. Euro reissue, Record Store Day, sealed, $75 start on that. The Beatles has one bid for $35. Next is Greg Preston on SD for Shinedown. Lewis Kulik was second on Shinedown. And we have Iggy Pop, live at the Channel Boston. Iggy Pop is a 2021 Record Store Day, sealed for $29.99. Alicia on Shinedown, that means you were third. And Vaughn, that means you were second on Goo Goo Dolls. Okay, let's go ahead and add another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Simon & Garfunkel in Central Park, the concert in Central Park. It's a 2 LP with the book with Obi. Very nice, a complete copy. And Simon & Garfunkel, 15. I was just watching him on David Letterman. I'm not talking about like it was live. I'm talking about something from 30 years ago. But he was on David Letterman doing the boxer. I am just a poor boy, though my story's sold. $15 star for the concert in Central Park. Sean Miller on Iggy Pop. Steven needs to put back Goo Goo Dolls, so give it to Vaughn Gillespie. Vaughn, you will be getting this Goo Goo Dolls. Make sure this gets changed from Steven to Vaughn Gillespie. Sometimes it's good to be in second because you can get next claim if there's a putback. Okay, the High on Fire that's in here is called Blessed Black Wings. It is on colored vinyl, $34.99. And then Pop Evil, this is $27.99 for Pop Evil. And Jimmy Eat World, Static Prevails, $24.99. Simon & Garfunkel has a bid for $15 and then $16 with Brian Call. Nobody bid on Evanescence. It's a buy it now for $75. And Angela Moore was the only bidder on the White Album. Wow, all that amazing music for just $35. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. Simon and Garfunkel, $20 of Jay Beach. Master Ma gets Jimmy Eats World. And then we have Kelly put new. Is that for Jimmy Eats World? If so, you were second. And then Josh Davis wants High on Fire. Master Ma, I'm assuming you're passing. If you are, I'm going to sell that to Josh Davis, and I'm going to go ahead and sell him Mammoth, okay? So those are sold and sold. Nickelback, The Long Road. Someday, somehow. This is sealed for $24.99. And Stevie Nicks, Stand Back, which is a greatest hits comp, sealed for $29.99. Final call on Simon & Garfunkel for $20 with Jay Beach. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Dazed and Confused. The soundtrack, and this was the first time they ever pressed this on vinyl. The first time was on yellow vinyl, limited edition yellow vinyl, Dazed and Confused, $65 start on that. Nickelback is sold to Mike Quadrini, then Brian Call, and then Chev Colgrove, and then Alicia. Final call on Simon & Garfunkel for $20. Master Ma did want High on Fire. Okay, so Josh, you do get the Mammoth, but since he asked about this, he said he's going to take it. So this is sold to Master Ma 666. High on Fire is sold. Angela Moore on Stevie Nicks. And let's grab another Japanese pressing since I'm about to sell that other one. I'm trying to see if this thing has an obi. I know it's probably Japanese. I know it's Japanese, but I don't think it has an obi. It's got the really cool fold-out, pop-out cover that came with it. Like that. Yeah, it is a Japanese pressing, just no obi. Three Dog Night, I mean, usually worn out, as y'all know, because the U.S. pressings are just trashed, but that's a $15 start on that, okay? Let me move those Beatles boxes over. And so now there's a new bid on Simon & Garfunkel for $21, which means Jay Beach, you're out. Dazed and Confused, a $65 start, and Pop Evil is sold to Mike Quadrini. That is done. Moving on, we have Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy, the very best of Bad Company, 2 LP. That's a Rocktober 180-gram vinyl, sealed for $29.99. Pearl Jam 10, that's a 2009. Pearl Jam is $29.99. And America, live from the Hollywood Bowl, 1975 natural colored vinyl, record store day exclusive, sealed for $34.99. Dazed and Confused was the first time this was on vinyl, yellow vinyl. Dazed and Confused, a $65 star. Three Dog Night is a Nobi. Unless it's tucked in here somewhere, which I've seen that happen, you know, it's just not a good one to have an obi with because I think it obstructs opening the cover. There's the book. I mean, yeah, if it's folded up in here, I just don't see it. So $15 start on that one, okay? Now, we have Simon & Garfunkel at 22. Brian Call, you're out. Mike Quadrini on Pearl Jam. That's sold to Mike Quadrini. And then over here, and then Master Ma needs to give Jimmy Eats World. Give this to Kelly Vlodarchik. So, Kelly, the Jimmy Eat World is going to be changed to you, okay? Change this from Master Ma, Sean Lee Hooker, Sean Fairweather to Kelly Vlodarchik. Days at 65 and Three Dog Night has a bid for 15. Next is Queen and Adam Lambert, Live Around the World. That is $19.99. Queen and Adam Lambert. And Jane's Addictions, Nothing Shocking. That's a 2020 press, $24.99 on Jane's Addiction. Brian, it's up to you on the Simon & Garfunkel, which is at 22. Brian just bid 23. Stephen Parton on Jane's Addiction. And we have Iggy Pop, Post-Pop Depression with Josh Homney. That is $24.99 on that. Dazed and Confused is sold for $65. And that's sold to Jason Fornerat. And Henry's Choice gets Three Dog Night. Oh, wow. Bernie bid 16 and Vaughn bid 15. I've got to sell this one to Henry's Choice for $15. For the longest, I didn't think anybody was going to bid on it. I think it took Henry getting the ball rolling. There were some snipers on standby, but then I've sold it to him for 15. I had said he gets it, and I was touching it, and then 2 bids popped up. Simon & Garfunkel was sold to Brian Call for $23. Moving through some of these Japanese pressings fast, because I'm under the assumption that most people are passing on them. $23, that is sold, okay? And this is sold to Brian Call for $23. Jane's Addiction, Vaughn Gillespie. We have a lot of people. I think I freaked everybody out earlier when I said there's been people this week buy the same record 2 and 3 times. Vaughn Gillespie changed this from Stephen Parton to Plus, everybody's on the edge of their seat because they know it's a lower crate. They're like, holy crap, I got to be fast or I'm going to lose these. This is so Devon Gillespie, okay? That's so Devon Gillespie. Von Gillespie. Next is Pink Floyd, The Later Days. That is $27.99. Whoa, what a sneeze. Next thing is the Best of Bon Jovi Crossroad. That is on red vinyl, $34.99 for Bon Jovi Crossroad. Next auction is New Order. New Order is called Technique. It's an 89 U.S. Specialty OG with the original sleeve and EX condition. A $40 start on New Order. A little bit of cover damage down there, but there it is. Roxy on BJ for Bon Jovi. That's sold to John Robb. Roxy 630. John Robb gets Bon Jovi. And then over here we have Leonard Skinner, Sweet Home Alabama, sealed $29.99. 1996 Leonard Skinner and Alice in Chains, a 2020 press, sealed for $29.99. Okay, Mike Quadrini next on Bon Jovi. Next auction is going to go up right now. I do have some kind of Pink Floyd deal here. Okay, yeah, it's not. Okay, I'll go ahead and run this. So this is Pink Floyd. It's an unofficial, but I don't know a lot about it. It looks like a Japanese pressing, but I just don't know. There's where it cost 89. It looks like British pounds or euros, so that would be like well over $100. You usually can add what, like 1.2 to euros now or pounds. So this would have been new, well over $100. It looks like a Pink Floyd bootleg from where they played in Japan, Kuroshini Sapporo Show. So that looks pretty cool. And that's Kuroshini Kuronoshia Sapporo Show, The Dark Side of the Moon with Japan Toro 1972. $75 start. It looks like it's never been opened. Pink Floyd is a $75 start. Okay, there's that. So first thing is Rick Hall got Leonard Skinner. That's sold. And then Alicia was next on Leonard Skinner. New Order 41. Bon Jovi on red vinyl condition, Chad was wondering. Bon Jovi was red vinyl and it's sealed. And then we have how much is Queen or the color? It was on black vinyl and that's $19.99. And I'll double check it. And Todd Doris on Alice Cooper. Was there a question on the Pink Floyd as well? Was there a question on Pink Floyd? Yeah, it's black vinyl. Okay. Pink Floyd has a bid for 75. And New Order has a bid with Chris Knapp at 41, okay? That one actually came out of the Japanese crate, even though I don't really think it is Japanese. So we'll put up Belinda Carlisle next. Belinda's truly from the Japanese crate here. And Belinda Carlisle, and this Obi can go on the top. I think it could go on the side. But there's Belinda, and she is near mint minus and pristine, and she's a $15 start, okay? And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put it in a sleeve. I'm going to go ahead and put Belinda in a sleeve. That way the Obi stays on there a lot better, okay? All right. Boom, boom, boom. Dun, 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 dun. Belinda. New Order. What a great lower crate. Let's go ahead and read those again. Let me put Belinda there. And, oh, gosh. Oh, my back. Sounds like the guy on SpongeBob. My leg. Ah, Monster. Nothing like it. Name a better beverage. You can't. Okay, so don't even try. Here we go. We have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Greatest hits on red vinyl. $24.99. Pink Floyd in mono. Piper at the Gates of Dawn. A Record Store Day. Alternate artwork, of course. That is sealed for $49.99. Led Zeppelin, the Walmart exclusive physical graffiti, includes a replica backstage pass. That's only $29.99. That is $15 below list price. And it's the Walmart exclusive with the backstage replica pass. Somebody should have grabbed that. Dark Side of the Moon's the Record Store Day in mono. And Joan Jett, we can't get on red. That's a Walmart exclusive for red vinyl. Outlaws, Dixie Highway. $24.99. TSO Houston on Led Zeppelin on physical graffiti. Cashmere. Mike Quadrini next. Bad Company. Rock and Roll Fantasy Sealed. That's essentially a Bad Company greatest hits. America Live Classic. $34.99. And then Iggy Pop with Josh Homme. $24.99. Post Pop Depression. And we have Pink Floyd The Later Years for $27. And Queen and Adam Lambert is $19.99. So Chris Knapp, just so you know, you're out on new order. Joe Castillo has it for $43. Pink Floyd only got one bid for $75. So did Jason Fornerat. That's sold for $75. Belinda is now at $20 with Mike Quadrini. Let's go ahead and jump over here and put up another auction from the advertised stuff. I've got Mad Season. And Mad Season is the 2025 30th Anniversary Edition on graphite Eco Mix colored vinyl. Mad Season above is sealed, a $45 start on that. The Bad Company right over here was Rock and Roll Fantasy sealed. That was a Rocktober exclusive, $29.99. I can't get enough of your love. Okay, and we have New Order. The last bid on that was Joe Castillo at $43. I'll make sure Chris Knapp's done. Mad Season has a bid for $45, and Belinda is up to Will Smithson. Okay, there's that. All righty. So let me set that right here behind me. Lest we change your mind. Let's go through another crate of best offer, new arrivals. Stephanie said yes, she does want Bad Company. Okay, great. That officially fills up our crate. So let's swap those out right quick. And then we're about to go through a new vintage crate of new vintage records that have new vintage, never been shown before. Let me pick one out right over here. I don't think there was a check condition crate. I think if there was, we'll go ahead and go through them. Yeah. All right, let's go through the check condition stuff, and these will be sticker price. Let's do that. Let's go through the check condition stuff, and it will be sticker price. And we'll blast through it. It will be fast and furious, like Vin Diesel. Okay. Check condition, sticker price. As soon as I touch my toes. Here we go. Oh, okay. Now I'm in a low squat position. What a relief. Okay. And now I'm going to stand back up in 3, 2, 1. I can tell it's the end of the week. I can tell it's the end of the week. It's been 6 days, 8-hour streams, nonstop prep, nonstop talking. We're almost to the home stretch, which is Sunday. Now, I will be here tomorrow working as well. I might even be doing a live stream for Coins and Knives. But it'll be, it's usually a little bit less stressful. Usually, no. When I wake up every day, I was like, okay, I got a lot of people waiting for me to go live right now. I got to get to the store and I got to get going. It's like a little bit stressful, you know, waking up knowing there's like hundreds of people like going, buddy, where are you? Come on. Like, holy crap, I got to get going. Sean Mayall, The Turning Point. This is in VG Plus condition, $19.99. The Magical Mystery Tour, VG Plus, $39.99. And Styx Cornerstone, VG, $9.99 for Styx Cornerstone. Bob Seger, The Distance, VG Plus, $17.99. Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe, EX $12.99, and Charlie Daniels Band, A Decade of Hits, Charlie Daniels Band Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. We have over here, we have Joe Castillo gets New Order for $43. That is sold. Belinda Carlisle, I lost Will Smithson, so he fell off the edge of the world. So let's go ahead and sell this for $20 to Mike Quadrini. That sold for Mike Quadrini for $20. Let's go ahead and put that away. And then Craig Sweden gets the Mad Season for $45. Now, Craig, I haven't been able to keep up with what you have and have not bought this week. So I'm going to, I honestly don't know. I think I was going to, that Nick Drake was the first record I was going to give you. But then I think you bought something else and I was going to give that to you. So I'll have to just go ahead and tag you for this, and then we'll see when everything's keyed in or not keyed in at the end of the week by Monday, okay? So this is sold to Craig Sweden for $45. Thank you, Craig. Let's put that away. And then Scully Mack on Charlie Daniels Band. There's that. And we have American Woman, the Guess Who. Now, that's the original album, a gatefold jacket on the original label, $14.99. And the Teacher soundtrack EX edition, $17.99 on the Teacher soundtrack. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Velvet Underground, White Light, White Heat, a 1970 U.S. East Coast reissue, indicated by no credit for Andy Warhol, and Lou Reed is only credited for guitar instead of lead guitar. It does have the skull tattoo cover, and this is VG Plus, mostly just side B. Overall, this is a really clean copy. This is a really clean copy, and this is going to go up for, wow, side A is immaculate. Holy crap. That's tough to get. Velvet Underground, $50 start. That's now up for bid. White Light, White Heat. Okay, next thing over here is Condition of Teachers. The vinyl's EX. The cover is probably VG Plus. VG Plus cover, EX vinyl. Next is Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, VG $9.99 for Saturday Night Fever. The classic performances of 10 years after, EX $17.99. Billy Joe 52nd Street, VG Plus $9.99. And the Animal House soundtrack. Animal House is VG $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is The Cult Electric. The Cult is a 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG club. VG, it does have some cover damage. A $20 start on The Cult. $20 start on that. Animal House is so does Stephen Parton. Thank you, that's so do you. Our next Japanese pressing is Billy Joel, The Nylon Curtain. And Billy Joe, The Nylon Curtain is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine, and it will be a $15 start. There's the vinyl, super duper clean. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the insert. There's the cover, shrink and obi, and you get the Billy Joel superhero book with it. $15 start. Vaughn, next on Animal House, then Will Smithson. We have Eddie and the Cruisers soundtrack. Eddie and the Cruisers is VG Plus $14.99. The Cult has a bid for $20. Chicago, that's their second album, 25 or 624. Chicago by Chicago, VG $9.99 on that one. King Curtis live at the Fillmore West. King Curtis is VG Plus $14.99. And the Staple Singers Chronicle. The Staple Singers, VG Plus $19.99. Crazy Horse, self-titled, VG Plus $24.99. And Quicksilver, Just for Love, another hit. Fresh Air, VG $9.99 for Quicksilver. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Nice. VG, a two-tone. That's going to be like an early 70s press for this 1967 album. Purple Haze, Off in My Brain, Fire. Dun, dun, da 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 da. Eddie, no, Teachers, not Eddie and the Cruisers. Teachers. The Soda Jeff Coldgroove. Final chance on Velvet Velvet. What is this called? Velvet Underground. White Light, White Heat. Almost said Velvet Revolver. This is a 1970 U.S. Coast reissue, and it's pretty dang clean for a $50 start. Let's get it out of the jacket. Look at that. See the skull there on the cover? Very clean for a $50 start. Side 1 is immaculate. Side 2, VG Plus, conservatively graded. The Cult just has one bid for $20. We're about to sell that. And Billy Joel has a bid for $15. New bid on the Cult for $21. And Billy Joel new bid $20. Jimi Hendrix was a VG copy for $14.99. Black Sabbath Volume 4. VG original label $26.99. That should have been auction. Goodness gracious. CCR Chronicle VG Plus $24.99. U2 New Year's Day Treasure VG. That's a 12-inch single, $14.99. And then Fire and I Threw a Brick Through a Window and A Day Without Me. Dun, dun, dun. Da, 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 da. We have Billy Joe at 20, the Cult 25, Jimi Hendrix, Scully asked first, and then Bernie Johnson. Jimmy, this is VG for $14.99, okay? Scully Mac first on Sabbath, and then Mortgage Guy Rob, the Colts at 30. Bernie sold on Hendrix, and let me make sure that Scully doesn't want it. Scully asked first, and then pass, so Bernie Johnson, you do get Jimi Hendrix, okay? Thomas Clark gets U2. Brian Call third on Jimmy. Footloose soundtrack, EX edition, $17.99. And that is available. So is the Tommy soundtrack from the film, EX, $27.99. All right, so the Velvet Underground's a $50 buy it now. $50 buy it now on the Velvet Underground. All right, so let's put that back in its sleeve here. 5-0. Should be a great buy for somebody. The only other no bid is Evanescence. Sealed, a 2021 record store at $75, and then the Grateful Dead box set, which is being hidden right now by the Beatles mono boxes. So that's that. So that's the only two no bids. 3 counting the Grateful Dead. The Colt over here is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG. It is in VG condition, VG plus cover. And the last bid that came in was Chris Knapp bid 22, and then Jamie Sotar bid 22. Now, Chris went out. Is there somebody higher? Jeremy Rourke bid 30. Okay. And then Billy Joel's at 25 with Alex Miller. We're going through a check condition crate, which is all sticker price. An Officer and a Gentleman soundtrack, EX 1799. Endless Love soundtrack, VG 999. I Was Made for Loving, VG 999 on that one. Confessions of a Male Chauvinist Pig, Artie Kaplan, that's VG 999. And we have Average White Band, Feel No Fret. Average White Band is EX condition, $9.99. Our next auction is going to be The Beatles, and this is Rubber Soul. It's a 65 Los Angeles repress. The repress is the second pressing that has The Beatles on the label. The Beatles on the label. The first pressings just had the name of each member. So yeah, the very first pressings of Rubber Soul actually didn't put The Beatles on the label. It just listed them individually. So when they repressed it for the second label, they listed The Beatles. There is a piece of tape on the label. It's not a bad copy. It's still from 1965, and that's a $30 start. $30 start on that one, okay? Billy Joel's at 32. The Genius of Ray Charles, VG $9.99 on that one. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, VG plus $14.99. Al Stewart, Time Passages, EX $12.99 for Al Stewart. Time Passages. Da 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 da. Okay, the Colt, did I get another bid? So that is a final chance. $30 of Jeremy Rourke. Billy Joel's at 30. Amenities bid 32. And the Beatles is a $30 start. Okay. This crate over here is loaded with no bids. We're going to have to put some of these up tomorrow for a... some of these up tonight. I mean, I have a whole crate over here almost of auctions. It's either stuff that I pulled out of a crate to tag for auction or stuff that didn't get a bid over the last couple weeks. So we need to clean that out tonight. Whenever we still got about 10 or 15 advertised auctions. In the Japanese crate, there's only a few more. Then I have a whole bonus crate and then all this stuff over here that needs price reductions. I'm about to start slashing prices on starting bids so we can get all those sold tonight, okay? That was a great check condition crate. I'm about to go. So we did John, Paul, Laura, John. I'm about to do the Paul crate, and then we'll go from there, okay? And yes, 45s. What did I do with those? So we sold, I thought I had another handful of stuff to auction. Of course, we went through 2 whole boxes last night, and there are none left. I'm about to start. I'll start another box as a little bit later, too, yeah. Rock Show wants a pack of outer sleeves. Okay, so here's what's left in here. If you want a price, let me know. John Mayall, The Beatles, The Sticks, Bob Seger, Alan Parsons, The Guess Who, Saturday Night Fever, Billy Joe, 10 Years After, Chicago, Curtis King, Staple Singers, Crazy Horse, Quicksilver, Eddie and the Cruiser, CCR, Footloose, Tommy, Officer and a Gentleman, Endless Love, Artie Kaplan, Average White Band, Ray Charles, Al Stewart, and Arlo Guthrie, okay? Now, the Colt over here. The Colt is officially sold to Jeremy Rourke for $30. That's sold. The last bid on Billy Joel, is $40 with Alex Miller, now 43, and Brian Call has the Beatles for 30. Okay, Brian Call has the Beatles for 30. Now over here, you can be selling CDs later tonight. Most likely, yeah. They found 5 more boxes. It depends on what time it is and how hungry I am. Okay. No promises made, no promises I got to keep. It depends on what time it is and how hungry I am, okay? So, so the first question is, how much was Chicago? Mike Bartlett, that was VG condition, $9.99. That should have been for this one right here. Right here, VG condition, $9.99. Billy Joe got a new bid for 43. The Rubber Soul is a 65 U.S. Los Angeles repress second printing that mentions the Beatles. It has one bid for $30. The 10 Years After is called The Classic Performances, which is a hits compilation. EX $17.99 on that one. Topographic on Chicago. Okay, there is that. And then we have another Japanese. David Johnson's wanting to try to break some rules and me read out Japanese pressings to him. Maybe one day you'll understand, David. There's only 2 left. Surely you're not about to fall asleep that fast. But then I'm going to bring out the fresh box and open it up, and then you'll wish you'd stayed awake all night. Saturday night, you're falling asleep. What are you doing? Good gosh. Ever heard of coffee, my man? We have Weather Girls. It's Raining Men. That's a 12-inch single. $15 start on that Japanese pressing, okay? Billy Joel is officially sold to Alfredo Fuentes Amenities for $43, and Beatles has one bid for $30, and I'm about to sell it. So it's still from the OG year. It's just the second label. OG year, second label. OG year, second label. OG year, second label. Let's move this over, and there's this. Okay, everybody says they're falling asleep. Good gosh, what's wrong with y'all? Come on. Live a little. Pour some coffee on your face. Pour some coffee on your face. Do something like stick a cattle prod to your hip, you know? Go throw some pepper in your eyes. Townes Van Zandt, 50th anniversary, a 2019 Townes Van Zandt, self-titled, 180 gram with Obi, original under sleeve. That's going to go up for a $45 start. Levi wants to know what time CDs are going up so he can catch a power nap. Sometime between right now and 1 a.m. Sometime between right now and 1 a.m., if that narrows it down for you. Sometime, there's a lot of people who like to ask questions so they know when they can go squeeze in a nap. They set timers. They literally have me playing. They put their phone right next to their pillow on their couch. Like, okay, I'm going to squeeze in a little nap. Let me lay my phone right here next to my head. Listen to Chad. Okay, a couple hours, and you wake up. Okay, I'm awake. What did I miss? What can I bid on, Chad? Ah! I know exactly. See, Levi knows there's some people trying to squeeze in some naps. They got one eye open. They're like, oh, if I could just stay awake. Oh, man. Come on, Chad. Keep showing stuff. Don't make me go to sleep. Come on, buddy. Oh, they're nodding. Their heads rolling around on their shoulders. Oh, I can't stay awake. Come on, buddy. Keep going. Don't stop. All right, here we go. Next. Sabbath Volume 4. If you're the one that got it, I think it was $26.99. My wife is trying to guilt me into watching a movie with her. Here, let me talk to her. Let me talk to her right quick. Let me know when she's listening. How do you know that's what I do every night? Oh, I know. Because late at night, I'll be saying, who's watching? And they'll say 123 people, and only like 12 people are talking. The other people are literally asleep, and they've got me on their TV, and there's drool running down their neck. And they're like, oh, this is amazing. Listen to Chad talk all night. Over here, this is so Brian call for $30. Nobody bid on the Weather Girls. It's a $15 buy it now. And Townes Van Zandt is a final chance. $45 start for that. Weather Girls is a $15 start. It's Raining Men. $15 start on $15 buy it now on that. How much? $15 buy it now. So to Michael Butler. Okay. Townes Van Zandt, 45 on that one. I'm shy. I don't say much. Don't be shy. Here we go. We have Billy Joel, the Collectible concert, $19.99. Uptown Girl, $19.99. We have Angel. Angel is $19.99. Moonraker soundtrack. Moonraker is $24.99. The legendary Zing album featuring the Fabulous Tramps, that's in shrink, $14.99. Horace Silver, the Blue Note reissue series, sealed for $29.99. Let's put up another auction. Velvet Underground still available for $50. Midnight Oil, a 1988 U.S. Carrollton OG with the original under sleeve. EX edition, OG Midnight Oil, $20 start on that. $20 start. These are sticker price. Billy Joel is sold to Master Moss 666. That is done. These are going to sell so fast, your head's going to be spinning here in a second. Our next Japanese pressing is Christopher Cross. Sailing, Ride Like the Wind. Christopher Cross is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Billy Joe sold to Master Mall 666. Angel condition. Angel, no condition notes on the vinyl. Nice jacket. And it has the original Casablanca inner sleeve, $19.99 on that. Take 45 for Velvet Underground sold. Horace Silver sold to Jim Handy. Midnight Oil condition. Midnight Oil is a 1988 U.S. Carrollton OG with the original sleeve vinyl EX cover and shrink VG Plus condition. Velvet Underground is sold. No more Velvet Underground. Somebody said, what is Velvet Underground? Velvet Underground details. This is already sold to Master Mall for $45, and John McPatriot says he'll take Angel. Hope everybody's drunk that cup of coffee. You're going to need it to pay attention. We have Akio Okamoto, $24.99, a 1981 Japanese pressing. Oscar Brown Jr., Brother, Where Are You? Shrink, 1974 U.S. Soul Funk, no condition notes, $9.99. 50 years of jazz guitar in shrink, a 2LP, $14.99. And Take It Bunny, Bunny Bergen and his boys, U.S. reissue sealed for $9.99. Nobody bid on Towns Van Zandt. Towns Van Zandt's the 50th anniversary, a $45 buy it now. I'm going to lay that right over there because my crate over here full of other stuff is full. Midnight Oil's at $33. And then over here we have Christopher Cross, one bid $25 of Audio Explorer. Ben Webster, a work in Europe. Ben Webster is a 1973 white label promo, $14.99. The next auction is going to go up right now, which is the Lumineers, live from Wrigley Field. And this is a Zoetrope picture disc. Wow. Only one is ever sold on Discogs for $120 back last December on my birthday, and $120. And this was sealed, a 2024 3LP, a $95 start. This is the kind of thing right here is going to make Jim B woke. Only one's ever sold. Oh my gosh, Jim B just fell off his couch. Now his cats are running around fighting and his kids are running around crying. He's like, oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. Only one is ever sold on Discogs, and that means I can get on there and manipulate the market and charge whatever I want to. Nick Serenjenko on Bernie Bernigan. That's so to Nick Serenjenko, Audio Webster. The Audio Explorer gets Webster. That is so conditional jazz guitar, near mint minus in shrink. Also, we have Children of the Night. This is Bob Deegan, Terramoso Hino, Cameron Brown, and Matiko Hino. That's a 1978 German OG, $24.99. The Lumineers is at $95. And Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, in shrink wrap, $19.99 for Paul Simon. Tootsie soundtrack is in shrink, $14.99. And Horace Silver, Silver and Wood, 1976 US, $19.99. Christopher Cross only got one bid, and that is officially sold to Audio Explorer for $25. Over here, Midnight Oil, the last bid was Amenities at $45. That means somebody got outbid. Michael Drini and Chris Knapp, you're all right bid. It's at $45. Now the Lumineers at $100, and that means Jason Fortnite, you've been outbid. Tim Rory on the jazz guitar comp. That's so to Tim Rory. Also in here, we have Paul Smith, Heavy Jazz, a 1977 U.S. swing album. That's sealed for $19.99. Lumineers 100, Lumineers 125. Pablo Digital, Kansas City Shout, Count Basie, and this is a 1990 U.S. Red, $14.99. Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. Again, I don't think I've ever seen this before. In shrink, $34.99. Wow, that's beautiful too. $34.99 for Nancy Lee. This is a crate that Paul marked today. Midnight Oil out, Midnight Oil out. Lumineers a bid. And then here's our next Japanese pressing. This is Elton John, Captain Fantastic, and the Brown Dirt Cowboys. I just don't think it has an obi on it, unfortunately. It is a gatefold jacket. There's one LP. There is the inner sleeve. There is the book. There's the book. So it's really nice. It just has no obi. So this is a Elton John Nobi. Nice album though, Japanese quality, a $25 start. Next is the Diner soundtrack in shrink, $14.99 on that one. Lumineers 130, Audio Explorer on Kansas City. That is sold to Audio Explorer. Lumineers 150. Leo Smith, Divine Love, ECM label, $29.99, a 1979 US for Leo Smith. Also War Games, original motion picture soundtrack, a 1983 US War Games, $34.99 on that one. Bobby Shue, Outstanding in His Field, 1980 Jazz, $9.99. And then over here we have Sahib Shahib All-Star Sextets, a 1980 U.S. compilation, $29.99. Mastermall on War Games sold. Captain Fantastic has a bid for $25, and now Midnight Oil is officially sold to Alfredo Fuentes Amenities, $45. This is no more, no less sticker price. The Lumineers is at $150. Elton John is at $25. We have Bobby Short Loves Cole Porter, $14.99, a 1971 white label promo, $14.99 for Bobby Short. Paul Smith, The Ballard Touch, 1975 Easy Listening, sealed for $14.99. Mixin' with Mixin', a 1984 U.S. Jazz album, Mixin' with Mixin', $9.99. And we have Far East Goes Western, Ta Shindu, a 1962 U.S. OG stereo, $19.99. Chris Knapp bid $45 on that. Fredo was $45. Midnight Oil sold for $45 to Amenities, which is a Fredo. Same person. Over here, this is Fleetwood Mac Tusk. This is a 2016 USOG Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 5,000 copies. A $45 start. This is in Shrink with Hop, a $45 start. Mega Blast is starting to get angry because he was going to go take a nap, and now he's having to stick around to the next bot. Now best offer crate comes. Keith Jarrett's a 1976 White Label promo, $19.99. And this is Sing Baby Sing, Jack and Roy with Obi, a Japanese mono reissue, $9.99. Also, we have John Fumo, After the Fact, a 1986 US Fusion record, $9.99. The Lumineers is sold to Jason Fornerat for $150. Amenities and Amenity Fredo and Amenities are the same people. And then Captain has one bid for $25. That's got like 5 seconds left. We have Joan Brackren and Rigo Kawasaki. This was sealed for $34.99. And Black Ice, whoa, a 1977 US Funk Soul that is sealed for $34.99. And then Audio Explorer gets Fleetwood Mac. That sold for $25 on that. That is a gatefold jacket. Let's put that away. 25 and SOLUD exclamation point, exclamation point. Jake Jarmel does not like exclamation points. These are sticker price, no more, no less. This is Fleetwood Mac, a 2016 USOG Record Store Day exclusive of the alternate Tusk, a $45 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be this right here. It is going to be Billy Joel, an Innocent Man, Japanese pressing, near mint minus pristine with insert, and that's a $15 start. We got King Kong soundtrack. That's cool. Sealed $19.99 for King Kong. Music by John Barry. Next auction is Duran Duran, 7 and the Ragged Tiger, a 1983 USOG Winchester with the original on the sleeve and the Duran Duran Fan Club insert. VG++ EX. Duran Duran's a $20 start. King Kong is sold to Master Moss 666. And we have another one if anybody else wants one. There's 2 copies. They're both sealed. Enlightenment. Enlightenment is a 1972 U.S. Soul Funk Jazz album. Sealed $14.99. Dorothea Joyce. That is sealed for $14.99. Another King Kong. Also, the Enoch Light Singers, Wherever You Are, I Love You. A 68 White Label promo, $9.99. 1996 Nichols also gets the King Kong record. Duran Duran has a bid for $20. Enoch Light and the Light Brigade. This is called Charge, a 1972. That's $9.99. And 4-Channel Dynamite Explosive. A 1972 U.S. Space Age Easy Listening, $9.99 on that. Big Hits of the 20s, Enoch Light and the Light Brigade. That's a 1971, $9.99. And Fascination, Stan Freeman and his Piano Orchestra, a 1967 White Label promo, $9.99. Nobody been on Fleetwood Mac, so this is a buy it now. And if anybody wants Fleetwood Mac, it's a 2016 USOG Record Store Day in Shrink and near mint and with the stickers, and it's only a $45 buy it now. I'm going to put that right over here. Hopefully, change your mind. You're like, yeah, I'll go ahead and take it. These are all sticker price right now, no more, no less. We have Billy Joel looking for a $15 start. No bid. Duran Duran 20, Duran Duran 20, Duran Duran 25, Duran Duran 25, Duran Duran 27. Next Japanese auction. Next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing. Madonna, Like a Virgin. No condition note. Shrink Obi, $25 start on Nirvana. That's now up for auction. All right, let's go to another crate. I'm going to go through a crate right now where you can make offers on it, because there's some people cracking their knuckles. There's some people rubbing their hands together and like, Chad, I have an urge. I have a prescription, and the only fever is more cowbell. Okay, I have a prescription, and the only fever is a best offer crate. So I don't expect much left in this crate, because there is some people on the edge of their seat. There's a couple people almost lost their cool on me a few times. They're like, listen, Chad, we will buy every record in here if you allow us to offer $2 below the sticker price. I promise you, we'll buy everything in there. We just want to offer $2 to $4 below the sticker price, and we'll buy it. And I'm like, okay, we can come up with that. So let's bring over a crate, and I don't expect anything else to be left in this crate. I'm going to go through it fast, and let's see who can keep up, because we've got 5 more crates to do after this. 5 more crates of best offer, and it's only $10.18. The last bit on Billy Joe. Details, near mint minus a pristine Japanese pressing. Details on Duran Duran, OG VG++ EX, $35 is the high bid. And we have Madonna, which is a $15, $25 start, and there's no bid on Madonna yet. Final call on that one. Next is Quartz. This is Campbell the City. Quartz is $9.99. A gold stamp promo. Put Your Hand in the Hand by Ocean. $9.99 for Ocean. Rush, Exit Stage Left. An OG copy, $44.99. Augie Myers, August in New York. Augie Myers is $19.99. The Mighty Lemon Drops, World Without End. The Mighty Lemon Drops is $24.99. Burt Baccarat is $14.99. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And then the Mix, American Glue. Mix is $14.99. Merle Haggard Chill Factor, that's a sealed original, $19.99. We have John Barry says he'll take the Enoch lights. You got it. There's one Enoch light, there's another Enoch light, and there was another Enoch light and another Enoch light. There was 4 of them, right? There was 4 Enoch lights I know of, and these are all sold to John Barry. Sold, 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 and sold. Next is Merle Haggard has an offer for $15. That's sold to Johnny Hancock, 850 Johnny. And then over here, Lemon at $20, and Lemon, L-M-E-O-N, Lemon Drops. That's sold to Will Smith. That's sold to Will Smithson for $20. Alan Smith on MD, and MD was for something that's already sold. Nobody bid on Billy Joel. This is a buy now for $15 if anybody wants that one. Duran Duran, the last bid on this was Moses, out. Tim Rory gets that for $35. And nobody bid on Madonna. That's a no bid, $25 on Madonna. Okay, next thing is Cheap Trick at Budokan. Cheap Trick is our next auction. It's the complete show. First time ever on vinyl. It's a 2016 record store day. First time on vinyl, limited 5,000. Cheap Trick is a $35 start on that one. Okay, next is Mike Owen got Billy Joel for $15. That leaves Madonna for $25. So that's the second time we've reduced her. I guess nobody wants her. And we have the best of Merle Haggard, $14.99 for Merle Haggard. And Johnny Cash, the singing storyteller, $14.99. Mike Codrini said he bid on Madonna. Sold to Mike Codrini for $25. Cheap Trick over here is a now up for bid. This is a 2016 U.S. Record Store Day, $35 on that. $35 on that one, okay? Billy Joe sold to Mike Owen, Sean Miller next, then Amenities, and then Mike Codrini got Madonna for $25, and we got Merle Haggard for $10 and Johnny Cash for $10. 10 and 10. Sold to Mega Blast 9. Velvet Underground with Lou Reed, a 1983, $64.99. That's an 83 Black Labels is the note on the back, $64.99. Billy Joe Innocent Man, a U.S. pressing, $14.99. Relax, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, a 1984 U.S. That is $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Sade. This one's called Diamond Life, a 1985 U.S. Pittman repress with the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. Sade's a $25 start on that. Next is Gary Puckett, Union Gap Greatest Hits. Gary Puckett's $9.99, and Hank Williams Jr., Bocephus, $24.99. And Waylon Jennings, Full Circle, sealed Waylon Jennings, $29.99. All of a sudden, Chad needs a handkerchief. Now, all of a sudden, Chad needs a paper towel over here. Towel paper, paper towel, roll of toilet paper, whatever it takes. Okay, I feel a lot better. Next over here is Sarah Wyberdink on Frankie Goes to Hollywood. That's sold to Sarah Wyberdink. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. So Sade, $25. Angela Moore, Relax, $15. That was Frankie Goes to Hollywood, already sold. John McPatriot wants sleeve. Okay, not for sure what that is. We have Top Gun, $29.99 for that original soundtrack. And we have Guitar Wars. This is $16.99. Guitar Wars. Is this a compilation? Yeah, Blues to Cult, Journey, Loverboy, Santana, Joe Perry, Frank Marino, Judas Priest, Billy Barnett. $16.99 on that. We have Bruce Hornsby. That's just the way it is. Bruce Hornsby, $24.99. Guitar Rock Time Life compilation, $34.99. Guitar Wars sold to Stephen Parton. Guitar Life, Raspberry's Best is $24.99. This is called Guitar Rock, $34.99 on that one. Nobody bid on Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick is a no bid, and we're going to go ahead and make that a buy now for $35. That's going to go over here, $35 on Cheap Trick if anybody wants that one. Sade got one bid, and that is sold to Angela Moore for $25. Let's go ahead and sell that. Diamond Life, Sade, $25. So we had Guitar Wars. Mike Owen put BH20. That's Bruce Hornsby, sold for 20. Then Guitar Wars, and then Angela on Guitar Rock. That was a 4 LP. Wow, $34.99 on that one. Next is Motown's Moest. What? Motown's Mo West Story, 1971-73. Light in the Attic. I was about to say, what is this? 2021, $64.99. And we have Andrew Lloyd Webber Requiem. That is $14.99. That means we're ready for more auctions. Grateful Dead and Live Throwing Copper. Let's go ahead and put these up right here. We have Grateful Dead, Bill Graham's Fillmore East. This is a 2024 U.S. reissue, a 55th anniversary edition, 3 LP. Vinyl sealed. Grateful Dead, $85 start. Live Throwing Copper. A 2019 25th anniversary on colored vinyl, red and green, with 3 bonus tracks. That's the colored vinyl, $95 on that one. Moving on, we have Aretha Franklin, Take It Like You Give It. That one doesn't come through very often. It is a Columbia 2i clean vinyl. Does have some stickers up here. A little bit of coverware. Aretha, $34.99. James Gang Thirds is $19.99. The Blues Singer, Jimmy Witherspoon. That's in shrink for $29.99. And what do we have here? Trash One, a Psycho Incandescent souvenir. A 1995 gray and white black vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. Psycho Incandescent souvenir, 1995, $24.99 on that one. We have Brides of March, Midnight Oil. Midnight Oil, is that the same band? 1999, or I guess Brides of March is the artist. Yeah. Split Water Creek, Split Three Ways, $9.99 on that one. And Porky's Revenge soundtrack. Oh boy. Porky's Revenge, $19.99. Jeff Beck, Clarence Clemens, Fabulous Thunderbirds, Dave Evans, George Harrison. Grateful Dead, no bid, final call for $55. Live, no bid, final call for $95. And we have over here Chris Knapp on Trash. Chris Knapp on Trash, that's right here. Ivan R. was second. And then we have going up over here, I have another auction to do. And what do we have? What do we have? I have, what do I have? What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? Mother Love Bone Apple. Sealed, originally a $55 start. Let's try a $1 start. What? Yeah, a $1 start. Mother Love Bone, sealed on gray vinyl, a $1 start. You heard me correctly. Alicia on Midnight. This one right here is sold to Alicia. Stephen Parton on Porky's Revenge, sold. Vaughn next on Porky's Revenge. Grateful Dead 55, and Mother Love Bone has the bids for 20, 10, and 10. Next is, what is this? I don't know. This is a hip-hop from 2002, $14.99. Rock Calypse featuring Loss and Hot Man Rich, a 2002 hip-hop, and that is $14.99. Next thing is Detrola presents the original artist of rock and roll, $14.99. Chantilly Race, James Brown, The Contours, The Safaris. We have The King Still Lives, Are You Lonesome Tonight, Brett Musical, Elvis Presley, a original London cast album, sealed, $19.99, okay? Back up at the top, we have the following. Grateful Dead had a bid for $55, Mother Love Bone 20, Mother Love Bone 10, Mother Love Bone 10, Mother Love Bone out. Grateful Dead 60, Mother Love Bone 21, Mother Love Bone 10, Mother Love Bone 10, Mother Love Bone 25, Mother Love Bone 20, Mother Love Bone 20. Grateful Dead 65, Mother Love Bone 20. Is the Psych record album still in the crate? No. Was that Midnight Oil? That is not the band Midnight Oil. No, this was the Brides of March. Ivan on the hip-hop single, sold. And then over here, Grateful Dead 75. So right now, Live did not get a bid. It's a $95 bite now. Live Throwing Copper, red and green vinyl, sealed, a $95 bite now if anybody wants that. That is available. I need more Monster. I feel a little sluggish. I feel a little sluggish. All right, Cheap Trick is sold to Adam Bernardi for $25. That was a no bid, sold to him. Regina Tabor on the Elvis, that's sold to Regina Tabor. Grateful Dead is still getting bids. The last bid on Grateful Dead was $76. Michael will hand it out. And after all that, Mother Love Bone is an unofficial pressing on gray vinyl, sealed. An unofficial pressing on gray vinyl, sealed. I'm showing Scully Mac at $25. Scully Mac at $25. That was the other night supposed to be a $55 start, and I think we've already sold 1 or 2 this week for $55 or more. Just FYI, as I put on some chapstick, okay? Now, first thing we have is we had an offer on Throwing Copper Live, and this is sold for $85 to Mike Quadrini. Now Grateful Dead 80, now Mother Love Bone 26. The Last Picture Show, that's a soundtrack, $19.99. The Sting, that's a soundtrack, $19.99. Good Morning Mitten Vietnam, that's a great soundtrack, $34.99. Nowhere to Run to, baby, Nowhere to Hide. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, Witch Doctor, $19.99 on Blakey. Witch Doctor, The City Foundation, $12.99 on that one. And we have the Beatles White Album, Purple Cable label with posters and card inserts, near mint. The White Album, $64.99. Mother Love Bone, $27. Grateful Dead's now at $80, now $85. Next auction is The Doors. You heard me correctly, The Doors. And this is an official Record Store Day. This is live in Stockholm, 1968. They did 1,500 on blue vinyl, and this is still sealed. A $65 star. Jim Handy first on Art Blakey. Alfredo Fuentes was second. We have First National Nothing. This is $9.99. First National Nothing. The Disadvantages of You, the Brass Ring, $9.99. Also Soul Street, Eddie Floyd. Eddie Floyd is $24.99. And the Good Old 50s. That's a compilation from Atco, $14.99. That is a 50s comp called the Good Old 50s, and this has to be made probably in the 50s or early 60s, I would say. Knowing it's Atco and with that label, it's got to be late 50s, early 60s. The Good Old 50s, $14.99. And wow, Velvet Underground and Nico picture disc, $44.99 on that. And New York Fever, the Toasters, $24.99. A lot of interesting stuff in there. First thing is Vietnam 20. Vietnam 25, and it's yours. And then Tracy Songer on brass, which was this one right here. This guy is really happy. He's getting to hug this. Either he's kind of short or she is really tall. That is sold to Tracy Songer. And then the Doors has a bid for $70. And the Toasters is sold to Master Moss 666. This is all buy it now or best offer. Vietnam, VU, no, that's Velvet Underground, Yvonne Galipsy. Sell Steven Vietnam for $25. And then over here, what about the Grateful Dead? Michael went out. This is sold to Jay Beach for $85. Thank you, Jay Beach. That's sold to you for $85. And then Mother Love Bone. Mother Love Bone. So what did we get to here? 27 with Audio Explorer, right? 27 with Audio Explorer. Anybody else on Mother Love Bone? 27 on that. And then the Doors is at 70. What's the Cult? There's no, the Beatles. First of all, the Beatles is the Purple Capel label. Super clean with the posters and photos, $64.99. Adam Bernardi on the 50s for $10 sold. And then Mother Love Bone has a new bid for $28. Now, we're going to go quickly through this one again so we can go right into another one. There's one more Paul crate that was marked with like jazz stuff at sticker price. I'll do another vintage discount crate next because there's like 3 more of those to do. So we're kind of outnumbered on those. I have more auctions to do. First of all, though, all the advertised auctions are sold. There's only a couple no bids, and then all the Japanese stuff is sold. So now I'm getting into a new crate of bonus stuff, and then I'm going to start reducing the price of old auctions. Whether it was tonight, because it's Saturday night, I don't like having much left over here in what I call my catch-all bin. So I've got a whole crate of bonus stuff that I'm bringing up higher eye level to me. And I'm going to try to sell. I have a lot of Taiwan pressings in here. Some people like those. Some people don't like them. Some people love them. And then I got some low-grade stuff. I'm holding a Paranoid right here in my hand. I've got B-52s, David Lee Roth, lots of cool stuff in here. Taiwanese records. And, yeah, let's keep going. So we'll try to knock out all that, okay? Over here, first thing we have is Mother Love Bone 25, The City. Okay, The City was right here. The City was Foundation. That's a gold stamp promo, full album, 1986 Chrysalis Records, $12.99. Mother Love Bone 30, Mother Love Bone 35, and then the Doors Audio Explorer 70. You were the only bidder, right? This is sold to Audio Explorer for $70. Let's put that away. And then let me see what else I have over here. Okay, Mark Knopfler, Kill to Get Crimson. This was a buy now. This sounds like a good record to put on Discogs because it's sealed. But if anybody wants it right now or wants to make an offer, Mark Knopfler, Kill to Get Crimson, sealed, RTI, $95. Because that's sealed and it sounds like it's pretty pricey, I don't mind putting that one on Discogs. But if anybody wants it, Mark Knopfler, a $95 buy it now or best offer, okay? $95 buy it now or best offer. Paul's marked a really cool Frank Sinatra box set here. Let me show this right quick. And don't forget, I got to go through the discount leftovers from this week. This is $199. It's called Frank Sinatra Concepts. $199.99. It is sealed. It's a Frank Sinatra box set. Looks like there's a book down here on the bottom. It's from Capital Masters. And Frank Sinatra has a magnetic snapcase lid. It's a 1992 16 CD sealed box set with 2 booklets, sealed Frank Sinatra. It looks like a mini toaster oven my grandma used to have. She used to bake cheese toast in there, you know. It looks like an oven. Frank Sinatra Concepts, or an old bread box or something. Pretty cool. That is sealed. All 16 CDs are sealed, and that's $200. $199.99. $199 for the Frank Sinatra box. So that's available. That was just put out and marked today, just FYI. And I would love to sell it to one of y'all. I still got the 2 Beatles mono boxes back there. All right, Mark Knopfler, we have an offer for $80 and $85. Michael Bohannon was first, and I'm going to sell it to him for $85. All right, that's sold to him for $85. That just saved me. Probably could have got more elsewhere, but I'd rather sell it to y'all. That's sold to him for $85, okay? Next thing is Mother Love Bone. Matt Nichols has it for $35. Audio Explorer's out. Audio Explorer, I got good news and bad news. Bad news is I'm selling this to Matt Nichols for $35, and you were second on the Mark Knopfler. But I have over here, if you want one for the same price, another Mother Love Bone, and this is the last one I know of, another bootleg from that guy's collection. $35 if you want it, okay? And if he passes right now, if anybody wants another one, $35, okay? Now, what else do I have over here? I have, going up for bid right now, Neil Young. This one's called F-U-C-K-I-N, and they covered up the C and the K. This was sealed. We had this in the bin the other night. I'm going to put it up for just a $15 start. Sealed record store day. That is Neil Young, a $15 start, mastered from the original sources in analog. Neil Young, a $15 start. That's going up for bid. Auto Explorer, let me know on that. He said he will take it, and then Jason Fornerat was next. We've almost filled up a full crate. Okay, there's Neil Young, a $15 start. That is like a 75% off price reduction. Just FYI, if you're keeping tabs and making notes, that's like a 75% off price reduction price start. Here is Ozzy. This was from a way back when. This is over here in another miscellaneous auction bin. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, is an 81 US OG Terre Haute near mint minus, a $55 start. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman with the original inner sleeve, a $55 start, a beautiful copy. Flying High again. Beatles mono. Do you want the one with a little bit of damage for $169, or do you want the minty one for $199? Those are Beatles mono CD box sets. And then I've also got the Beatles EP CD collection as well, which is $129. Okay, so there's that. Let's go back up to the top. We've already sold Throwing Copper. Yes, Throwing Copper sold. It didn't get a bid, and then I took an offer for $85. Mother Love Bone, we sold that. Neil Young 20, Neil Young 15, Neil Young 25, Neil Young 30. And then there's the City. And if you need a price, let me know. We had Quartz, Camel in the City, Ocean, Rush, Augie Myers, Burt Baccarat doing Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And then we have the mix. We have Velvet Underground, Billy Joe, Gary Puckett, Hank Williams Jr., Waylon Jennings, Top Gun, Raspberries, Motown's Mo West Story, Requiem soundtrack, Aretha Franklin, James Gang, Jimmy Witherspoon, Splitwater Creek, the original artist of rock and roll, Brides of March, or Ides of March, yeah. Midnight Oil, Ides of March. Ides of March is the artist. Last Picture Show, The Sting, The First National Nothing, Soul Street, and the Beatles White Album. Did somebody make an offer on this? Somebody might have made an offer on this. Yeah, John McPatriot offered $55. Sell that to John McPatriot for $55. Now my crate's full, and the Beatles CD mono box set is sold for $199.99 to Audio Explorer. Nice pickup there. I have one more. if anybody else wants one, okay? Let's put that over here. I still got the Sinatra box and then the Beatles EP CD collection as well. Paul marked some cool stuff. We have all kinds of cool little tchotchkes like that laying around this back room. I mean, it is just insane. But believe me, oh my gosh. That was a heavy crate. That was the heaviest crate of vinyl I've ever picked up in my life. And I've picked up about 20 in my life. I've only ever picked up 20 crates of vinyl. Yeah, true. All right, here's one more miscellaneous thing. This was 4. This was a, let's see here. This is, 1 second. Let me find that B-52s. Hey, we had one of these the other night. Here's another one. Bare Naked Ladies, a 2006 USOG sealed. Bare Naked Ladies, and this one's called R-Me, a $75 start. Ozzy has a bid for $55 and picture show price. That was, last picture show was $19.99. Neil Young is at $40 with Sean Miller. That's a final call. Ozzy's at $55 with Mark Diskin, which I think is a new bidder. This is an 81 USOG Jet Records. It has the original on the sleeve, VG Plus or Plus Plus cover. The vinyl is near mint minus. Bare Naked Ladies, a $75 start. This is sold to Melon Jennings' last picture show. Okay, all right. Now we're making headway. Something's going on. Let's move this right over here. B-52. Somebody asked for that. Yeah, give me 1 second on that one. Okay. Okay, this is $6.99 sealed. Peter Gabriel, Play the videos. That's sealed Peter Gabriel, the videos, $6.99 on that one. Okay, moving on. Let's do some more buy it now or best offer. Got 2 more crates over here. Still got another crate that Paul had marked. Just FYI. One more night. One more crate. One more crate. Okay. Let's see here. Now, here is, I'll do that in 1 second. Peter Gabriel sold to Mike Owen for $6.99. Let's get a new handful. Don't forget about 45s. Trying to blast through all this other stuff, and so I'll know where I'm at with auction so we can go from there, if that makes sense, okay? So I'm working my way towards the 45s. Just got a lot of living to do between now and then. A lot of living to do. Neil Young gets sold to Sean Miller for $40. Thank you on that one. All right. I think we got a new bidder and a new buyer on Ozzy. If you are a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. This is sold for $55 to Mark Diskin. And just say yes, first-time buyer. That's sold to you for $55. And as soon as I was saying that, Tony just bid $56. A little bit too late. He had that for almost 5 minutes. He did. For $55. That's sold to Mark Diskin. And if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes and welcome. And then Bare Naked Ladies is a buy it now for $75. If anybody wants that, it was a no bid last night, and I sold one on the buy it now. So Bare Naked Ladies, $75. We only have Fleetwood Mac, Towns Van Zandt, Evanescence, and Bare Naked Ladies. If you're a first-time buyer, welcome to Collectible. Make sure you message our page. We need your email address and mailing address. This is the last night for invoicing, so hopefully you can stick around a little longer and maybe add to your order. You got one record so far, $8. Invoicing cycle ends tonight. We'll invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. Anybody else watching for the first time, welcome. You can join at any time here at Collectible. We don't buy it, and I'd love to have your business. I'll be here every night for the rest of my life selling records. Every single night. We have Grateful Dead. This was another no bid, $95 on that. $95 on Grateful Dead. I'm getting all tonight's no bids together. Maybe we can make some offers on them later tonight to close out the show. Okay, here was some other no bids from the other night. These are kind of pricey, though. We'll see what happens with them. Here is a Beatles bootleg. It's called Beatles Outtakes 2. It's a 1972 unofficial. This is a pretty rare record if you check it on Discogs. This is a $125 start on the Beatles Outtakes 2. It is from the Trademark of Quality bootleg label, a vintage bootleg of the Beatles. That's a $125 start. And then the B-52's Whammy is a 1983 Winchester OG VG Plus condition. That's going to go up for a $15 start. This entire crate is all going to be buy it now or best offer, okay? We have themes from James Bond Thrillers Volume 3. James Bond Thrillers like You Only Live Twice and Casino Royale and Goldfinger and Thunderball, $19.99. That's kind of like an unofficial Bond record, sort of. Red and Murphy, Riding Ground on Saturday Night with the Dairy Queen sign in the back. Dairy Queen, $9.99 for Red and Murphy. We have Because of Love, 1976 Shalom, $9.99 on that one. And then This is $9. Algera, A-L-L-E like ale, and then Gara, Sarah, C-G-R-A. I'm not for sure, but it's $9.99. The B-52s has a new bid for $15. That's going once, going twice. Armageddon, a white label promo, nice, $64.99 for Armageddon. We had the new reissues that come in. That's a promo copy. Let's go ahead and see what else I can come up with over here from the bonus crate. How about Bruce Springsteen Sealed, the 1986 5LP box set, and it's never been opened. A $45 start on Bruce Springsteen Sealed on that one. This is a buy it now best offer crate, just FYI. That is a buy it now best offer crate. Just FYI, I'm going to tuck the Beatles right over there for a second. Next is Wes Lashot Smiles. This is $14.99. Also, Defectors. It is 6th Street, Come Out With Your Hands Up. New Wave from 1985, $14.99 on that. Hank Williams Jr. Wild Streak in Shrink, $24.99. And Jukin' Bone Whiskey Woman, $34.99. Looks like final call to get a bid on Beatles, $125. B-52s has one bid for $15 with Mark. That's a final call, and Bruce is sealed a $45 start. We have Joan Armour Trading The Key. Joan Armour Trading's $9.99. And Tribe Ethnic Stew. Tribe is $19.99. And Mick Jagger Primitive Cool. Mick Jagger, $19.99. Yes, if you pre-ordered Alice in Chains Three-Legged Dog, it will be for billed on Monday. Yes. It will be billed on Monday. You got that straight. You got that straight. Whoa, what was that? Let's see what I have here. I got piles and piles of stuff. Let's see. I don't know what this is or this is. That's a coin. That's sheet music. That's sheet music. That's sheet music. This looks like, oh, I know what that is. I know what those are. I know what that is. I know what those are. I know what that is, okay? All right, let me get those sorted a little bit better. Trying to move through some merch over here. I know what I can do with these Bruce. We can sell them in a lot like we did the other Bruce. These 3, 4 right here. Okay, so we got Bruce Springsteen, Sherry Darling, and Be True from 1981. Bruce Springsteen, One Step Up, and Bruce Springsteen, Fire. And those 3 are going to be a buy it now for $10. We'll just do a quick buy it now on them. These 3 Bruce Springsteen, very nice picture sleeves, $10 buy it now on those, okay? $10 on Bruce. Speaking of Bruce, this has got a bid for $45.45 and now $50. Moving on, we have Ahmad Jamal Digital Works. Ahmad Jamal is $24.99. Dean Martin's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99 on Dean Martin. And we have GNR Secret Sampler. This is a 2020 on clear vinyl, $29.99 on that. The Legendary Lefty for Sale, $9.99. And Jawbox, a 1992 punk album, $54.99 for Jawbox, $54.99. Another purchase for our new buyer tonight, Mark Diskin on the B-52s for $15. Thank you. If anybody wants the Beatles, it's a $125 buy it now. $125 on the Beatles outtakes. And it looks like we're done on Bruce. And that's going to be sold to Joshua Day for $50, okay? This is going to be sold to Joshua Day for $50. Thank you, Joshua. That's sold to you. Next is Jawbox, sold to Master Moss 666. Tom Sullivan just placed a bid on the Bruce box. I just sold it. And then Dean Martin has sold to Tony McDaniel. Dang it. Already sold it to Joshua. Might have pulled the trigger fast on that one. We have B-52's Mesopotamia. B-52s, Mesopotamia. Let me see. I have a check condition note on this one. Outside of side 1. Oh, yeah, it's got a little heat damage. It does have a little bit of heat damage right here. And there's a little bit of a lip right here on the edge of the record. So buyer beware on this one. Otherwise, the disc is beautiful. It probably won't affect it too much. I mean, usually these don't. But yeah, you can tell where it has a little bit of heat damage. So this is going to go up for a $1 start. The B-52's Mesopotamia, $1 start. If anything, you'll have a 98% record. Next auction is Scorpions Love Drive. This is damage. The cover has damage and the vinyl's VG minus. $5 start on that. $5 start on the Scorpions. And we have the C and the Cake 1 bedroom. This is a 2003 Indie Rock, $29.99 on that one. Soul is here to stay. That's a Stax 2 LP compilation, $34.99 on that one. $34. That's Eddie Floyd, Booker T, Isaac Hayes, Staple Singers, Johnny Taylor. $34.99 on that. Clarence Gatemouth Brown, Atomic Energy. That is sealed. $34.99. B-52 is a $1 start. The Scorpions is a $5 start. And Black Gold, 24 karat hits. $24.99 for Black Gold. That's a 2 LP. Warner Brothers special product, $24.99. Philadelphia Flying, another soul compilation with the OJs and the Intruders. Howard Melvin, that's $9.99. And we have Wild Bale Keep You, $12.99. $12.99, okay? All right, over here. Well, what happened with the Bruce box is it didn't get a bid for the longest. So when it gets a bid, and then 2 people pretty much tied, and then he said out, I went ahead and sold it. So, because I thought they were the only 2 interested. Sorry, that might have been a little fast, but when it doesn't get a bid right away, and I'm moving through stuff exponentially fast, then it might sell pretty fast. So I would say right now, if you're definitely interested in auction, I would get your name in the mix quickly. That way I can check to see if you're in or out. Otherwise, they're going to get sold. Best of Jimmy Reed is $19.99. Best of Jimmy Reed, $19.99. And Belfranza Records, $44.99, St. Louis Town. Trust me, I want to sell it for the most as possible, but if it doesn't get a bid pretty quickly and I'm in turbo auction mode, we're moving through stuff quickly, then it's going to go either for a buy it now or whoever is bidding and the other person says out, then we'll move through it quickly. The 5 Satins, this is greatest hit, sealed $24.99. So B-52s has a bid for 2, 3, 3, 1, 5, and 5, and BG for 20. And BG for 20 was for, let me figure out what that was. BG for 20, BG for 20, BG for 20, Black Gold. This is sold to Tony McDaniel for $20. Here's a Japanese CD I forgot about. These are, I can do these for $25. Eric Clapton, self-titled Japanese CDs. So these were, they were supposed to be $25 start auctions. So $25 buy it nows on the Eric Clapton Japanese CDs. Don't have much Japanese CDs left. There's Clapton for $25. Nobody bid on the Scorpions. That's a $5 buy it now on the Scorpions. If anybody wants that, it's VG minus with damaged cover. Earth, Wind & Fire, Electric Universe. That's $14.99 for Earth, Wind & Fire. CCR Greatest Hits, a 3 LP comp. CCR, $34.99 for that 3 LP compilation. And the Buster soundtrack, unopened, sealed with hop sticker, $24.99. Okay, got some pretty cool Taiwanese records over here. Let me see what I have over here in some of these. This is Blood Rock 2. This is a 1970 Taiwanese unofficial in VG condition. And the Taiwanese unofficial is VG with some of those pressing bubbles. Just a $10 start on Blood Rock 2. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. And we have Johnny Cash Greatest Hits Volume 1, $24.99. That is a Columbia 2i, $24.99. And the Carpenters, the singles, $9.99. Okay, so Scorpions 2, Scorpions 5. Steven, it's yours, but it will be $5. If not, Von Gillespie. Sully got CCR, the triple LP for $29. Adam Bernardi got Earth, Wind & Fire for $12. Blood Rock's a $10 start. Steven said he will do the Scorpions for $5. The last bid on the B-52s was $6 with G-Mac. I'm about to sell that for $6. The Best of Bread, $12.99. And Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age, $14.99. All right, next auction should be coming from over here. Yeah, Tom Petty. This is this is Tom Petty, Pack Up the Plantation, which is an OG copy. The vinyl is pretty clean. The vinyl is pretty clear. Pretty clean, pretty nice, pretty clear. It's not clear, it's black. Super nice. The cover has minor shelfware on it. Tom Petty's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Sid Blair on the Carpenters, that's sold to Sid Blair. And we have the Blues Brothers, the original and shrink, $24.99. Okay, so the B-52s is sold for $6 to G-Mac. That is sold. Blood Rock has a bid for $10. Tom Petty's a $15 start. I'm trying to sell these 3 Bruce Springsteens together. Sherry Darling, Fire, and One Step Up. All 3 of them for $10. That is near mint minus. Fire is near mint minus. And Sherry Darling, which I think is a UK copy. This was a foreign press. Yeah, UK. Those 3 for $10. Okay? Those 3 for $10. And then we have Three Dog Night. That's $14.99. Also, the South's Greatest Hits, Allman Brothers, Greg Allman, Mason Rhythm Aces, $19.99 for that. The Best of Spirit is $19.99. And then and now, the Best of the Monkeys, $24.99. Blood Rock is sold to Tony McDaniel for $10. And we have Tom Petty for $15, Tom Petty $15, Tom Petty $15. I may have missed a bid on the B-52s. Sid Blair says his 8 was before G-Mac. Okay, so we had a tie. Or no, he had 8, then G-Mac bid 6. G-Mac, you're out. He said out. This is sold to Sid Blair for 8. Sid Blair for $8 on this. Sid Blair for $8 on this. Tony says his 10 was for bread, okay? So that means Blood Rock didn't get a bid. It's a $10 buy now. That means bread is sold to Tony McDaniel for 10. There was too many B's. There was B, 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 and everybody's put B, 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 B. So Tony McDaniel gets bread for 10. That's sold to Tony McDaniel. Tom Petty 15. Tom Petty 15. Tom Petty 15. So the B-52s was sold to Sid Blair for $8. Tom Petty 17. There goes Mark, gets the 3 Springsteens for 10. Nick Morocco asked about them first. He said he'll take them. These 3 are sold to Nick Morocco for 10. He asked about them first. There goes Mark was second. Then Regina. And then over here, we have Tom Petty for 25, and then Tom Petty for 20. There's 2 Beatles boxes left. This is the Beatles in mono, $169.99. We just sold another for $200. This one has damage. That's why we marked it $169. And then over here is the Beatles CD EP collection, $129.99, complete. And that is near mint. All the media is near mint. This is all near mint except for the box. $129 and $169 on the 2 Beatles boxes. Okay, I can't believe no one bid on, got the Bruce the first time I showed them. Over here, we have Cheap Trick from Tokyo to You. This is some kind of promo sampler, 1978, $29.99. Last bid on Tom Petty was Matt Nichols at $25. Everybody else is out. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is another Taiwanese, and this is Best of Mountain. It is in VG minus condition, a $10 start for Best of Mountain. So just for clarification on that last one over here, which was Blood Rock, it was a no bid for $10 on that one. $10 on that one. Over here, we have Steve Martin, A Wild and Crazy Guy, $14.99 for Steve Martin. The Vision Quest soundtrack is $19.99. Rock Fever, Original Artist, $9.99. The Box Tops, the Trucks, the Jaggers, Keith, the Outsiders, Sam and Dave, $9.99 on that one. And then Hank Williams Jr., $24.99. Mike Quadrini, I'm assuming you don't want to bid again on Tom Petty. Matt Nichols has it for $25. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is sealed. It's a colored vinyl, Newberry Comics exclusive. It is going to go up for a $15 start. It is on Newberry Comics on red and clear with black and white splatter. Sealed, a $15 start on that. Does anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here? This was a CD I think we accidentally ordered. Sealed bolt thrower CD, brand new, $9.99, which I know is less than my cost. So $9.99 on the sealed bolt thrower. Vision Quest has an offer for $15, sold to Will Smithson. Tom Petty is sold to Matt Nichols for $25, and the Best of Mountain is a $10 start on that one. Bolt thrower CD sold to Matt Nichols for $9.99. Todd, I just sold Tom Petty, Mountain 10. Rocky Horror has a bid for $15. That's like 75% off what it was priced for the other night. So take advantage of that. Let's see what I have here. I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. Here we go. This is sealed Tyler Childers CD going back all the way from 2020. $9.99. So live on Red Barn Radio, sealed, $9.99. It was $18. That's sealed Tyler Childers. If anybody else wants a price on anything in here, let me know. If not, I think we have another check condition bin. I'll do that in just a second. Let me see what else I have over here in this no bid crate. What do we got? 2 auctions live right now. Let's go ahead and pull out. Okay, those need to be tagged. Let's start from the front. Here we go. Saxon. So Saxon was originally sold out of a Hatchet crate for $40, and this is a 1983 French OG. Let's reduce that to a $20 start. Saxon Power and Glory, a 1983 French OG VG++ condition, a $20 start on that. Steve, next on Boat Thrower, and then we have Rocky Horror Picture Show 17 and now 20. If anybody wants Mountain, it's a no bid. Vietnam, or excuse me, a Taiwan press, $10 on that. All righty, moving on. Fantastic. Here we go. I might bundle some of these Taiwan records together. All right, what else is over here in this auction crate as I flip through and try to clean out some of this stuff over here? This right here, that right there. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. Yes, yes. Okay, yes, I understand. Okay, thank you for the information. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, all right. That makes sense. Good to know. Thank you. And okay, here's a no bid. This was a 2016, first time ever on vinyl. Buck Cherry 15, first time ever on vinyl with the song Crazy BITCH. Sealed, Rocktober exclusive. Was a $125 start. How about a $55 start? So look, it's supposed to start at that and go up. How about a $55 start for Buck Cherry? That's now up for bid. Saxon and Red Hot Chili Peppers are all getting bids, okay? If you want a price on anything in here, let me know. James Bond Thrillers, Red and Murphy's. We have Shalom, Because of Love, Algera. We had Armageddon as a white label promo. West LaShow or LaShot. Defectors, Hank Williams Jr., Juke and Bone, Whiskey Woman, Joan Armour Trading the Key, Tribe, Ethnic Stew, Mick Jagger, Primitive Cool, Ahmad Jamal Digital Works, and this was GNR Secret Sampler 2020. So Red Hot Chili Peppers is sealed, a Newberry Comics colored vinyl for $23. Buck Cherry's a $55 star, and Saxon. So let me clarify here. Sean Miller bid 20, Matt Nichols bid 20, and Jim Handy bid 20. Y'all were all tied. The first one was Alex Miller, Sean Miller on YouTube. We have the legendary Lefty Frizzell, the Sea and Cake, One Bedroom. Also have Soul is Here to Say, a Stax compilation 2LP, $34.99. Clarence Gatemouth Brown, Philadelphia Flying, The Best of Jimmy Reed, St. Louis Town Comp, Baronza Records, The Five Satins. This was Wild Bell, Keep You. True Romance is new and sealed, $38.99. Alabama Worley Turquoise Colored Vinyl. Nirvana 36 and Korn is $33. No GNR here, but we have Saxon with a new bid for $30. And Von Galipsy, it's up to you on Rocky Horror Picture Show because audio has it for $23. Von just bid $25. Now Saxon's at $30. The Buster soundtrack was sealed. Johnny Cash Greatest Hits Volume 1. Dan Fogelberg, The Blues Brothers, Three Dog Night, The South's Greatest, The Best of Spirit, The Monkees, Cheap Trick, Steve Martin, and Hank Williams Jr. This Cheap Trick, is this blue? No, it's black vinyl. Okay. From Tokyo to You. Interesting. Cheap Trick. I don't recall seeing that one before. Did you say Shalom? I did. Because of You, Shalom. That might be the label. Yeah. 1976. $9.99. I think it's the artist and the label. It's probably private released. Probably privately released on that one. All right. Oh, 1 second, please. Okay. Here we go. Everybody ready? More activity? Sold comp $20. Sold. This one right here for stacks, right? Sold to Nick Morocco for 20. Buck Cherry does have a bid for 55, final call. Shalom is sold to Wayne Caldwell for 7. And we have Blues Brothers was right here. Blues Brothers was in shrink, $24.99. Okay, Saxon is sold to Sean Miller for $30. Rocky Horror Picture Show, Vaughn Gillespie, you're out. Audio Explorer has that for 27. And Buck Cherry does have a bid for 55. That's a final call. Dance of Death. Nope, that's only available new and sealed. If you want it, I can order it. They're not cheap, though. They're like $50. They're like $49.99, but I can get you one. Hank Williams Jr. Wild Streak is $24.99. Blues Brothers is sold to Sully, 19, beautiful copy and shrink. Let's add another auction. Let me get all the Taiwanese stuff together. And then those were no bids from the other night from a previous show, more like Discogs type stuff. I'll show them again one more time, though. Okay, then we got Taiwan. Looking for any colored vinyl ones. Taiwan. Some pretty cool ones in here, though. They're colored vinyl. They get pretty collectible. Hank Williams Jr. That's not Taiwan, though. I think the rest of these are Taiwan. I might sell them in one huge lot. Okay. All right, this is a 1972 USOG Hank Williams Jr. 11 Roses. MGM EX Edition, Hank Williams Jr. $15 start. Buck Cherry has a new bid for 57 with Tom Sullivan, and now 56. For the longest, I didn't think anybody was going to bid, and now we got 4 active bidders on Buck Cherry. And then we have Rocky Horror Picture Show. The last bid was 27. It was up to Vaughn Gillespie, and he's out. So this is sold to Audio Explorer for $27. We took care of that. Cody got Hank Williams Jr. Put down Tim Rory for Iron Maiden Dance of Death. And this one here is Born to Boogie in shrink, $24.99. So Buck Cherry, 55, 56, 57 with Tom Sullivan. There's Hank Williams Jr. as an auction, $15 start. This one is Born to Boogie in the crate, $24.99. Okay. Next is David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile, a VG minus copy for a $5 start. David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile, a $5 start on that. Okay. These need to go over here. That's our next one. I'm making a list. I'm checking it twice. Gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. So Mike Cadrini and Tony Daniel, I'm under the assumption you're done bidding on Buck Cherry. And Cody, I'm assuming you're not wanting Hank Williams Jr. out of here. And then there's one up for auction. And then let's go ahead and move on to another crate. All right, let's do it. Another one. Okay. Here we go. Somebody said silver tonight. Sure. I showed it last night, but everybody didn't like my prices. So we'll see what happens. Just because JP Morgan shorted the market on paper doesn't mean that there's still not a shortage of physical. Just saying. Let me go ahead and take a drink of this. All righty. Here we go. So, Buck Cherry is sold for $57 for Tom Sullivan. Nobody bid on Hank Williams Jr. It's a $15 buy now. And then David Lee Roth has multiple bids. The last bid was 9 with Joe DeGato. Okay? here we go. This is buy it now, best offer. First thing we have is Canned Heat, Hallelujah. Canned Heat is VG condition, $19.99. These are never shown new arrivals, and they are buy it now or best offer. Another side, excuse me, another side of Bob Dylan, a 67 Santa Maria, VG condition in mono, VG cover as well, $24.99. Brinsley Schwartz, VG plus $17.99, and Cactus. Cactus is VG condition, $14.99. Our next auction is the Rolling Stone Some Girls. This is a 1978 edited cover in shrink with hop sticker. A $1 start on the Rolling Stone Some Girls. Miss you. $1 start on the Rolling Stones. First is CH for $16. That's for Canned Heat, sold to Molson, 1972. I think I sold to you earlier. Are you a first-time buyer, or am I just crazy and not used to seeing your handle? Either way, just let me know, okay? All right, that's sold to Molson, 72 on YouTube. We have You Ain't Woman Enough to Take My Man, Loretta Lynn, VG plus $9.99. Soft Machine 7 is EX $27.99. And Buffalo Bob Smith and Howdy Doody, Be a Ventriloquist. Kind of scary there, huh? VG plus, that's $9.99. And we have Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn, VG plus $9.99. So David Lee Roth is at 10 with Larry Gonzalez. Vaughn, you're out. Joe DeGatto, you're out. Joe DeGatto says he's done. Canned Heat is at sold to that's Mark Olson, okay? Molson 72 is Mark Olson. The Rolling Stones has one bid for $4, and Tom Sullivan offered $18 for Dylan. That is sold to Tom Sullivan. Moving right along, we have Brother Jack McDuff and David Newman, Double Barreled Soul. What a cool cover. What a cool cover. Double Barreled Soul is VG $14.99. And Ayers Rock Beyond, that's VG plus $14.99. Hey Leroy, Jimmy Castor, VG condition $19.99. And 10 years after, Cricklewood Green with the poster, VG condition $14.99. We have the Howdy Doody record, which was right here. That is sold to Kelly Vladicek. Vaughn offered $11 for Darnell. Let me figure out where that is. Darnell. 10 years after, Jimmy Castor, Roy Ayers, Brother Jack McDuff, Chris Christopherson, Soft Machine, Loretta, Cactus, Brinsley. I don't see a Darnell. Oh, he's trying to bet on David Lee Roth. David Lee Roth, $11. Wow, final call on the Rolling Stones for $4 to Will Smithson. That might be the cheapest we've ever sold one in history. Jim Handy on 10 years after, double sold $10. That is Mark Diskin for 10. And as soon as I said that, somebody claimed it at sticker price. That's what we call a good old-fashioned, I just shot myself in the foot. We have BG's Idea. BG's is VG condition $9.99. And we have Paper Moon, which is a soundtrack, VG $9.99. And Authentic Sound Effects, VG plus $9.99. You crank that up and your people, your neighbors, I think there's something wild going on in your house. All those sound effects. Next is Black Sabbath Paranoid. It is VG minus. Let's take a look at the condition. It's a U.S. reissue. Let me try to figure out what's going on with it. It actually doesn't look, oh, I see right here. It's got a really weird needle drop. It's a non-feelable mark, but because that's on there, we have to lower it pretty, grade it pretty low. Oh, I see. Never mind. I see what's going on. Oh, never mind. This is not Paranoid. I see what he said here. This is their debut album. Let's just wait. That's a mismatch. I don't want to confuse anybody. That's the wrong disc and the wrong jacket. Let me just put that. I mean, okay, does anybody want to buy it for $10? It's the self-titled album and a Paranoid jacket. $10. The self-titled album and a Paranoid jacket. Just be aware that you're not buying a Paranoid. You're buying a Paranoid jacket, okay? $10 on that. And then over here, what is the Rolling Stones? It's Some Girls. It's a 1978 second version with the edited faces in shrink and hop sticker. Should be like a $25, $45 record. Right now, it has one bid for $5, okay? And then over here, we have a bid for $4, and now a bid for $5. Nick Morocco on the Paper Moon. That's so to Nick Morocco. And then Vaughn Galipsy was next on Paper Moon. Now the Rolling Stones has a bid for $6. And then William Drugovich gets the Black Sabbath for $10. And Laura just dropped off another crate. So right now on deck, we have another Laura crate to go through and another Paul crate to go through, which will be sticker price crates. This is the last crate of Buy It Now Best Offer that's new arrivals. Next is a Taiwanese pressing of McCartney. A Taiwanese unofficial, VG minus condition, a $10 start on McCartney, an unofficial. Maybe I'm amazed. That's an unofficial pressing from Taiwan. Oso was second on Black Sabbath. And Oso, you're the one that asked earlier about silver. And I have gold over here too. Now, I was checking prices earlier on some of the gold I have. These $10 gold pieces are still carrying a pretty good premium I have. I mean, like I told y'all, this is not bad stuff to own. Even when it takes a dip, you're still dealing with an MS62 1893 gold, $10 gold piece. So I still got several of those. I got about 10, 12 gold coins over here to try to sell in the next 48 hours, hopefully. We have Crosby, Stills & Nash 4-Way Street, VG condition, $14.99. Chet Baker and strings, 1954 Deep Groove Mono in VG condition. Chet Baker is $49.99. Deep Groove Mono, VG, $49.99. And Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act, VG, $12.99. The last bid on David Lee Roth is I'm out. Von Gillespie gets it for $11. David Lee Roth is sold for $11. The Rolling Stones is now at $10. And now Paul McCartney's a $10 start, a Taiwanese unofficial. Next in here is Norman Grand's Jam Session number 9. This is VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Buddy Miles live, VG Plus, $19.99. The Monkees Instant Replay, VG Plus on the Monkees, $19.99. The Monkees Instant Replay. And Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal, EX, $27.99. So a lower crate on deck, then we'll do this other crate that Paul marked. A lot of stuff tonight. We had no new vinyl on Saturday unless there's just a spillover box. UPS doesn't deliver, so we never have, like, quote, new sealed stuff delivered. So we're always reliant on whatever they price. And usually Paul, John, and Laura's here, and they usually price quite a bit. And we've still got a lot more to go through. Okay, next is Lou Reed Mistrial. Lou Reed is EX, $27.99. Lou Reed New Sensations, VG Plus, $19.99. And Rush Fly By Night, and OG 75 Terre Haute. It is in VG condition and probably around a VG cover as well, but just $24.99. And U2 Wide Awake in America. There is some heavy damage down here to the corner. It's still in shrink, VG Plus, $19.99. If anybody wants Paul McCartney, he is a $10 buy it now on Paul McCartney. That was a Taiwanese. I mean, these are playable. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people have bad feelings about them, but over here. So, and Laura's usually not here. So, yeah, she's usually not here. So, what happened on the Rolling Stones? The Rolling Stones is now at $17 with Von Gillespie and Michael Butler on the Paul McCartney. I think I'm about to, because I think I've got them sorted. I think I'm about to put the rest of the Taiwanese records up for auction in one huge lot. Now, like I said, these are playable, and you're going to get some pretty good music at a bargain of a price. I mean, Seth has went and cleaned and researched all these, and most of them should be $15, $20 starts, okay? Most of them should be $15, $20 starts on these. So we're going to put them all together. I mean, let me just browse through them here. Most of them's pretty low grade. So VG minus, G plus. But some of the suggested starting bids based on PopSock results, 10, 10, 5, 35, 25. So let me get them all together. And we're going to do one huge lot of the Taiwanese collection. And that's going to pretty much obliterate most of this crate here. And let's see, that's not Taiwanese, that's UK. It looks kind of like it, but it's not. All right, so here we go. I have, these are all going to be sold in one lot. Best of Bee Gees, Quicksilver, What About Me, Johnny and Edgar Winter Together Live, CCR self-titled, CCR Willie and the Poor Boys, The Turtles Golden Album, Blood Rock, Iron Butterfly Heavy, Atomic Tom Jones, Electric Guitar Festival, Jimmy Smith's Greatest Hits, Blood Rock 2, and The Best of Mountain. Okay? So we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And Michael Butler said Taiwan, $50. I'll take a starting bid of $50. Lot of 13 Taiwanese unofficial pressings. Those are all vintage from, most of them, some of them are possibly like OGs, I guess. $50 start. Michael Butler's leading. Okay, Michael Butler's leading on that one. All right, so all those for $50. How much on $10 gold piece? Give me 1 second, and I'm going to check for you. Yeah, I need to see what, of course, the market's closed right now. A lot of speculation what's going to happen tomorrow night. If I am doing a coin show, it's like what's going to happen. You know, usually on Sunday nights when I'm doing a coin show, the market is literally moving as I'm selling stuff. Let me see what they're doing Liberties for. MS62s. Let me check over here. A lot of it, too, depends on how you're going to pay. Let's see here. I'll do them for, what is this one? It's a MS62, 1883, 1907. I'll do these for $28.50. $28.50. 1893 MS62 and MS62, $28.50 on these. $10 gold Liberties. We're talking about Doc Holliday stuff. $28.50. Okay, that's $2,850. What happened on the stones? Al and Vaughn got it for $17. That was like probably something I would have marked for $34. Just imagine you got that in a half off bin, because that's just what happened. And then Taiwan lot is at $57. Anybody else on anything in here before I go through the lower crate? Okay. We had U2, Rush, Lou Reed, The Monkees, Buddy Miles, Norman Grand's Jam Sessions, Grand Funk, Chet Baker, Crosby, Nash, Authentic Sound Effects, Bee Gees, Jimmy Castor, Roy Ayers, Chris Christopherson, Soft Machine, Loretta Lynn, Cactus, and Brinsley Short. That is each, $28.50 each. $28.50 each, okay? This is actually a German press, Liverpool 5, out of sight. Liverpool 5 is a 1967 German OG, VG minus, between VG and VG minus, a $15 start on the Liverpool 5. $15 start on that. All right, then I'm going to dig around over here. I'm literally like cleaning out bins, okay? So a fun time to do that when I do this, because there's no telling what I'm going to come up with. I mean, I see mismatched autographs, little rolled up posters, probably 8x10 autographs I forgot that I showed and didn't sell, et cetera, et cetera. So let's look at Roy Ayers before I swap out crates. I think it was Ayers. No, yeah. No, this is... I think this is just Ayers Rock, yeah. Ayers Rock Beyond. It's not Roy Ayers, okay? The bundle's at 62. Vaughn, it goes back to you. And the Liverpool 5 has bids for 15 and 15. Sorry, that was not, in fact, not Roy Ayers. My bad. All right. All right, box sets. Box sets. I have... a price on this. Do I not? I don't think so. I'll have to get a price. Yep, let me get a price on this. It should have been marked a long time ago, and I never did. So let me go ahead and get the lower crate up here. Let me get signed in. And then, let's see here. We got, yeah, let me log in here. All right, this is about to get interesting. A lower crate and a Paul crate back-to-back at 11:12 on Saturday night. So this is the last sale of the week. We send invoices on Monday. $8 limit shipping. Now, some people have been on here every night since Monday buying, and they've had pre-orders, and they've bought out of the group. If you're new and you don't know about a private group, make sure you ask for that link, and we'll get you approved over there. We're going to get you approved over there. Let me get a price on this. Okay. All right. So he's out. Let's go ahead and move these. All these right here are sold together to Michael Butler for $62. Thank you, Michael. Let me put sticky notes around there. But for whoever's tagging, that's this Taiwanese lot in this with the sticky notes around them. Those are all sold to him. Liverpool 5. William, you're out. Nick Morocco did bid 17. Let me put those right there. And we still got plenty of auctions. And at this point, I really don't know, honestly, myself, what's next. That's why we call it random. Don't let me forget about 45s. We might find a great box of 45 auctions to get into. That's very probable, especially when I peek at what these are in these boxes. This box looks like a lot of Jason Boxall territory. Where's Wolverine at? Okay, we probably can find some auctions out of this one. I'll have to flip through it. Plus, I'll probably start showing some for a buy it now as well. Okay. All right, here we go. Laura just shared the link. Liverpool is sold to Nick Morocco for 17. All righty, that means I'm ready for, let me see what I can do over here. All right. That's trash. Test comments, I love it. Okay, here's another one. Hall & Oates, bigger than both of us, a buy it now. A Taiwanese import, not on Discogs. Strong VG, $10, not listed on Discogs. That's a buy it now. We'll just go ahead and roll that one for a buy it now. That's Chad's collection. That's the high-end stuff. Billie Eilish, Taylor Swift, Paul, that's, y'all have seen those. I'm sorting, hold on. There's Post Malone autograph, MC Chris autograph. I can't remember what the deal was with this. I don't remember this one, so let's try it again. Liz Cooper and the Stampede. A 2018 USOG die-cut jacket sealed. Liz Cooper and the Stampede, a $55 start. All right, we'll try that one. Taiwan is sold to Michael Butler for 10. All right. This is Don Nix, Gone Too Long. It's autographed by Don Nix, authenticated by JSA. He signed the shrink wrap. So if you buy this and you want to listen to it, be very careful for two reasons. If you go to open it, don't rip off the shrink wrap or you've lost the autograph, or you can just keep it like that. But I need to sell it because the last time I brought this up, everybody's like, whoa, it's signed on the shrink wrap. I was like, yes, it is. So $1 start on Don Nix. $1 start. That's a major in the negative for me after having to have it JSA authenticated. So $1 start on the Don Nix autograph. It is signed on the shrink wrap. Okay, that's something I'm keeping. What was this one? I don't know what's up with that. And I don't know what's up with that. Or this, or this. Okay, we'll put those right here. Annie McLoon, Fast Annie. Gold stamp promo, $9.99. Annie McLoon, Fast Annie. I don't know why that was over here, but it's a buy it now best offer record, $9.99. Okay. Led Zeppelin is a 1977 U.S. reissue, a specialty press. It does have the original sleeve. It's a strong VG. Someone wrote Led Zeppelin on the cover. Led Zeppelin's going to go up for a $1 start. A strong VG, more so VG plus, $1 start. Annie is sold to Kelly Vladorchek. And then we have Don Nix is at 5.7 and now 12. These are all sticker price, newly marked records, no more, no less. Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder, 3 LP box, sealed, a 2020, $59.99. And speaking of box sets, I have Led Zeppelin, Houses of the Holy, $169.99. The Super Deluxe Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, new and sealed, $169.99. Very nice. $169.99. Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. So there's Led Zeppelin. There's Pink Floyd. There's Led Zeppelin. There's Pink Floyd. Don Nix is at 12. We got Yours Dreamily, The Arcs. That is $17.99. If anybody wants Liz Cooper and the Stampede, that is sealed for a $55 start. And as of right now, Led Zeppelin 4 does not have a bid for one doll hair. We're looking for a $1 bid on Led Zeppelin, okay? $1 bid on Led Zeppelin. Next is we have Islander Violence and Destruction, a 2015 Record Store Day exclusive. This is new metal melodic hardcore, $19.99. And the original soundtrack to Blue Velvet. This is music composed by Angelo Badalamenti, and that is $29.99. One of Laura's favorite movies ever, sealed $29.99, okay? Don Nix is about to be sold to Alan Hagen for $13. Matthew Hendon, that's up to you. And then Led Zeppelin has a bid for $1. Led Zeppelin has another bid for $1. Led Zeppelin has another bid for $1. Then Led Zeppelin has a bid for $3. And now Led Zeppelin has a bid for $5. Okay? Also, we have Ted Nugent, Spirit of the Wild. Ted Nugent is sealed, $29.99. A 2022 Record Store Day exclusive on orange vinyl, $29.99. And Nazareth, Surviving the Law, sealed on yellow vinyl, $19.99 on that. Haven't seen Zeppelin 1, 2, 3. Now, if we have it, it might be in this guy's collection. But the box sets haven't really even been got to yet. Not even close on those. This is a 1976 U.S. repress, in my opinion, a classic album. Gary Wright Dreamweaver, a $1 start. A 76 U.S. repress, it's VG Plus condition, and that's a $1 start on that. Awesome lure crate here so far. Waiting for the claims to start rolling in. Probably everybody's regaining their focus. The autographed Don Nix is sold to Alan Hagen for $13. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have Led Zeppelin. The last bid was 10 with Master Ma. Oh, my bad. He put -10. He is paying me $10 not to sell it to him. Wow. Okay, Bill Master Ma, $10 for not selling him Led Zeppelin. He pays a weekly fee of $10 so he doesn't have to buy Led Zeppelin records. Tim Rory on Ted Nugent. That's sold to Tim Rory. And now Gary Wright has a bid for $1 and now $5. Queen, We Are the Champions and We Will Rock You. Record Store Day sealed, $19.99 on that. That is available. Okay. Okie dokie over here. What else do we got? Okie dokie. What is this right here? That is, I know what that is. And then here we have, what is this? This is Records, Desert Sessions. I don't know. Let me just scan it and find out. Okay. This is being scanned. This is a Records record. Alternate Rock, Record Store Day. I'm going to say a $10 start where the SHIT hits the fans. Alan Johans, Desert Sessions, Queens of the Stone Age is on here. $10 start. Not for sure where that even came from. Over here we have Pink Floyd. 10. Can you send that Ted Nugent to Sarah Wyberdink? I think she's looking for that one. Ted Nugent is being sent to Sarah Wyberdink, Spirit of the Wild. Tim Roy wants to pay for it. He said send it to Sarah Wyberdink. Cynthia Herdron got Queen. Led Zeppelin 12. Gary Wright is at Gary Wright's at 7, now 8, and Led Zeppelin's 14. $10 start on this right here. How much was Pink Floyd? Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder was sealed for $59.99. We still got Nazareth, Blue Velvet, Islander, and Yours Dreamily. Moving on. We also have Lindsey Buckingham and Christine McVie, $27.99 on that. Also, we have Taylor Swift, a 2026 official 16th month calendar. This is a calendar, no music, $4.99. A Taylor Swift calendar, $4.99. That's going to sell. Good FUCK, Alternate Rock, $14.99, okay? Stephen Parton has SHIT for 10, Gary Wright's at 10, and Led Zeppelin's at 15. That's the high bid right now on all those auctions. Randy Schultz on the Pink Floyd Delicate Sound of Thunder, that is sold, and then Kelly on Good, and that is sold, and now we have a full crate. Let me swap out right quick, and the Desert has another bid for 10, and we have a full crate. Like I said, we have a full crate. So let me set that right there. That is perfect, and now let me go grab another one to start filling up. Another one. Okay, let's get into these 45s. I'm almost done cleaning out my miscellaneous bin over here, but man, sometimes this stuff just gets endless. I just keep finding stuff and keep finding stuff. Like here, see, I forgot about the unsold Japanese singles from the other night. Here, the first 45s I'll do will be a price reduction. The other night, these were $15. These are $15, so I'll make them 10. No more, no less at 10 right now. Japanese singles. The Sounds of Silence and Mrs. Robinson from The Graduate, Simon & Garfunkel. Freeze Frame, Jay Giles Band. A Centerfold, excuse me. It's Centerfold from the album Freeze Frame. These are 10 bucks. Night Ranger, You Can Still Rock in America. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Teach Your Children and Carry On. Freddie Mercury, I Was Born to Love You. And Freedom, Wham. These are all $10. $10 each on all those Japanese singles. 10 bucks on all those. Okay, back up at the top. The Desert had a bid for 10, then 12, and then Gary Wright at 17. Tony McDaniel got the Taylor Swift calendar for $4.99. Gary Wright 17, and then SHIT is at 15, and then Simon & Garfunkel was sold to Ivan for 10. Audio Explorer was next. All these are 10. Wham, all Japanese too. Wham, Freddie Mercury, CSNY, Night Ranger, and Freeze Frame, okay? All right, let's put those right there. Night Ranger sold to Tony McDaniel for 10. Last time those were $15 starts and no bids. All right, Alicia on Freddie Mercury for 10. Now, what about Led Zeppelin? This was a last call. I saw 15. I think I seen 17. No, that was on Gary Wright. So Led Zeppelin 15 for Vaughn Gillespie. Gary Wright's at 17. And Matthew Hendon, you're out on the picture disc. It's at 15 right now. Everything in here is sticker price. I have Errol Smith, The Road Starts Here. That is sealed for $24.99. Sherry wants Teach Your Children's Well by CSN. Thank you for that. And then we still got Freeze Frame and Wham. And then over here I had Oh Burning Bus. Oh Burning Bus in the red. Garage Punk Sock, $14.99. And Courtney Barnett, Kim's Canvas, I think. A Record Store Day exclusive, $9.99. So Gary Wright has a new bid for 18. That means Audio Explorer, you've been outbid. Hammer's up on Zeppelin, and Matthew, it's up to you on this picture disc before I sell it. Kishi Bashi, number 252 of 503, Immigrant, EMIGRANT. Alternate Rock, Indie Pop Bluegrass, 19. Courtney Barnett, sold to Michael Butler, 92507. And we have Iron Maiden, Live After Death. Maiden is $34.99 for Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden. All right, we're about to sell some other stuff, so let me move some stuff around over here. All right, there's that, there's that. What is all this? I don't even know. Here's a couple records here we could do something with. That looks pricey. That's some kind of poster. Golly, I got so much stuff. That is, it says rare, very expensive, be careful. Okay, we'll put that down in there. And then this is, Axis, which I think is a metal record, but it's got a messed up label. The label goes into the wax on side 2, into the vinyl. So $5 if anybody wants it. You get half of a record, or just don't listen to the last track, okay? Make sure you stop it. AXXIS, $5 if anybody wants that. $5. $5 on Axis, okay? Next is Courtney Barnett, already sold. Gary 19, Out on Desert, Alan Hagen on Iron Maiden, okay? And then let's sell this then for $15. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Let me get that in a sleeve and a cardboard backer. Let's get that in a sleeve and a cardboard backer for him. All right, what's the Gary Wright album called? The Dreamweaver. And the last bid was $19. Okay, And then Zeppelin is sold for $15 to Von Gillespie. And then Gary Wright's at $19. Axis is $5. Okay, what was this one here? Bad Boy, Private Party. 1981 USOG Bad Boy, Private Party with autographs on back. I don't know a lot about this. How about a $10 start? $10 start on that. 6 for Tyler. You talking about the CD? I can't do that. It was originally $18.99. I said $10 on it. It was sealed, and I'm sure I paid more than $10 for it, new wholesale cost. I got to keep that at $10. I like Tyler. I'd probably just keep it. But if anybody wants it, it's $10. Led Zeppelin, a remaster from 2022, $24.99 on that. Bad Boys at $10 with Tom Sullivan. Molly Hatchet Battleground, that's a 3 LP sealed, $29.99. Gary Wright is sold to Audio Explorer for $19. And then Bad Boys now at $10. Okay? If anybody wants that misshaped Axis label, $5 on that. Let me move over here. Let's see what's going on. Yep. I know what that is. I know what those are. I know what these are. Hadn't shown these in a while. They're pricey, but every once in a while I'll show them to see if anybody wants to buy one. I have 3 butcher covers in stock at the moment. And as you can see, I'm in no hurry to sell them because I don't mention them too often. But I've got 3 butcher covers in stock at the moment. And then here's some kind of sealed record that didn't get priced. Either it was sent to us by accident or I was supposed to tag it for somebody and I never did, but it's been months now and no one has said anything to Ed. So let me scan it. They start at $30 on Discogs. It's Playboy Cardi, die lit. I mean, right now the median is $40. They start at $28 plus ship. This is sealed Playboy Cardi, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. That is sealed, a $25 start on that. Let me fix these. Okay, and get all that straightened up. Well, I'm making some progress over here. I am making progress for sure. Stand by. Okay, first thing is this. I have Molly Hatchet sold to Tom Sullivan. Brian Studdard was second. Bad Boys has a bid for 11. John Griffin put MY, probably for Molly Hatchet, and then Jim Handy said, was that Molly Hatchet? It is, but there was 4 people ahead of you. I also have Nuge Vault, Ted Nugent Volume 1, Free for All Spirit Studios and Alternate Takes. Ted Nugent's a Record Store Day white vinyl, $19.99. Bush, this is The Sea of Memories, $34.99. And we have New York Dolls on red vinyl, $19.99. Ted Nugent on so does Stephen Parton, okay? Bad Boys is at $13. Playboy Cardi, a $25 star. Details on II. Details on LL. Details on 2. I'll have to figure out what that is. Give me 1 second. Let me see what I have over here. Let me get all this organized. That needs to go there. Okay, let me flip through all this stuff again. I think I've made a decision. All this is good to go. So let me push all that forward then. Here is that. And then, okay, we know what that is. We know what that is. All right. And these, okay. I would let any of these go. Let's see. Y'all want my, I don't really want to sell them prices. $1,250. Either one of them. They all have pros and cons. $1,250. That's the Chad don't really want to sell them, but if you want to buy one, you've got a chance to buy one or make an offer. $1,250. Next is Cynthia Hurgent on New York Dolls. We also have Outlaws live in Los Angeles, 1976. That is sealed for $19.99. Pearl Jam live on 2 legs. That is sealed on clear vinyl, $29.99. And Adele 30. That's a clear vinyl, sealed $14.99 for a Dell 30. Or you could have bought it new at Walmart for 40 bucks. Sealed $14.99. Pearl Jam is sold to Stephen Parton. Playboy Cardi did not get a bid. That's a $25 buy it now if anybody wants it. Amazing price on that if that's your thing. Q GMB commenting, $25. This is available if anybody wants it. Okay. That is $25 on that. Go ahead and put that in the sleeve. I'm going to put this over here in the crate that I'm building. Stuff to list on Discogs, which will be shown one more time tonight. I've almost got a half of a crate of higher-end records that need to be listed on Discogs. Adele is sold to G-Mac. Butcher covers are $12.50, which I think isn't really all that bad. I hadn't even checked one in a while. I mean, I know unpeeleds are getting pretty pricey. Okay, and then the last bid on Bad Boy was $20, and Springfield says he's out. I don't know. I may be pretty far off. I don't know. I know we sold some second states, and there are, and be careful when you're scrolling through there because there's a lot of bootlegs that are peeled that look real that you might see for like $50. Yeah, see, unpeeled, really nice ones are selling unpeeled or selling for a couple thousand. So I know we had one, the last couple really nice unpeeleds we sold for like $1,500 if they're really clean and really nice, okay? So there's two that sold for $2,950. That was two different ones there. A peeled and a third. No, that's a peeled and a third state. So Tom Sullivan on the Outlaws, and Bad Boy is sold to Tom Sullivan for $20. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I guess you'll probably see a wide variety of prices on these. It also depends if they're stereo and how nice they are. And so that's the trunk cover, which I'll show you one right here. This is the one they that's how it looked later. And then here's what they originally was going to release it, and it was recalled. So these never were supposed to be sold. So you got a perfect storm. You got the Beatles, the biggest band of all time, and they happen to have a recalled jacket. But what they did was they pasted these covers over them. This is not a Butcher cover. This is, and it's a paste over. And then people started trying to peel them, and I mean, they're grails in the record collecting world. So you got a perfect storm for a very valuable record. The Beatles with a recalled cover, paste over, and then there's some real ones out there that never were pasted over. People can peel them to make them look like they are a first state. But, real first state stereos, I think, are like $100,000. Real first state sealed stereo copies are, I think, now about $100,000. Blue Oyster Cult, Bad Channels, sealed Blue Oyster Cult, $24.99. And Kiss World, the best of Kiss. Kiss is sealed, $29.99. $29.99 on that one. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I've never had a first state. We've had a few peeled so nicely, you think they're first states, but they're not. We've never had a first state. I would probably have to keep it, but I don't know. It would be so valuable. It'd probably be hard not to not let it go. I was going to try to see if I can show y'all a sealed one. Yeah, so here's the most recent sealed that I know of that's legit. The most recent sealed stereo copy. That one sold a few years ago for $112,000. That is uber rare. So that's not peeled. That's a legit one that got out that never was opened. So a sealed stereo copy. That is the grail of the grails. A real sealed stereo. But I think if that was opened and near mint, it would still be tens of thousands of dollars. Maybe 50, 75. But that was one sold. So it's probably worth more than that now. I'd say now maybe more like $150,000 record. So good luck finding one. There's not many out there. But if you want something common, right here is one of your best bets. But I've sold so many, and I kind of regret every one I've ever sold because I haven't had one now in like 2 years. I've had those for like 2 years, so I haven't seen one since then. That's why I've kind of held on to those. Tool Lateralis. This is a picture disc. Tool is $34.99. Gin Blossoms live in concert. Gin Blossoms is on green vinyl. $29.99 for Gin Blossoms. And Blind Melon. Blind Melon is $34.99. A 2021 reissue on Blind Melon. Okay. Cleaning out some bins. Let's see what else I got over here to throw up for auction. Hey. Let me flip through here. Might start showing some 45s for buy it nows. I'm ready if y'all are ready. Gonna start trying to knock out some of these boxes tonight and see how many more handfuls we can get through. Trying to make sure I've gone through the boxes that I wanted to that had all the picture sleeves, you know, because those were really popular last night. Give me a second. First thing we have is Stephen Parton on Gin Blossoms. That's so to Stephen Parton. Then Mike Quadrini. And then Matthew Hendon. Matthew was first on Blind Melon. How much was BOC? Blowest Coil. Yeah, they did a soundtrack to a film, Bad Channels. That's a Record Store Day exclusive. $24.99 for Bad Channels. And then Judas Priest. This is called Hero Hero. That's sealed $34.99. That's on red and blue vinyl. A 2022 Record Store Day exclusive. $34. Kiss was on black vinyl. Yes, Kiss World is sealed. $29.99. Okay, well, I think I've gone through all that. Trying to find our next move for auctions over here, which I am currently working on. Might get over here to that new collection, because I did see where we had some stuff sorted that was kind of ready for auction, just sitting over here from that really cool, new, incredible collection. That might be our next bet far as auctions. I'm looking. Probably will be, yeah. And then over here, and then we have an amper stamp, and then disregard and I'll be. Springfield put I'll be. I've got to figure out what that was for. I'll be. And then Queen's Greatest Hits, sealed for $29.99. Iggy Pop is sealed for $29.99, exclusive red vinyl. $29.99 for Iggy Pop. That was a Record Store Day exclusive on red vinyl. And then Belle and Sebastian, the Third Eye Center, a compilation for $24.99. Charlie XCX, that was sealed for $19.99, True Romance. And Stevie Nicks Belladonna, the expanded 2LP edition, and that is sealed for $29.99. Okay. So other no bids from this week, I still have The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard. That's a 65 US stereo repress. The meeting on this record's $112. And this is a strong EX. So I still got The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard, $85 start on that. Master Ma on Tool Lateralis. I was waiting for somebody to claim that. That's so to Master Ma. Let's read through that crate again, this time in intense focus. This time with intense focus, okay? Let's go ahead and show George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. This is a 1979 US 3LP VG++, All Things Must Pass, a $55 start. I was reading about him last night, his Friar Park estate, because somebody had posted something about these gnomes. If y'all don't know the story, when this picture was taken at his house, Friar Park, which looks like a castle. I mean, it's a really incredible estate. And when he bought it, he unearthed, like in a basement or something, all these gnomes, which were made. There was like hundreds of them. And they used to be scattered all through the estate, on the lawn, in the gardens. And they were basically hidden when he was remodeling and restoring this Friar Castle estate. And somebody had posted like, where are the gnomes now or something, which I think Olivia, his wife, still has all that stuff, I would assume. But they would be like, that would be incredible pieces of rock memorabilia if those could ever go up for sale. They should be in a museum, but there's evidently hundreds of them. I don't know where those 4 are at, but somewhere in his estate, there's evidently hundreds of these gnomes that were made by that artist. So, interesting fact there. That was taken at Friar Park. $55 start on that. I would love to own one, but I'm sure they would be tens of thousands of dollars. But that would be something cool to dream about one day. A real George Harrison gnome. They're out there. They're owned by somebody. There's hundreds of them. Let's see. That hadn't been offered for sale yet. Neither has these. That isn't available yet. Okay, here's some no bids from this week. This is Dave Matthews Band Crash, which is a 2016 U.S. limited edition. 20th anniversary, $125 on Dave Matthews Band Crash. That's still available for $125. And so is Loretta Lynn Van Leer Rose. $125 on that too. Loretta Lynn is the 2011 Third Man Records pressing. Just going through some no bids. We almost have a third of a crate over here from the last month of this month of January. Almost a third of a crate of no bids. These aren't available yet. And then here's some more auctions that are about to happen, okay? Which are these right here. Let me just pause there. There's George Harrison, and here's what's left in here. We have Yours Dreamily, The Arcs. This is $17.99. Yours Dreamily, The Arcs, $17.99. Here's what's left in this crate. Islander, Violence and Destruction. Islander's a 2015 Record Store Day exclusive, and that's new metal melodic hardcore. White vinyl, $19.99. George Harrison, also Blue Velvet soundtrack sealed. Don't forget, one of Laura's favorite movies ever, sealed for $29.99. That's the soundtrack, Blue Velvet. Chad needs a drink right quick for sure. One second. The Judas Priest. Laura, can we order lemon heads, car button cloth, and love chant for me if possible? Tough to get in Australia. We'll see if she's seen that. If not, then I'll check on it right quick. Judas Priest was sealed. Hero, red and blue vinyl, $34.99. Nazareth, Surviving the Loss, sealed, $19.99. Bolt Thrower, I forgot to answer you on that. I don't think there's a lot in print by Bolt Thrower. I'll have to check on that too, but I don't think there's a lot in print by Bolt Thrower. Lindsey Buckingham, Christine McVie, $27.99 on that. Aerosmith, The Road Starts Here. That is sealed for $24.99. This was Oh Burning Bus, and that was $14.99. A Garage Surf Punk album, $14.99 on that one. Really cool colored vinyl. I'll Take, and that was Judas Priest, sold to Larry Gonzalez. That's sold to him. And then Kishi Bashi, number 252 of 503, Immigrant, Alton Rock, Indie Pop, Bluegrass, $14.99. And Led Zeppelin 4, that was a 2020 remaster, $24.99 on that. Bush, Sea of Memories, Bush is $34.99. And then we had Kiss World, the best of Kiss, sealed $29.99. A Kiss Greatest Hits. Blowest to Cold is sealed $24.99. Bad Channels, Queen's Greatest Hits, a Has to Be Master, sealed $29.99. Iggy Pop is sealed $29.99. Live Ritz, New York City, 1986, a Record Store Day release. Iggy Pop. Belle and Sebastian, The Third Eye Center, $24.99. Charlie XCX True Romance, sealed $19.99. And Stevie Nicks Belladonna was the 2LP Record Store Day expanded, $29.99. Once again, it's about to be midnight, and we're still going through new stuff. I got one more crate that Paul has marked. We're going to go through that, and then we'll probably do some best offer, and then we'll see what's going on. I feel like everybody's gotten sleepyhead on me. I don't want y'all getting sleepyhead on me. Not at all. I guess I need to start showing some handful of 45s and transition into that, because that'll probably be the next big thing we do over here. Probably show this Paul crate and get started into 45s. I'm pretty exhausted myself. come Saturday nights, I'm like, woohoo, Saturday night. But also Saturday night, everybody's like, gosh, Chad, I am spent out. I'm burned out. Oh, my invoice is going to be killer. Oh, my gosh, I can't take anymore. Saturday's not usually the build-up. Usually like Monday nights and Tuesday nights and Wednesday nights are, and like Thursday nights. It's a fresh invoice and everybody's ready to go. By this time of the week, everybody's like, God, Chad, I can't take anymore. What have you done to me? My wife is going to shoot me in the face, specifically the face. All right, let's go through this crate right here. Oh, as soon as I get my hamstring fixed. We can be like they are. George Harrison's a no bid. That's a $55 buy now for George Harrison. $55 buy now. Okay. Speaking of 45s, I got to do some tagging. This was a waiting list that came in. I got to get my laptop for it, so I'll do it later. Let me retract that statement. Yeah, let me see if there's anything else we can auction. We've sold everything. We've sold all the advertised stuff. We've sold all the bonus stuff. That said, he had 4 crates of bonus auctions this week ready. All that's gone. There are 4 boxes of CDs over here, but I promised those is slightly later. And I don't know, I guess we'll see what happens. Here's a couple sealed cassettes. We'll see what's going on with those. Here's a sealed little looking cool box set. I can scan some of this stuff and find out. Here's some 10-inchers. Laura's got auction sorted. Tons of box sets. Golly. Whew, there's a lot of stuff over here. I'm making chocolate chip cookies tonight. I don't need to, but I am making chocolate chip cookies tonight. For sure. I got it in my fridge. I'm ready. I got to finish watching my TV show that I'm not going to tell anybody what it is so nobody spoils it. We have Knocked Out Nocturne, Ralph Sutton. These are new arrivals that Paul marked today, sticker price. This is a 69 US, $9.99 for Knocked Out Nocturne. Hotline for Sound, musical explorations and beats, bongos and boffs. Excuse me. This is $14.99, a 67 US stereo, white label promo that's not on Discogs. A variant that's not on Discogs from Project 3, $14.99 on that. And then we had Weather Report Night Passage. That is sealed for $19.99, Weather Report Night Passage. And the Ernie Watts Encounter. That's a 1970 US soul jazz album, sealed for $14.99. How much? Sealed for $14.99. Da-da-da-da-da. Knowed enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry. I'll do these for $12.99. They're sealed Pearl Jam Record Store Day cassettes. $12.99. Pearl Jam Alive Record Store Day cassette singles. Sealed for $12.99. I've got 2 of them. Watts and Bongos. This is sold to Adam Bernardi. And this is sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay. We got some jazz buyers on. That's all I need to know. Over here we have another MoFi pressing. We had one earlier. This is Don Sepsky, 3 works for jazz soloist and symphony orchestra. Bird and Bella and B, The Rite of Spring, and Sebastian's theme. A 1979 MoFi, just $19.99 on Don Sepsky there. Jorge Santana, that's a 78 US jazz funk disco. That is sealed for $14.99. And New Groove, the Pee Wee Russell Quartet with Marshall Brown trombone, a 63 US stereo, $9.99. Motley Crue alert, Motley Crue alert. Let's see what's going on with this thing. Since I adjust my nasal cavity. Motley Crue alert, Motley Crue alert. This is sealed. Let's put this up for a $50 start. It is Motley Crue limited edition Dr. Feelgood, the singles box set. For the first time ever, all 5 iconic hit singles from Dr. Feelgood in one 7-inch vinyl, colored vinyl collection. That's going to go up for a $50 start. Motley Crue. Question is, will it stay balanced? Probably not. So let's just lay it right there. Motley Crue, a $50 start. Pee Wee is sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you on that, Adam. We have St. Thomas, Sonny Rollins Trio, Stockholm 1959. $29.99 for Sonny Rollins. Joyful Noises, Bobby Scott. Joyful Noises, Bobby Scott. 62 mono, $14.99 for him. And Electric Outlet, John Schofield, $19.99. An 84 German import. And the note from Paul says, fantastic guitarist, $19.99. I'm going to show our first handful of 45s and get some of these rolling. These are going to be $6.99. $6.99 on these. Let's go ahead and get some going. And then I might mix in some CDs too. Go ahead and start knocking some of those out as we enter the midnight hour. We have Huey Lewis, Walking on a Thin Line. Loretta Lynn, Hey Loretta. Billy Ocean, Loverboy. Sly Fox, Let's Go All the Way. Loverboy, When It's Over. Christopher Cross, Ride Like the Wind. Survivor, Is This Love? Crowded House, Something So Strong. Chicago, Will You Still Love Me? Billy Joel, Back in the USSR. Frank Sinatra, The Curse of an Aching Heart. And Robert Plant, Big Log. Big Log has a little bit of damage on it. $6.99. Motley Crue has a bid for $55. And that's going once, going twice. Over here is Liz Story, Speechless. Liz Story is $9.99. And the music of Kenny Dorham. That is the music of Kenny Dorham, an 84 US, $14.99. And we have Uru Bamba. Uru Bamba is an 81 US reissue. That's Adrian and Dian music, produced by Paul Simon. Wow, produced by Paul Simon. As y'all know, he went over there to Africa, got very involved in the culture. So does Robert Plant. They like the African music. Robert Plant, same way. $9.99 on Urubamba. We have Brian Hickson on Sly, which was one of the singles. So we still got Robert Plant, Frank Sinatra, Billy Joel, Chicago, Crowded House, Survivor, Christopher Cross, Loverboy, and Sly Fox is sold to Brian Hickson. Got Billy Ocean, Loretta Lynn, and Huey Lewis. Those are all $6.99. And then Motley Crue's at 56. Oh So Adventure, You've Been Outbid. Stanley Turrentine, ZT's Blues. Stanley Turrentine is $29.99. 1985 US, and Paul says great lineup on this one. Grant Green, Tommy Flanagan, Paul Chambers, Art Taylor, $29.99. Motley Crue has bids for 55, 56, and 56. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, the singles box. The singles box. Motley Crue has bids for now 58. It is sealed, unopened record store day. Sell Steven a Pearl Jam cassette for $10. Does anybody want the other one for $10? I would just put them out for $12.99. 10 sounds good to me, especially if we can get the other one sold. Transit, Ira Stein and Russell Walter, $9.99 on that. Mike Quadrini on the Survivor picture sleeve out of here. All these singles I'm about to show you are $6.99. So will the CDs be. And the CD collection has been awesome this week. It came from the same guy that had a lot of sealed and promos. So great stuff. Love Country, Hypnotic Harps. Love Country is $9.99. And this was May Dance, Tiramusa Hino, Inner City. And that's a 77 US, $24.99. Motley Crue's at 60. So Johnny Hancock's out. And let me scan this cassette and see what it comes up with. This collection has all kinds of little miscellaneous things laying over here. It's good to go ahead and knock those out while we can tonight. Most of the stuff Paul marked already sold. We got one Beatles box left. Let me set that right there so you can see it. One Beatles box left, and then the other Beatles box left. Just FYI. Okay. This is interesting here. This was another Record Store Day release. Last sold. Okay, so fairly, this would be, they start at $12.90 and the median's $19. So Keith Richards, $14.99 sealed. It's Main Offender and Keith Richard and the Winos live in London. It's a double cassette Record Store Day, $14.99. Michael Butler gets the other Pearl Jam for $10. So those are done. There's the Keith Richards, $14.99. Motley Crue's at 60 with Oso. Johnny Hancock, it goes back to you. The Mex Barrow English Concertina Prize Band, Nigel Pickles, an 83 UK, $9.99. And this is Circus Town, a 1976 Japanese city pop. It's a promo, $74.99. Motley Crue just got a new bid for $61. Here's another handful of singles coming at you. These are all $6.99. We got Hawkshaw Hawkins, Caught in the Middle of Two Hearts. We got Carmen McRae and Herbie Mann, Live for Life. Mr. John Doe, Another Close Shave. Ethel and the Shameless Hussies, It's Just Whiskey Talking. Waylon Jennings, Stop the World, promo. Wanda Jackson, Tennessee Women's Prison. Wanda Jackson, When It's Time to Fall in Love Again. ELO, and I Can't Get It Out of My Head. That is a promo. And Gene Pitney, Town Without Pity, $6.99. CDs are about to start in about 5 minutes. I'm about to go get the first box. Next thing is Lou Rawls, Bring It On Home. Lou Rawls is sealed for $14.99. Tommy Turrentine, High Fidelity. Tommy Turrentine is sealed for $24.99. And a swinging introduction to Jimmy Nepper. That's an 84 Japanese mono, $14.99. Motley Crue 65, Johnny Hancock has it for $67. Adam Bernardi on Lou Rawls here, so to Adam Bernardi. Thank you on that one. And we have Art Farmer with the Great Jazz Trio, a 1993 Japanese OG, the only time ever on vinyl, $24.99. GB Nepper also sold to Adam Bernardi. And we have Peter Matz. Great hit songs of the big bands, updated with love, a 67 US stereo, $9.99. Adam Bernardi on Art Farmer, that's sold to Adam Bernardi. And we have Digga. Digga is a 1976 US, $24.99. Motley Crue has a new bid for $70, okay? Let's grab another handful of singles out of here. These are all $6.99. How much you say, Chad? I said $6.99. You've got to be kidding. No, I'm not. Our love is deeper than the holler, stronger than the Randy Travis, $6.99. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Making Whoopee, Wade Charles plays Making Whoopee. Mississippi Queen, that's from The Best of Mountain. And the flip side is The Animal Trainer and the Toad. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield. And The Association, Cherish. Hot Time, Summer in the City, The Lovin' Spoonful. The McCoy's Cocoa. Come On, Feel the Noise, Quite Right, $6.99. Motley Crue is at 70 with Oh So Adventure. Michael Butler First on Mountain, which was $6.99. Moving on in this jazz or Paul crate with a lot of jazz in it. First thing I have here is Michael Mantler Movies, Larry Coryell, Carla Bley, 78 US. That is $14.99. Tony McDaniel on Randy Travis, Our Love is Deeper Than. Motley Crue is 70. Johnny Hancock, it goes back to you. Wayne Marsh, Worn Out. Warren Marsh, Worn Out. That's a 77 US seal, $29.99 on that one. And The Boys Doing It, Muscella. That is sealed, $29.99 on that one. Also put Hot Night. Is that a song? Or is that a statement? Hot Night or a statement or a claim? Oh, gosh. Sorry, I just had to stretch. Whew. That was a great stretch. Ooh, great neck adjustment. Oh my gosh. Awesome. Okay. Oh man. Motley Crue is sold to Osa Adventure for $70. Thank you on that one. Sorry for all the moaning and groaning and Soft and Warm. This is an 82 Swedish import. Red Mitchell, piano, bass, and vocal. Doug Rainey, $19.99. Art Pepper Quartet, that is $14.99. He was wanting Hot Night. There's evidently something here called Hot Night. Hot Night. Was that a song? Oh, you're talking about Summer in the City. Hot Night, Summer in the City. Back of my neck getting dirt and gritty. is something like that. Dirty and Gritty. Yes, you wanted that. Love and Spoonful. Art Pepper is sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay, we're on the same page now. What a wild one here. Pekka Peugeot Everyman. An 84 Finnish Prague Synth Pop. $14.99. Pekka Peugeot Everyman. $14.99. All right, moving on. Let's do some more $6.99 here. No Jim B. There's no Black Crow CDs for you to triple your money on. You already tricked me into selling you one of them that you're going to make $75 on. The Rolling Stones, Get Off My Cloud. Hey, you Get Off My Cloud. Jimmy Clanton, Another Sleepless Night. Ace Cannon 38 Special. Bobby Darin, That's All. Booker T and the MGs, Jelly Bread. Adam Faith, The Time Has Come. Cozy Co, The Pogo Hop. And Steve Miller Band, The Joker. Some people call me Maurice Womp Womp. And I speak. Don Raider and Amon. This is a 1980 U.S. jazz album, $9.99. And we have Enrico Rava Quartet Opening Night, an 82 German import, $39.99. This Pekka Pro Show, that was sold to Jim Handy. I think that's what you're claiming, right? And then Max Roach and Connie Crothers, an 82 U.S., the only time on vinyl, sealed, $34.99. So I still got Steve Miller Band, Cozy Co, Adam Faith, Booker T, and then we have Bobby Darin, and then we have Ace Cannon, Jimmy Clanton, and the Rolling Stones. Hey, you get off of my cloud. Hey, you get off of my cloud. Allergies hadn't been good to me tonight. Okay, let's get this first box of CDs a lot closer to me. Hope you're all ready. Levi Hilton's watching a movie with his wife, and he went, oh no, my wife is making me watch a movie with her. Oh no, I don't want to watch this movie with my wife. I want to buy CDs with Chad. I'd rather be buying CDs with Chad. Oh no, please wife, don't make me do this. Please, no. No movie. I want to buy CDs with Chad. He's cool and hip. Step off. Okay, here we go. Did I tag you for it? Maybe, maybe not. You'll find out on Monday. We have Alexei East Wind Collection of Soviet Jazz. That is sealed, an 85 U.S. remaster. Soviet Jazz. Be careful, listen to that. Next thing, you'll be wearing red or drab olive clothing. We have The Joker, so to Michael Rudolph. Man, some of y'all's wives forcing y'all to do stuff like watch stuff. Maybe this is why I shouldn't get married. I'd be like, yeah, right, I'm not watching that movie. Judy Garland and Liza Minnelli live at London Palladium. This is a 65 U.S. mono, $14.99 for Judy Garland and Liza Minnelli. Errol Fitzgerald sings Cole Porter. This is a U.S. mono, $19.99. If I told my wife to step off, I'd be the one stepping off a roof. Yeah, I guess I just don't understand. I've always been a little bit more demanding. Okay. Here we go. A lot of sealed stuff and a lot of promos. I mean, y'all, these are crazy CDs. It's mostly sealed original stuff and promos for $6.99. Over here. Man, and I'm about to get really bad because these CDs are dusty. The Louis Bellson Explosion, $9.99 on that. Sarah Vaughan, I Love Brazil. Sarah Vaughan is sealed for $19.99. Montreux, The Trumpet Kings. Montreux is sealed for $14.99. And we have Happy Time, Roy Eldridge with Oscar Peterson, Joe Pass, sealed $19.99. Soviet Jazz, that was this one right here. Alexei, sounds like a Russian name, doesn't it? Alexei Kuzminstov. Alexei Kuzminstov. That is called Blue Corral, and that is sealed $19.99. No, wait a minute. Was that the one? Yeah, first Soviet Jazz in the USA. That's what the hop sticker says. First Soviet Jazz in the USA. Alexei Kozunzenstoff. All right. I had these the other night for $9.99. Yeah, some of these things are pretty dusty. They're new old stock that's been in storage, but they're sealed. Stevie Ray Vaughan promos. Wow. These are sealed for $6.99. October, this is called Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble. And I think it's just called the title of it's his birth and death date. October 3rd, 1954, August 27th, 1990. Wow, I didn't realize he was so close to my father's age. My father was born July 26, 1954. Wow, so I didn't realize he was so close. But those are sealed, and they're marked promo somewhere, aren't they? Where are they marked promo? Yeah, limited edition tribute, not for sale. Limited edition tribute, not for sale. $6.99 on those, okay? I'm going to go ahead and take this small stack of stuff in here so I can start a new stack of stuff because we're probably about to sell hundreds of CDs. I mean, we're about to sell so many CDs. This is going to make a few people go, golly, did you see how many CDs he sold last night? Golly, did you see how many CDs he sold last night? Here we go. These are sticker price and probably one of the last crates of vinyl because I can tell just based on what just happened right here in the chat, everybody right now is saying, Chad, we want CDs, okay? We have Jackie and Roy. This is an 84 Japanese mono reissue for $9.99. These are sticker price right now. And Keith Jarrett Shades is $14.99, okay? All right, and then we have Stevie Ray Vaughan. First of all, Adam Bernardi on Oscar. I hadn't pulled that yet, have I? Hold on a second. Have I pulled that? No, I haven't. This is sold to Adam Bernardi. All right, Burt Jordan got one. Sherry Darnell got one. Gerald Whitworth got one. Levi got one. Levi Hilton. Brian Studdard got one, and Tony McDaniel. Steven was next, and then Oso Adventure. Adam Bernardi on Jack Roy. Jack and Roy sold to Adam Bernardi. And yes, I do have some 90% silver. I'll start with halves. 64 Kennedy halves, $45 a piece. 1964 Kennedy halves, $45 a piece. We'll start with those. Okay. John Barry on the Soviet Jazz. And we have Antonio Carlos Jobim, Urabu, $14.99 on that. All right, let's get this. Okay, there's another Stevie Ray Vaughan for Stephen Parton. Maybe I can find another one for Oso. Okay, Live at Montreux Sampler. Live at Montreux Sampler. Metro Station advance copy. Album in store September 18th, Metro Station. Free Blues, Alligator and Blacktop Records Blues Sampler, $6.99. Steve Winwood, 9 Lives promo CD. Steve Winwood, 9 Lives promo CD. Season Screenings, the soundtrack. Looks like a Christmas sampler. Sun Record Company, Good Rockin' Tonight, The Legacy of Sun Records compilation. Promo stamp. See how all these are promo cuts? $6.99 on Sun. RCA Records Music Portfolio compilation, sampler sealed, and Capture Afro Celt Sound System, $6.99. I also have JJ in person, the JJ Johnson Quintet, 58 US mono for $19.99. Ella in Hollywood, Ella Fitzgerald, a 61 US stereo, $19.99. Chet Baker Quartet, Jazz at Ann Arbor, Chet Baker, 58 US mono, $59.99. And the Ballad Artistry of Milt Jackson, 60 US stereo, $24.99. Okay. Stephen Parton on Sun for $6.99. Tony McDaniel wants the Steve Winwood promo for $6.99. Burt next on Sun. And Michael Rudolph wants 2 Kennedy $half. Let's pick them out 2 nice ones. 45 and 45 on those. So to Michael Rudolph, okay? Thank you on that. That's our first stack of unsold CDs. Finishing up this crate, the Jack Wilkins Quartet with Randy Brecker, Jack DeJohnette. That's sealed for $14.99. Michael, you were second on the Soviet Jazz. John Barry's already bought it. The Real Pearl Bailey, that's a 68 US, $9.99. the Enoch Light Swingers, 12 smash hits, more Enoch Light, and it's a white label promo for $9.99. And Bobby Gentry, local Gentry, with a promo stamp, $14.99. If anybody wants any more Kennedy halves, $45 on those. And then I think, Michael, I also have, I have one 1954 Franklin. I have a 1936 Walker. I have a 1944 Walking Liberty and a 1941 Walking Liberty. And those are same price. Okay, and then Adam Bernardi on Pearl Bailey. All right, next handful of CDs coming. Let's get right in here. Man, I think almost all these are sealed. If I could just get a handful out, we could flip through them, but I can't. There we go. All right. I almost got paper burn trying to get my hand down in there. Enoch Light, so did John Barry. And Michael Rudolph wants the Ben and the 3 Walkers. Okay? Those are sold to him. He's like, I better buy this now before you do a coin sale tomorrow night, and it's absolute chaos. Good decision. All right, $6.99. Painted Blue, Songs of the Rolling Stones. This Ain't No Tribute. House of Blues. Okay, those are sealed, $6.99. America, A Tribute to Heroes with Springsteen, U2, Stevie Wonder. That's $6.99. Albert Collins, Robert Cray, Johnny Copeland, Showdown. We have the Album Network CD Tune-Up 17. Jazz for the Quiet Times. Tame Yourself. Looks like another compilation. And Greatest Hits of the New York Yankees, Volume 1, The New Era. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on those. Here's the rest of the Morgans I have. Let me show you these. I'll do these last 4 for $80. I'll do these last 4 for $80. I got $80 each. $80 each, that is. 1885, 1882, 1881, and 1885. Oh, $80 on those. Those last 4 Morgans. Okay, Sully wants one of the Rolling Stones that was sealed. Michael Butler first on the Yankees, then John Barry. So that left Tame Yourself, Jazz for Quiet Times, Album CD Network, Albert Collins, America Tribute to Heroes, and the Stones Tribute, which was sealed. Like I said, some of these may be a little dusty, but they're basically been in storage, and they're all sealed old stock, where this guy was in the music business, and he got a lot of free sealed stuff, a lot of promos, etc. And we're going to go through them all for $6.99 each, including Santana Supernatural, sealed. Shangri-La, Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits, sealed. Sting, Sacred Love, sealed. Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head, sealed. The New York Rock and Roll Review, Live at the Beacon. Soul, Throttle Junkie, sealed. Clinton, An Oral History, starring David Fry, sealed. And Genuine House Rock and Music 4, that is $6.99. Michael Rudolph wants the 4 Morgans as well, okay? So far, this stack of silver is all sold to him. Let me spread this out over here, and before it falls, I'll see what else I have over here on my table. You keep buying it, I'll keep showing it. That's how it works around here. I'm going to stack it on top of Pearl Jam, honestly. I'll stack that, and then those, and then those, okay? That worked out good. All right. Okay, here's 3 more Franklins. 1948, 1948, 1948. Those are also $45. CDs. Levi Hilton on MK. Or did I already tag that? No, MK was Mark Knopfler. Joseph Clark on Coldplay. Donna Bertram on Sting. And we have Genuine House Rock and Music, Clinton, Soul Throttle Junkies, New York Rock and Roll Soul Review, and Supernatural. That was a big album. That one has Smooth on it with Rob Thomas. Okay. More for $6.99. We have Rick Wakeman Revisited. Rick Wakeman from Yes. Daryl Hall and John Oates, Our Kind of Soul. With Our Compliments, Epic Portrait Association promo. Europe's on here. Big Trouble, Sade, Michael Jackson, REO Speedwagon. Janita, Seasons of Life, sealed. Soul Live, No Place Like Soul, sealed. Katy Perry, One of the Boys, sealed. Squeeze Play. David Cavazos, that's also sealed. Rick Wakeman have the song with Aussie. That would be the song Perry Mason. Rick Wakeman played keyboards on the Perry Mason song that's on Osmosis. So no, it's not on here. He's doing Elizabeth and Rock, Catherine Howard, Starship Trooper, Worm, Painted Black, The Missing Legends, Lancelot and Black Knight, Jane Seymour, Eleanor Rigby, and Journey to the Earth. Yeah, you're thinking about Perry Mason. That's on the album Osmosis. Sherry Darnell on Katy Perry. That's so does Sherry Darnell. And Michael Rudolph wants one. Benjamin Franklin half. You got it. I'll give you this one right here in the flip. That's sold to Michael for $45. Let's go ahead and put that in here with his other stuff. We'll put that right there with his other stuff. Okay. Alrighty. Let's grab all these on top. I'm trying to pass over some of these samplers from right now. But I mean, it looks like there's like really good albums mixed in with just other random stuff I don't know so much about. So we'll just have to go through them all. Nothing wrong with that, right? Groove Radio International plus presents Electronic. Africa on Mango. Big Star, 2 complete albums on 1 CD. Dirty Dancing, Havana Nights, the soundtrack. The Coach Collection, music personally selected by Hayden Fox. Nebworth, that's good. Pink Floyd, Paul McCartney, Eric Clapton, Genesis, Dire Straits, Tears for Fears. Saturday Night Live 25, compilation, Paul Simon, Clapton, Counting Crows, Jewel, Lenny Kravitz, Tom Petty, Dave Matthews Band, Grateful Dead, Bowie. The Best of New Age, Volume 6. And I think we got a bunch of those. Or different volumes. Yeah, we got Volume 5, Volume 4. Different Best of New Age here. Okay. Saturday Night Live is sold to Stephen Parton. And then Sherry Darnell. So New Age, Nebworth, The Coach Collection, Dirty Dancing, Big Star, Africa Mango, and Groove Radio International. Coins. Let's see. So, you know, I bought some of this before right before the market closed on or opened on Friday. I guess we technically bought some stuff on Thursday, and so these I have a little bit more in, but it's the only 1 ounce rounds I have for $115, which is this COVID round, the Simpsons, and the Santa, and I've reduced those to $115, and I'm pretty tight on those just based on cost, but $115, that's the only 1 ounce silver rounds I have right now. And Scott asked about dimes. Give me 1 second. I was going to see if I had any dimes over here. I've got 2 nickels I'm about to show. I've got a couple quarters I'm about to show. I got a couple quarters, and then what's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, let me divide that out and figure that out. I got my cost on some of this. Some of this here, probably tonight or tomorrow, I'm about ready. There's a couple of these bars that I'm thinking about selling and getting what I can out of them right now because I've done so well on the deal as a whole. and sell out what I have, okay? So 3, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. All right, and then, so these I can do, 1 second. Yeah, so I have, these are $25. I have a 1935D and a 1964. Those are both Washingtons, okay? $25 on those. And then the Simpsons is sold to Oso for $115. Sell that to him for $115. Okay. CDs coming at you right now. All these CDs. This stack looks like it's all sealed. $6.99. Smooth Moves featuring John Tesh, The Ribbiton, Spyro Gyra, Chuck Mangione. Orpheus Discovered. Looks like classical. Bob Dylan, Good As I've Been to You, sealed. Like I said, a lot of these will have promo punches through the barcode, like that one. The Allman Brothers, Hitting the Note. Kindred Spirits, a tribute to the songs of Johnny Cash. Blink-182, Take Off Your Pants and Jacket, sealed with hop sticker. And Michael Penn, Free For All. Michael Rudolph wants the 1932 D quarter. That's sold to him for $25. Oso wants the COVID silver for $115. All right, thank you on that. And then over here we got Shakedown on Blink-182 for $6.99 and Sherry Darnell and the Allman Brothers for $6.99. Thank you all on that. Okay, now here's some older coins. These are $35 each. $35 each. An 1893 S barber quarter. A 1920 S standing quarter. 1898 barber quarter. An 1897 and a 1904. Those are all $35. 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 on those. 1893, 1928, 1898, 1897, and 1904. CDs. These are $6.99. The Velt Marigolds. Carole King, A Holiday Carol, Advanced CD. Snoopy's Jazz. Cool. A Gershon Songbook. Ooh, look at that lenticular. Amazing. Wow, look at that. Ooh, that's, oh yeah, Aerosmith. Ultimate Aerosmith Hits. UMG Nashville. 3rd and 4th quarter 2006 new release sampler. And Son of Superbad, Getting Down on the Dance Floor. Levi first on the Aerosmith. That's amazing. And then Chris Frazier was next. And John Barry on Snoopy Jazz, which was sealed. So I left the Velt, Marigolds, Carole King, Gershon, UMG, and Son of Superbad. Now, me calculate, because I know what I paid for these bars, and I'm down to like my last 45 ounces, and I bought over 500. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to price it to whoever's interested right now after my ACH fee, where I can make a little, and here's the risk for both of us. Right now, you're going to be getting it, I think, at what it is trading for on the market. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow when the market opens. It could jump back up, or it could continue to fall. But that's the gamble both of us are taking right now. But I'm down to these last. I'll show these 4 bars first. And what I'm thinking is, what I'm still seeing stuff trading for is this right here. And And then we can talk, we'll talk credit card price first, which is $115 per ounce. We'll just say 110. We'll say 110 and make it simple. So that means for the first time in a while, I've got these at $110 per ounce. So they're essentially 10-ounce bars. So that would be $1,100. I got 2 Pioneer Metals. Those are $1,100. There's a 10-ounce Perth Mint Australia. And then there's that kind of beefy, more like rectangular bar. So any one of those, $1,100. $250 cheaper than what they could have been bought not too long ago. So there's those. Excuse me. And then these quarters are $35 on some of those older dates there. Move those right over there. Okay. $1,100 on those. Next CDs. $6.99 coming at you right now. Sealed 10,000 Maniacs with hype sticker. Hope Chest. Alligator Records 30th Anniversary Collection. Alligator Records 20th Anniversary Collection. 20th and 30th. Alligator Stomp Volume 3. Cajun and Zydeco. The Batman soundtrack, Prince. Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me soundtrack, sealed. Arachnophobia soundtrack, sealed. Navarre Corporation feature presentations, 1995 second quarter compilation. Deep Trout, The Early Years of Walter Trout. And the Flamin' Lips, Yoshimi Wins live radio sessions. Now, dusty CDs and old coins, perfect for allergy attack. I have one more smaller bar that would be same price per ounce. I actually can show it to you before I walk over here and get it because it was on eBay for $750, more so as a collectible. And let me see what's happened over here. What just happened? I just sold a Silver Eagle on eBay. I sold a Silver Eagle on eBay for $450 just moments ago. That's good. And then somebody made an offer on one for $375. Orders and so I have another 5.44 bar as well. And so 5.44, that's going to be the cheapest bar I have. That's $9.99 right now, if anybody wants that. So 110 plus or times 5.44. That's the cheapest bar I have. It'd be $598.40, 110 per ounce. 110 per ounce if anybody wants that. Okay. First over here is Shakedown on 10,000 Maniacs, which was sealed for $6.99. That's down here on the bottom. Tracy on Hope, which was Hope Chest. That was Tracy. And that left the Flamin' Lips, Deep Trout, feature presentations, Arachnophobia soundtrack, Austin Powers soundtrack, Batman soundtrack, Alligator Stomp, Alligator Records, and Alligator Records. Okay? All right. So, Nirvana is $36.99. Yeah, that's just a single LP. Nirvana in Utero, $36.99. Yes. Single LP Nirvana, $36.99. More CDs. Silver on sale tonight. You won't hear me say that too often. Silver on sale. Free Blues, Alligator Blacktop and Records Blue Sampler. Let There Be Blues and Alligator Records Blue Sampler. Tangerine Dream, the Dream Mixes. 10,000 Maniacs, Love Among the Ruins. Icon and Me, Headbreak Solution. Looks metal. Temper. Tears for Fears, Riles and the Kings of Spain. Those are all $6.99. Tears for Fears was sealed. I don't want to predict any markets on silver. We know what caused it to go down, and people are saying they know what's going to cause it to go up tomorrow. It went down because of the new appointment to the Fed, Marsh, and then J.P. Morgan shorted the market, probably did very well, and the fact it could go up could be because of there's still a demand for physical shortage. I mean, it's not like overnight these refineries have caught up and AI industry still doesn't need silver. So there's just a lot of things like that that can affect it, like it did on Friday. Big moves like that by big players. Shakedown on Tears for Fears. Sampler was the Free Blues, right, John Barry? Yep. So what I found out is everything that happened on Friday was because of it was all done on paper. You know, that was like paper trades off, because there's no way, you know, somebody can sell off $9 trillion in silver. That's a lot. I wish I had $9 trillion in silver. We have Great Blues Piano, a celebration of blues, and then another one, different volume. Hot Stuff, Mercury Nashville. Marijuana's Greatest Hits Revisited. Simply Mad About the Mouse, a musical celebration of imagination. Sound and Vision Volume 2. And Reggae on Mango, $6.99. I think there's a little stack of like 45s from this guy's collection that could be pretty good. Let me jump over here and see if I can find them. Let me move this silver that's sold right here. Excuse my allergies. I think between the dust on these CDs and what was already ever wrong with me, it's going downhill. Okay, let me go try to find those. This is Reggae on Mango, sold to John Barry. Still got Sound and Vision Volume 2 with XYZ, Don Dixon, The Del Lord, Shooting Star, TSOL, and The Cramps. Some big names on that one that's always desirable. By the way, there was a CD post and Whole Lot of Records, and the CD post and Whole Lot of Records did very well. There was like a quadrillion bazillion claims on that one. A quadrillion bazillion claims. I think they've got all that tagged. So let me go check on those 45s. I need a tabletop right here. Yeah, no more LPs for tonight. That was the last crate of that. I'm going to try to show 45s if I can find them, and then go through at least one or two of these boxes of CDs, especially if y'all keep buying them. Here's those 45s I'm talking about. Let me move these tubs. And I'm going to put those right there. I need to really take my mom out to eat tomorrow. I need to take my mom out to eat, even though it's going to be brutally cold. Maybe she'll want to go. And with that being said, I'm going to try to make sure I'm rested. I've been last few weeks, it's either been snow or I'm dead. I'm dead because I've stayed up all night like I normally do. Okay, I have 45s from CCR, Pearl Jam, there's one, Led Zeppelin, something Japanese, another Pearl Jam, Oasis, something Guns N' Roses, Led Zeppelin, and Prince. Okay, so let's put those up for auction. We have Oasis. Some might say and talk tonight, $10 start, and Pearl Jam, Merkin Ball. Okay, those are going to go up for $10 starts. Oasis and Pearl Jam, $10 starts. I'll put GNR and Prince up next. Let's go through this more CDs here. Let's do it. Still got 20% of this box left. Then we'll start a new one. 10th Anniversary Collection, GRP sealed. Double shot of New Wave. Major in music. What was the Mary Jane CD? Marijuana's Greatest Hits Revisited. Like Storm Orphans doing Sweet Leaf and Go to Blazes by Billy Bardo and One Drop Plus by Kaya. Hitchhiker, various artists. Mana, Mar Compa something something. Larry Carlton Discovery. Larry Carlton Self-Titled. Larry Carlton Sleepwalk. Right now, Pearl Jam has one bid for $15. There are currently no bids on Oasis. Final chance for $10 before Jim B snipes it. Pearl Jam's at $15. More CDs. The Incredible Soul Collection, as seen on TV. Motown's number ones. Oasis has a bid for 11 with Jim B and 16 for Pearl Jam. Are these $50 singles really going to sell for $18 and $11? Coco Taylor, Jump for Joy. Larry Carlton, Christmas. Larry Carlton, Friends. Larry Carlton, Strikes Twice. The New York Rock and Soul Ensemble. System of a Down, Hypnotized, sealed with promo sticker. Sealed with promo sticker. Pearl Jam's at 16, 18, 15, 20, 25, 22, 27, 28. First is what was the GRP and the smooth sounds in the stack. Can I see the Mana one more time? Mana is Amar S. and Competir. Their most anticipated release. First new studio album in 4 years. Includes the smash hit Labios Compartidos. That is sealed with hop sticker $6.99. What else? GRP and Smooth Sounds. This is the GRP 10th anniversary collection. A lot of music. 3 CDs sealed for $6.99. And then Smooth. I'm not for sure where that one went. Which one was that? I'm not for sure where that one went. But there's GRP. Okay, and then System of a Down was sold to Jerry Torres. Chris Frazier was next. Sherry Darnell wants Motown's number one. And then Pearl Jam has a new bid for 20. Okay. And then what is the Oasis single? What is the Pearl Jam single? What is the Oasis single? More info on the Pearl Jam single. One more time, Chad, please show me the Oasis single. This is Oasis, Some Might Say, and Talk Tonight. It is numbered and sealed. Numbered and sealed. This is Some Might Say, and the flip is Talk Tonight. The high bid is with Seth You're Fired at $15, Jordan Underhill. Pearl Jam is called Merc in Ball. Pearl Jam, Long Road and Merc in Ball is near mint minus. And this is with Tim Vergara at 25 and Seth You're Fired bid 25. Folks, we have an auction. Chad's getting upset because of his nostrils. It's going to really impede selling tonight. All right, GRP is sold to Craig Weatherford for $6.99. And then somebody wanted the track listing on Gershon Songbook earlier. Are you still watching? Smooth Moods. I think that's what Craig asked about. Smooth Moods. Smooth Moods earlier was over 60 minutes of smooth jazz pop classics with John Tesh, Rippingtons, Spyro Gyra, Chuck Mangione. It's sealed for $6.99. I see the Gershwin Songbook if somebody wants a track listing on that one. A Gershwin Songbook. Fascinating Rhythm, Susan McCorkle, Summertime, Ernestine Anderson. How long has this been going on? Stan Getz. Love is Here to Stay, Rosemary Clooney. Embraceable You, Scott Hamilton. Strike Up the Band, Jesse Davis. I've Got a Crush on You, Kenny Burrell. Oh Lady Be Good, the Ray Brown Trio. My Man's Gone Now, Alan Farman. And Nice Work If I Can Get It, Ruby Broth, and the New England Soundhounds. Sealed $6.99. Craig Weatherford says he'll take smooth. Now, Pearl Jam's at $30. Tim Vergari's out. I think everybody's done on Oasis. Jim B officially did not say out. He's either really, really trying to drag it out or he's doing some deep, hard, difficult research right now. Okay? More CDs. How much are these, Chad? They're just $6.99. I know you're joking. There's no way you're selling sealed promo CDs for $6.99. So I know you're joking. Please let us know the real price. The real price is $6.99. Like, these people are nuts. $6.99. Alligator Records 20th Anniversary Tour. Coco Taylor, Lonnie Brooks, $6.99. Nothing But Trouble soundtrack. New Jack CD soundtrack. Ruby Knot, Electra's 40th Anniversary. Spring Breakers. Lethal Weapon 3. These are $6.99. Jim B's out on Oasis. Oasis is sold for $15 to Seth You're Fired, and Pearl Jam is sold to Seth You're Fired for $30. Let's make sure we get those in new sleeves. Here's what I'll do, actually. Let me get the sold CDs I've sold over here. Let me lay those on top. We'll go ahead and do that right there, okay? These are going to go into the operations room. Operator, won't you help me place this call? Sorry, guys and gals. Lethal Weapon 3, so did Donna Bertram. Okay, let's revisit those other ones that I showed. Uh-oh, here we go. Okay. Let me get a grip here on Prince and see what's going on. About time to blow my nasal cavity out. I know that's TMI. All right. There's the stats. This is highly rated. A lot of people want it. A lot of people buy it. $75 start. Prince. Around the World in a Day, the 7-inch singles box set. Probably $50. Probably $50 below market. Let the bidding begin. $75 start. Good luck, Craig, because I know you're going to see a bid here in a minute from Jim B 2323. Now, Jim B, while I have your attention, can I ask you why there was a box of CDs that showed up here at the store with your name on them? Can you please inform me why you sent an unauthorized package to our building? Here it is, the music, Ryko CD Volume 1. Jack Johnson, promotional copy, Sleep Through the Static. Alternative Sampler. Musicians Magazine's New Music Sampler. Tacoma Electric Sampler. Talking Heads' popular favorite, Sand and the Vaseline. Jazz That Cooks. Alligator Records 25th Anniversary. Howard Stern, Private Parts, the album, sealed. The Columbia Records Special CD Sampler. Prince is at $90. Everybody else is out. Sherry Darnell wants Jack Johnson. So does Sherry Darnell. I may have them clean all these before I show these ever again. Otherwise, I can't show these again and have another allergy attack. Somebody might have had a cat or something. I'm getting like an allergic, like when I'm around a cat. It might be while they're dusty. Okay. Now, Howard Stern is sold to Levi, and then Michael Wood was second, and was the name of the CD. Hold on a minute. Levi's yelling at me. Mana Amar Escambida. You are 100% correct. Yes. Prince is at 105 of Craig. It went quiet for a while, and he said, Prince sold. Hurry up and sell it. 105 of Craig Thomas. Okay. Let's go ahead and show these last 4 or 5 in here. Cats remind me of Seth's house. I'll go over there. Yeah, somebody might have had a cat that owned these. Uh-oh. That's why right there. Look, folks, I found it. Oh, no. Yeah, that's why I'm having an allergic reaction. Somebody owned a cat. Luckily, these things are mostly sealed. No wonder. Oh, man, if you want to kill me, if you want to kill Chad, put me in a room with some cats. Oh, no. This is why when stuff comes to my table, like vinyl, it already has to be cleaned and in new sleeves. Dust. I'm also allergic to, like, grass. I go outside and, like, somebody's mowing grass. You got to send me to the hospital. Somebody smoking a cigarette. You could light up a Marlboro, blow the smoke in my face. I'm out. I'd probably have to go to the hospital. I would be near dead. Cannot get around any kind of smoke. The Best New Age, $6.99. Saturday Night Live 25, Volume 2. Volume 2. The Art of Jazz, Ben Wester, Bud Powell. Play This, the best new music on Electric Superior Quality Records. Alternative NRG, Greenpeace. Stick It In, a Virgin compilation. I didn't mean for that to sound so nasty. High Performance Country, 1993 edition. 51 top 10s, 28 number 1 hits. And Revenge Postmodern Sampler. Prince is sealed, Record Store Day, Black Friday, unopened. The one that sells for about $125 on Discogs. Prince is at 117. Was Oasis Pearl or Olive? Did you notice? It's sealed. Unfortunately, I don't have X-ray vision. I could make a lot of money examining sealed records if I did. But it was sealed. It was sealed. So you'll find out when you open it. John Barry on Country. And Tony on Saturday Night Live. This is why I stay inside all day and don't go outside around grass or animals. It's also why I live alone. I'm also allergic to humans. Humans. Yuck. Humans. Prince is at 117. It's up to GMAC. Okay, that was our first box of CDs. I'm taking this box, and here's another policy we have. Here's another policy we have. Who wants a Canadian $5 bill for $5? We get rid of cardboard. We have a no cardboard policy. I'm like, listen, I don't care what it costs us. We're not storing anything in cardboard. And when I have free time, if I see stuff in cardboard, I take it out, I set it in the floor, and I throw away the cardboard. I'm like, we don't do cardboard here, okay? About the only thing cardboard that's going to be in this building are the album jackets, and I don't like that too much. All these books I've got back here, dust traps. Jim B was like, hey, sell those CDs I sent you right now so I can keep track of how much you sold them for so I can ask for a discount on my invoice. Yeah, right. I'm going to make sure and sell those when you're not watching. Are we done on Prince? I'm waiting for one person, G-Mac. I'm waiting for one person, G-Mac. I know why Craig. I know exactly why GMB wants me to sell those CDs. Yeah, sell those so I can keep track of it and ask for a discount on my invoice. Yeah, right. Come on, GMB. I was born, but not yesterday, buddy. I was born, but not yesterday. Everybody knows, too. Look, everybody knows what you're thinking. It's a scheme. It's a big scheme you're trying to cook. Listen, you know how many deals I've done? This isn't some kind of parlor trick here. Joey Sorge, I think that's pronounced differently, but I call him Joey Sorge. You get prints for $117. Okay, and then let's put up this GNR. I think this is an unofficial. Yeah, Rock and Bear Records. Yeah, this is an unofficial picture disc. GNR Rock Explosion with It's So Easy and You're Crazy. $10 start on that. Well, the first handful of these next CDs look really good. I see some pretty cool titles here. So let's go ahead and get right into them. Oh boy, GMB, we love them. We have Ladysmith Black Mambazo. The Pretenders, self-titled. The Pretenders, Loose Screw. Clint Black, No Time to Kill. No Doubt is sealed? No. It's got promo sticker. No Doubt the singles. Sting, Be Still My Beating Heart. Hell Rules, a tribute to Black Sabbath. File and Black Sabbath bin. Elvis, 30 #1 hits, sealed. And Concrete Blonde, Walking in London. I wish I had that in print on vinyl. That's a big one. It's my donation to Collectible. Oh, no. Okay, so here's theory number 2. Did y'all hear that? Donation. He's going to record when I'm selling them for video proof and report that in on his upcoming taxes. You know, it is almost tax time, so he's putting out a donation to Collectible, keeping track of it, and then going to do a tax write-off to Collectible, some charity in Tennessee. That's my donation. Golly. Listen, you're not going to get any of your tricks next to me, okay? I know every trick of the trade, buddy. Guns N' Roses 10, 11, 12. Pam Murray on Loose. And that was for the Pretenders. And then Guns N' Roses 10, 11, 12. And then Donna Bertram on Sting. Donna just popped a bottle of champagne. She got a Sting. And then Robin Glenn on Oh Country. Oh Country? What was that? What was Oh Country? And then Tony got E for Elvis. GNR's at 15. Robin Glenn, No Doubt. That's what she was trying to get. All right. And then we got Concrete Blonde, Walking in London. Hell Rules, tribute to Black Sabbath. Clint Black, No Time to Kill. Pretender, self-titled, and Ladysmith Black Mambazo. All right, Guns N' Roses at 15. Let's go ahead and run Pearl Jam's next to it. Pearl Jam was right here, Dark Matter. Sealed. $10 start on Pearl Jam. Uh-oh, got some people on to you, Craig. I mean, GMB. I keep calling GMB Craig. I apologize. I wouldn't cuss you like that. I apologize. My bad. Don't want to cuss a man. Don't want to cuss a man by calling him GMB. Tax schemes. Hey, listen. I have a close connection to an IRS agent. Okay? I have a close connection to an IRS agent, so you better watch out. Midnight Oil, the best of the B-sides. A lot of changes coming. Hall & Oates. Sting, All This Time. Lenny Kravitz, Let Love Rule. Neil Young, Chrome Dreams 2. Ricky Martin, Sealed. Livin' La Vida Loca. That used to be Seth's ringback tone. The Very Best of Roy Orbison. Paul Black and the Flip Kings. The Kinsey Report, Powerhouse. And Roy Orbison, Combo Concert, 1965 Holland. Interesting. So Guns N' Roses is still at 15. Pearl Jam's at 15. Sting is sealed with hop sticker, unopened, yes. Roy Orbison, Tony McDaniel. There's two. There's The Very Best of Roy Orbison and then the Roy Orbison Concert. Robin Glenn on Ricky Martin, which was sealed. And that left the Kinsey Report, Paul Black, Neil Young, Chrome Dreams 2, Lenny Kravitz, Hall & Oates, and Midnight Oil. Okay, all right. Let's grab this handful right here because I see one of my favorite artists. Donna does take Sting for $6.99. Thank you. And then Tony McDaniel wants both Roy Orbison. Okay. Jeff Healey Band, Cover to Cover, Jeff Healey. Billy Joel, That's Not Her Style, the Stormfront Tour CD. A promo. Sealed promo Billy Joel. Rush Presto. I was hoping to have a promo mark, but I don't see it. It just looks like a regular Presto. Lou Reed, Magic and Loss. Mike Reed, Turning for Home. Joe Jackson, Laughter and Lust. Beverly Craven. And Robert Cray, Strong Persuader. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Golly. There went half of my lungs. Guns N' Roses is sold for $15 to 007 Platinum. Pearl Jam is sold for $15 to 007 Platinum. Let's see what else we can come up with. Levi on the sealed Billy Joel CD. Nick Bargeron on JH. Jeff Healey. And then Corey Ross was next on that one. And then Craig Weatherford on Robert Cray. 45. So what was left in that stack? This is pretty new for the Led Zeppelin. That just came out. The Record Store Day Trampled Underfoot. You know what? I don't have this. Oh, gosh. I'll go ahead and sell it. I'll go ahead and sell it. Well, how much did it cost at Record Store? See, okay, you've got to at least bid $15, okay? It would cost $16 at Record Store Day. $15 on Led Zeppelin. And then CCR, Live at Royal Albert Hall, Craft. That's sealed for a $10 start. $10 start. There you have it. 15 and 10. All right, we're doing sealed CDs. Most of them are sealed or promos. Justin Hayward, he was in a band called The Moody Blues. The View from the Hill. The Creeps, that's self-titled. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Live It Up, which I always thought was one of the worst album covers ever. One of my favorite groups, and what an album cover. I don't know what's going on here. A bunch of wieners on the moon. What is going on? Live It Up? But I didn't understand that one. Here's a box set sampler from Crosby, Stills, and Nash. A box set sampler. Shovels and Rope, Swimming Time. Shovels and Rope, Swimming Time. Demi Lovato. Rod Stewart. Boy, he has some great look. Oh, that's not his leg. I thought that was his legs for a second. That's a wild cover, too. Rod Stewart, Stardust. Hall & Oates, selected songs from the 2 CD sampler. Janet Jackson. Damita Joe. Augustana. Life Imitating Life, sealed. Okay, we got Led Zeppelin at 15, 16, and 15. CCR Nobi at $10 start. And Chuck Haley on CSN. Now, do you want the box set sampler or do you want the hot dog cover? Okay, or do you want both? And then Tracy wants the Creeps. And then Sherry's next on the box set sampler. And Robin on JJ for Janet Jackson. All right. We'll see what Chuck wanted there. It's getting to the point where I'm no fun anymore. I am sorry. Sometimes it hurts so badly. Chuck wanted the box set sampler. So the hot dog cover is still available. I'll let y'all look at it a little longer. Ooh, I bet this is pretty good for $6.99. Childish Gambino with Lenticular. Jim B just fell off his chair. Childish Gambino, $6.99. Joe Jackson Band Volume. I've got two. One of them are sealed. This is it, Joe Jackson, the A&M years. Joe Jackson looks sharp. And then Stevie Nicks, Street Angel, Gold Stamp Promo, and Sting, Mercury Fallen. Uh-oh, I was about to say, there's no CD in that one. I thought it felt a little light. No CD and Sting. Donna's probably like, you've got to be kidding me. She's probably like, you've got to be kidding me. I'm not kidding you. There's no CD in it. All right. So Zeppelin is out with Craig. Let me see if Tony McDaniel wants to bid again. It's at 20 right now of 007 Platinum. GMB on Childish Gambino, that's $199.99 for whoever's tagging. I'm joking. It's $6.99. Now, Scott, you put S with a degree symbol. Is that for Stevie Nicks or Sting or something else? CCR didn't get a bid. It's a $10 buy it now. If anybody wants CCR, $10 buy it now. All right, here we go. Here we go. What's the odds? A CD and there's no disc. Love and Money, Strange Kind of Love. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judge's Ruth. Roth, David Lee Roth, A Little Ain't Enough. Roxy Music, Heart Still Beating. Roxy Music Avalon. And RTZ, Return to Zero promo. Return to Zero. Zeppelin 2125, Levi gets CCR for 10. Thank you on that. Okay. Ooh. It's a good looking handful right there. Maybe that disc will pop up. I'm going to toss it over there for right now. Mick Jagger, Wandering Spirit. Jane's Addiction. A deluxe Led Zeppelin 2. Wow, deluxe Led Zeppelin 2. What a bargain. Matty Perroni. The Last International of Mice and Men's Restoring Force. Luke Bryan, Crash My Party. Sting, 10 Summoner's Tale. Man, what's up with the Sting CDs? Golly, there's no disc in that one either. REM, Automatic for the People. And Midnight Oil, Blue Sky Mining. Golly, what's up with the Sting CDs, Donna? It's like somebody's robbed them. What is going on, Donna? Good gosh. Okay. We have the following. Led Zeppelin got up to 30 with 007 Platinum. Scott Oman was first on Jane's Addiction. Mark Stanley first on Zeppelin, then Jim B, and then Jeff Brent. Mark Stanley of Moss and Men. Tony next on Zeppelin. Nick Bargeron on MJ. Mick Jagger. And then Greg O'Time next on Zeppelin. Chuck Haley next on Zeppelin. Robin got Luke Bryan. And we still got Midnight Oil, REM, The Last International, and Matty Perroni. What is up with the Sting CDs? I mean, we got literally Donna's YouTube handle is #1 Sting fan or #1 Police fan. Tony, it's your call on Zeppelin. High bid's $30. And then we got another Zeppelin. Let me step over here and see if I can find any more singles right quick to keep things interesting. Good singles like that. I've got boxes and boxes and boxes of other singles, but y'all probably fall asleep. Some of y'all would probably be very excited. Unfortunately, I don't see any more. Right off the top of my eyeball. No. There's a lot of good albums laying around here, but no more singles. No. Let me think. Did they? Well, I sold the other stuff Laura brought me. Yeah, it's all gone. Zeppelin 31, 35. Okay, another handful of CDs then. These are all $6.99. Rascal Flatts, changed. That's sealed, Rascal Flatts. Robert Cray, Band, Bad Influence. Robert Cray, REM Up. Some of these I'm starting to question now. No, that's in there. REM Out of Time. REM CD Video Sealed, music from tour film. REM Around the Sun. Robert Cray, Should Have Been Home. Blacksmith, Fire from Within. That looks expensive, okay? That looks expensive. Alabama Shakes, Boys and Girls. Nice. George Harrison Early Takes, Volume 1. Nice. Michael Jackson, #1. So many of these are sealed, I'm not even mentioning it, by the way. All right, Zeppelin's at 35 with 007. Tony, it goes back to you. Tony says he's out. Final call for 35. Jim B on BS. BS was for Blacksmith. Fire from Within. Okay, let's see how good he did. Or let's see how good I misled him. Here we go. Let's scan it and find out. I'm curious. It looks like an obscure metal CD worth hundreds of dollars. No passing. No, 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 no. No passing. No, 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 no. Nope, 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 nope. It is too expensive. It is too expensive. You're only there's only one in the United States for $15 plus shipping. You got to pay $21 right now. That's the cheapest copy for sale. The cheapest copy for sale right now on Earth is $21, $6.99 if anybody wants it. Rare, highly desirable metal. We have Led Zeppelin sold to 007 Platinum for $35. Okay? Somebody's going to buy that. I mean, here's the stats on it. It's heavy metal, yeah. I knew it'd be expensive. Nothing like that is ever cheap. Something that looks like that, it's never going to be cheap. Okay, and then over here we have Leslie on tour film, which was REM. George Harrison, No Claim. Scott Oman on MJ. Greg O'Time was next, then Tony. Sherry Darnell on Alabama Shakes. And we still got George Harrison, Robert Cray, REM, Robert Cray, and Rascal Flatts. Does it say 1989 on the disc? It says 1989 on the disc, yes. Levi has dibs. If he passes, then Nick Bargeron. Jim B just made a horrible decision. Horrible decision. That's almost as bad as that thing he messed up on the other night. Horrible decision. We have stick figure, Just a Thought. Robert Cray, Shame and Sin. Luke Bryan, Tailgates and Tan Lines. Sounds revolutionary. Pitbull. Pitbull is called Planet Pit. Kenny Chesney, Welcome to the Fishbowl. Chris Duarte. Judas Priest. Sealed Anniversary. And Chris Young, Neon. Over here, Blacksmith is sold. Blacksmith is sold. Done. Okay. And that's sold to Levi. Beatles EP. I've got the Beatles EP collection. $129.99. Paul went through it today. It's all near mint and complete. $129.99. And I've also got, hold on, I'm about to sneeze. The Beatles in mono. We've already sold one for $200. This one has some box damage. It's $169. That one has some box damage, $169. We already sold the other one for $200. Next comment was, what was the other REM CDs? Well, from the last stack, it was Automatic for the People, and then Up, Out of Time, and Around the Sun. And Around the Sun was sealed. Levi first on Judas Priest. Then Jerry Torres, then Mark Stanley, then Jeff Brent. Chuck Haley on Luke Bryan. Tony McDaniel next on Judas Priest. Robin next on Luke Bryan. Sherry Darnell on Kenny Chesney. And then DK Evans wants the Beatles EP collection for $129.99. Awesome. And first, let's tag Leslie for Around the Sun. I need to move this stack into the operations room. It is leaning like the Leaning Tower of Pizza. And before we eat any pizza and this thing falls over, let me go ahead and take all these into the operations room, okay? It is starting to look bad. So let me take this. Thank you, DK Evans. Now we're down to one Beatles box. The miscellaneous table is almost full. We've sold 6 crates tonight of vinyl, which is a little off pace, but I bet we've sold, if you put all the 45s and CDs and miscellaneous items equivalent to records, we've probably sold 6 more crates of merchandise, so a lot. Pizza sounds good. You know what I'm going to eat? I'm eating chicken noodle soup and chocolate chip cookies. That's what's on my agenda. The replacements. Actually, you know what? I need to see if that pizza place still delivers. I think it's Puff Pizza. I might order a pizza. I was worried about having food later, but I think they deliver really late. Let me look that up right quick. They are open until 2:40 a.m. Golly, 2:40 a.m. The replacements all shook down. Restless Heart, Big Iron Horses. The Rippertons, Tourist in Paradise sealed. The Best of Robert Cray. Lee Ritenour Festival. Natalie Merchant live in New York City. Nice. Pat Metheny Group, Letter from Home. Midnight Oil, Earth, Sun, and Moon sealed. Lee Ritenour, The Captain's Journey. Loaded, The Best of Blake Shelton. Bella Fleck, The Imposter with the Nashville Symphony. Alanis Morissette, Havoc and Bright Lights. Kimbra Vows, a tribute to Fleetwood Mac. And The Replacements, Incarcerated Live. What? Natalie Merchant is sold to Leslie Holt, then Nick Bargeron, then John LaBeatty. Leslie was first on that one. BS was Blake Shelton, sold to Robin Glenn. Moving on. For $6.99, we have Trigger Hippie. Sylvian Esso. Lonesome Val. Lost Texas Tornadoes. Jewel, Goodbye Alice in Wonderland. Kelly Rowland, Here I Am. Damian Marley, Junior Gong. And Courtney Love, America's Sweetheart. Uh-oh, don't tell Kelly Vloddercheck. Courtney Love. Uh-oh. Don't tell Kelly Vloddercheck. I got to blow my nose right quick. Time out. Some big Nirvana fans are against the status of Courtney Love, you know. They view her as a conspiracy asset to the death of Kurt Cobain. SE, what was SE, Leslie? That was for Sylvian Esso, and Courtney Love is sold to Leslie Holt. Thank you. Boycott Courtney, yeah. The conspiracy on her involvement. I don't know. I've never really looked into it. I'm still studying JFK. We have Stevie Nicks, The Other Side of the Mirror. Will the Circle Be Unbroken, Volume 2. Congos. The Jayhawks, Sound of Lies. Lone Justice. The Pretenders, Last of the Independents. Now, some of these don't have, you know, artwork because they're promos. Sting, Brand New Day. Yeah, I was about to say, that one's got Sting, Prince, Graffiti Bridge, and Gary Premisi. I wonder if anybody bought Craig Thomas Wants Nirvana in Utero. Great. Nice. Yeah. They used to have that on the stage during that tour. I wonder where that is now. I wonder, oh, I just looked at my phone and it's officially February. It's February 1st. And I just opened Facebook and one of our local counties has already closed schools for Monday. They must be expecting bad weather. Is there bad weather on the way? Golly, it's cold outside right now. It's snowing and feels like 9 degrees right now in Lebanon. What's supposed to happen on Monday? It says sunny and high of 43. Oh, probably because it's supposed to snow today, Sunday. Okay, probably because it's going to snow. And Leslie on Jayhawks. Sold. We're done. Snow to Kuffel. Yeah, I think it's snowing outside right now. I was going to say, I had that, I don't know what they did with the leftovers, though. I had that bundle of samplers left from this post. I'm scrolling through the group right now. Let me see if I can find my CD post. By the way, that was the conclusion of that box, and that was probably going to be the last. There's 2 more boxes. We'll do those on Monday if y'all ask me enough, okay? And, of course, we got other 4. No one bought it. So, yeah. Let me go see if I can find these. I've got 30 promo CDs and samplers I was trying to sell for $50. They're those samplers, and some of them are promo albums. Like there was Steve Winwood in there, John Hyatt, a Sub Pop compilation. I said, reply to this comment. Nobody claimed them, so 30 promos and samplers for $50. If I can find them and if anybody wants them, let me know. They usually take the CDs and they take them to the back and they put them in alphabetical order when I make those posts because it's so difficult to find them. Does anybody have any last requests, suggestions, opinions, or articles of discussion before I order this pizza? I'm going to sign off. I'm going to order this pizza. After I order this pizza, I'm going to quickly try to film some videos. And after I film these videos, hopefully my pizza's delivered. And I'm going to go home and rest. So this is like my night I skip the gym and the night that I don't really do anything hereafter except make videos. That way I can head home and rest my brain for 24 hours. So we get right back into the thing. I recently went to the spot. You're talking about Dealey Plaza. I've been there 3 times. I've took business trips exclusively to Dallas so I could go to Dealey Plaza. Yeah, I've exclusively went to Dealey Plaza or Dallas and arranged collections. If I find out there's a collection for sale in Dallas, yeah, Puff Pizza, it's pretty good. Yeah, look at a picture of their Supreme. Look at that. Look at the picture of it. Golly. Yeah, my allergies have hit me, and as y'all know, I go pretty hard all week. Saturday night / Sunday morning is when I look forward to sleeping, and I've been averaging about 4 hours this week. I'm pretty exhausted, but it will pay off when I see the numbers on Monday because I think we've had one of our best weeks. I mean, we're on pace for through the first month of the year, we're on pace for 25% growth compared to last year already through the first month. And we just hired 2 people that's going to help with listing and selling more on websites and pre-orders. And if we get more T-shirts going, Craig, and more light boxes and more pre-orders and more products and more supplies and more CDs and more posts and more flip videos, I think we can grow by 50% this year, which would be insane. I mean, our mission statement here is to be the best collectible store, specifically vinyl and music memorabilia in the country, the biggest and the best. And that's my goal. And y'all help me accomplish that every week. First thing is REM. And there was an REM. What happened? Out of time and automatic for the people. Right here and right here. Great decision, Craig Weatherford. But yeah, I mean, y'all know I'm a very goal-oriented, driven person. At least I like to think of myself that way. And I got to have great customers, which y'all are. I mean, I can go live at any time and know there's going to be hundreds of people ready to buy stuff, which is a very powerful tool for us. But the only reason it's like that is because y'all enjoy buying from us. You enjoy watching me, and you know you're going to get great customer service. And the biggest thing is having great stuff to sell. And I think y'all know between books and posters and 45s and, of course, albums and anything else, we're going to try to bring as much as humanly possible every night and every week. But I can only do so much. 8 hours of nonstop selling without any breaks is completely mental fatigue. And I know I have to have extra help. So I realized when I sign off about 2 a.m., when I'm officially done. Now, I am working at Collectible. I'm usually ordering vinyl. I'm usually researching pre-orders. I'm just studying stuff. I could be doing research. I could be looking up autographs. I could be buying autographs. I could be doing deals on vinyl. Mostly autographs, though, and coins. I do mostly that stuff. Paul does all the other buying. But I realized from 2 a.m. up until when I go live the next day, we really don't sell anything. Our business, I mean, we have a store that sells, but it's like this much compared to what we do here. It's like 1% of what we do in our store up front. So I'm trying to think, how can we without maybe being live and having somebody do this, because this is a pretty tough thing to learn and catch on to. How can we sell during the day? And that's our group on Facebook and our website, which we don't even use. I've been in business now, hard and heavy, for 6 years. I don't even have a website. So I didn't feel like I needed one. I feel like it was a waste of time. But we've got so many customers now, we got to put stuff on there, like our posters, our autographs, our T-shirts, our supplies, our memorabilia, you know, because we've got that stuff on eBay, and I hate sending people to eBay where they could just go to our website, get the actual price, check it out, add it to their invoice. Same thing for T-shirts, all that. So I feel like we can slowly build up a website. I don't really want to put a lot of emphasis, but the big thing is the group. If somebody was just in the group all day, like working directly with customers, finding records for them, doing pre-orders, stuff like that. And I think we found somebody. I think we're talking to them. I hadn't really got to meet them yet. Tanner does all that. I think I know the name. I think I know who it is. But if we can get where we can start selling literally 24/7, this company is going to get to the point where I have to build a building 3 times this big. So with that being said, that's more pre-orders, more products, more stuff selling during the day. Because 99% of our sales come from me. My name, Chad Williams, that's right here every night, 7, 8 hours a night. That is 99% of our sales. So if I could get somebody to add another 20% of what I do, and I still do what I do every night, that would be huge growth for our company. And that would give y'all a lot more opportunities and make stuff easier. You won't have to ask us for supplies. You won't have to ask us for T-shirts. But you won't have to ask to go through posters. We'll just start getting them listed. And of course, we'll definitely want to keep showing stuff here live, but I'm talking about the stuff that doesn't sell. We have 1,000 posters that y'all have already seen if you're a regular watcher. 10,000 posters that y'all have already seen. And now they're just laying back here behind me. They're great items, so what do we do with them? We just show them again? Do we show them again in 6 months? Or go ahead and get them where everybody can see them? So the same thing will remain. Everything will be shown here first. It will always be shown here first, except maybe for, like, you know, supplies, T-shirts, merch, stuff like that. And, I mean, we can be buying other stuff. Toys, our comic books, build up that group, all the coins that we do. You know, it's endless. So I'm excited. I'm excited because I've always wanted to do this my whole life, and it's grown to this massive thing we do here. And I just know, like, we're just barely tapping into it. That's what's exciting. I mean, all the other branches our company could get into and what we still could sell every night and every week. So, you know, because some people tell me, I was like, Chad, I just can't watch the live streams. Either I just don't enjoy it, which is okay. At least they're honest. They're just like, I just don't like watching it, or I don't have time. I work, I have a family, blah, 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 come home, you know. Some people make time. Yeah, we got all of our case knives. I hadn't sold a case knife in 3 weeks now, and we're a platinum level dealer, and we got a bunch more inventory we need to order to keep that status. So, yeah, I mean, it's just like we're just growing exponentially, but I'm just like barely tapping into it. It is insane. So I'm very excited. And it's been that way for 3 or 4 years. I always thought, like, by now I'd be doing records a few nights and then coins, but records and vinyl in general have kept growing, and I have figured out more